looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause it's just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch your sky. You're a man of saving good. Touch your sky. You're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road, I got the start on my goals. And I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky. You're a man of saving good. Touch your sky. You're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you read?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. It's officially week 3, day 2. We have 4 amazing teams ready to compete it out in 4 series for the day. Actually, 8 teams in 4 series. Series 1 will be Yin or Yang going up against Ohana Esports. Series 2 is going to be Zen X up against Bloodhounds. And then Series 3, Bloodhounds Academy going up against Team Chubby. And then to finish off the day, we have Team Abyss up against Dark Immortals. All live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel. Make sure you guys register on the MLSA Discord server as well if you want to partake in future events throughout the year, as we are live every Monday through Thursday, helping teams prepare for official events like the NACT spring season right around the corner. But speaking around the corner, jumping into the first match of the day, we have Yin or Yang going up against Ohana Esports. 2 teams that have been competing for a little bit of decent time in the MLSA. Ohana Esports has been showing their passion since season 1, and Yin or Yang's a little newer on the scene, but I'm excited to see them go up against each other. We've never seen these 2 teams go toe-to-toe, and I'm wondering who will be able to take the win in their favor. Joined on the desk with me, we have the on-point analyst to break down these items and also keys to victory, Coach Deku. Do you even breathe? And I will be handling your guys' play-by-play. How you doing today, Deku?
I'm doing good, Wheezy. Very excited, right? We came back in with an explosive first night for week 3, and now we're going into night 2 of the 3rd week of the MLSA, and I couldn't be any more excited. Definitely ready to see some of these teams. We got some more fresh blood. We have Yin and Yang up here first. I think they competed one time before and up against Ohana. 2 of those much more underdeveloped teams trying to make their way up to some of the caliber that we have in the MLSA right now. So definitely looking forward to see how that is going to work out tonight, as they are taking the Series 1.
Yeah, and I'm wondering which way this is going to go, as we are seeing the Fanny be taken out from the Yin or Yang. We know how aggressive that Fanny can be in the early game, only needing that blue buff and the Blade of Heptases, and kind of requires a lot of suppression to kind of keep her away from stealing the game in the early phase. And now, taking out the Kufra from Yin or Yang as well, and that's not something we typically see. The Fanny, okay, we see it every now and then, but the Kufra, this may be a first, and I'm wondering what the reason behind it is.
Definitely wondering exactly what's going on. And I mean that in more ways than one. Weezy, I kind of need a little bit of assistance here. Can't exactly see what you're seeing right now. Don't have that view up for myself personally to get a good insight onto this draft right now.
Ah, there you go, my man. Yeah, so the Kufra, definitely something interested being taken out. It's not something you typically see. But we are going to go ahead and see the draft and bans be finalized from both sides, or the bans at least for the first phase. We are seeing Natan being taken off the board, the Glue, and also the Liam Ward. And this is a very interesting first phase of the bans. Not your typical bans, the Natan, the Leo, the Kufra. Didn't really expect any of those to be taken out, but a lot of metas walked on the table. Speaking of meta, Juice Man is going to go ahead and pick up this carry.
Is going to pick up the carry. And we saw that walk a few times, right, in last night's matches. Carry was one of those picks that a couple teams were experimenting with, letting through, seeing that they had the capabilities and the answers now to kind of deal with one of those top priority picks. And we're seeing it happen again. But speaking of some priority here, it's looking like Cho is something that the side of Ohana is looking to lock in as well with the Sicilian, and that is an interesting swing back response. They took some comforts, I'm assuming, but they left a lot on the board here, Wheezy.
Yeah, definitely going for some comforts. They're going to go ahead and pick up this Sicilian, that late game damage dealer, but it's going to take some time for him to rev up. And also the thing about Sicilian is he does not have a good early game presence, so if the side of Yin or Yang decides to go for an aggressive composition, they can definitely go into that jungle and invade for the early game. You're going to have to watch out for that, as Sicilian requires you to play safe, get your stacks, and kind of come online on that 12 to 16 minute mark. But looking at the side of Yin or Yang, now on their last 2 picks for the first phase, hovering over this Thomas, now going to swap to the Lapu Lapu and lock it in. And that's something we've seen time and time again, that Bravest Fighter, the Raging Slash, so much to deal with, and also a lot of mobility and sustainability in his kit. But something that we don't see too often for the first phase of the draft, when your first pick, we are seeing Yin or Yang lock up on this Atlas.
They are locking in that Atlas, and personally, I'm not a big fan of taking him so early right now. There's a lot of options still, right, to be picked up to counter him out. In the jungle, Akai is still open right now. We know there's options on the roam as well to kind of deal with him. The Diggy is still available for the side of Ohana if they choose to go that route, as well as they do have the last pick and can ban out later on. There's just so many ways to be able to deal with Atlas, and I just don't think putting it up so early is the proper move here. But nonetheless, that is what they're going to go with, as we are looking at a roam hover right now. A Kosi Lapu is going to lock in the Lolita. Gonna go set for set here. Who's gonna find the bigger plays in between these two roams?
I'm just kind of like looking at this draft from both sides of what is going on right now. Okay, looking at the carry and looking at the Lolita, that makes sense, right? Lolita has a Bulwark Shield, gonna go ahead and block over all those speedy light wheels, so I can kind of see the picture that Ohana is trying to paint. But they already had the Cho, and now I'm wondering if they're gonna flex that over to the XP or the jungle, as we've been seeing it used in both positions, but kind of stronger as that roam. So now with that Cho and the XP going up against this Lapu, he's gonna have a little bit of a harder time for those fights. Definitely gonna have to bank on House of Pisces rushing to the mid lane and getting away the dragon into his turret for a pickoff. But outside of that, I feel like House of Pisces is going to have a little bit of an easier time.
Definitely does have an option for an easier time here. And now that we're going into the second phase of the draft, there's still plenty of options that can still be locked in, because there's some very unusual bans still, right? There's the Natan up there, the Saber, and things even like the Kufa in the first half of the draft was banned out. It's a lot. And then there comes the Moskov. So there's like great options still to be picked up. And like, if I'm looking from the side of yin or yang, right, you still need that mage, and something that's on the board that wouldn't be a bad option is a Faramis. Faramis locked in with this Atlas. You put it up there with the Lapu and carry here. You have a great team fight potential if you lock something like that in. And I'm curious if maybe that's something they go for here for this composition. Xavier is a great option with Atlas, but with that Lolita there, gets counted out by the shield. Eve being hovered over. We did see she got adjusted or affected by that nerf, right? They did pass a little bit of a tweaking down to Eve, further devaluing her in the draft, but it looks like maybe the side of Yin or Yang is still leaning towards that pick.
Oh, but now gonna hover over on this Valentina, and I kind of thought about the Val as well. Yeah, you can take the Numion Blast over there from Akosi. That's some additional CC for your team, but outside of that, not really too many ultimates you can profit on. So they are gonna opt in on this Eve. They go ahead and have that zonage with that manipulation, and Shoto, without wasting any time, is gonna go ahead and lock in at this Karina for the jungle. And now I'm still wondering, what was the reason for the Kufra ban?
I have no idea. I don't think any of these picks get, hard countered by a Kufra. They could have easily played around this. I mean, any tank is going to have a hard time up against carry, and then nothing else really gets stopped. I mean, you have an Atlas, but, Kufra's not going for Atlas. Lapu has the CC immunity. He's going for the back line, and, there's not really too much counterplay. Maybe for the Karina, I guess. I know the Shadow Assault counts as a blink, and maybe that was their idea, but I feel like any type of CC can do that to Karina, right? So I'm right here with you. I'm definitely scratching my head. This was a very confusing draft all the way through, but with two teams, right, in the MLSA trying to find their way, you expect to see these type of things. They have things to work on, without a doubt, in the draft phase. But let's see if in the match things tell us a different story. If maybe they have a little bit more practice in the micro and the macro. But with all this being said and done, the drafts are finalized. We are loading in, as you can see, Wheezy. With that being the case, who are you leaning towards, right? That is a damage show, by the way. Who are you leaning towards to take this match based off these lineups?
Well, I feel like if it goes to the late game, then you are going to see it's your girl over there on, that's such a funny name, on that Sicilian, to be able to get those stacks and rev up and do some serious damage over there to Yin or Yang. But looking at what is available in the early game, Yin or Yang definitely has a good presence, right? If they can get that Atlas to his level 4, they don't have any direct counters, and there's no Purify on their team. So the only one who can escape out of that Fatal Links is going to be this Cho over there with the Shampoo to be able to negate that CC as second skill. So I see an easier time in terms of sets for Drax. Especially with Sicilian, going to take a lot of time to kind of get online and burst him down. And also, I just think overall, they just have a more solid overall meta pick. But speaking of picks, you are seeing the engagement already wasting no time. Gamer is taking some serious damage. Is going to go ahead and use that Void Crystal to put some slow on the members of Ohana Esports, who did try and take him down right there. But I got to, oh my goodness, this Cho damage just bursted down House of Pisces 1-on-1. Only 1 minute in the game, and that is first blood for Ohana Esports.
That's insane. I don't think there's anywhere in the dossier here that Cho should just be taking a solo kill on Lapu this early on in the game. I mean, he doesn't have the way the dragon unlocked, right? There's, I don't know how that happened. I wish I would have got to see that up close and personal, because that is a truly outstanding moment from the XP laner coming out from Ohana, finding that first blood on Lapu of all things. And Yin Yang might need to tighten up the micro up on that top side of the map, because that's not good. Cho damage isn't really standard. But one thing that is always true, if you let a damaged Cho get ahead, you'll definitely remember why once upon a time it was the meta. And speaking of the meta here with the damage lockdown,
looks like he is gonna fall down. House of Peace is picking up his second death right now, and this Cho XP lane just kind of showing us what the new meta is, kind of dominating in that fashion. But speaking of domination, enhanced chains going into Drax, gonna provide that knockup and take him down to half HP. He does not have level 4 yet, so he will be an easy target to kind of burst down, as Turtle now down to a quarter HP. Shoto gonna pick it up with the Retribution, but wait a minute, Drax gonna be bursted down over there by Mel on this Cho, picking up another kill into the Cho XP lane. Manipulation is in play though, decides not to opt out of it, and Nikosi's gonna pick up the kill and burst him down. And that is going to be 4 kills on the side of Ohana Esports 2 minutes in.
4 kills, and 3 of those going into the hands of the Chinaman Cho. And you know who this is kind of resembling right now, what I'm kind of thinking back on in MLSA? You remember Kush pulling out this damage Cho in the XP? He had about 4 kills at this point in the game as well. And that's what it reminded me of, as I'm sitting here watching Mel just have his way with Yin or Yang, making them punching bags. I mean, they're up 2K gold right now, and crossing into the 3-minute mark, you already kind of pointed it out. The Heptasis has already been locked in by Cho. He skipped those tier 2 boots, and I mean, when you're having a game like this, you absolutely can go for that kind of play. And speaking of skipping boots, interestingly enough, Sicilian as well has completely skipped boots. He has no tier 1 at all, working for the first item.
You're going to see Juice Man get a kill, take down Unbothered on this Julian. That's going to be the first kill for the side of Yin or Yang. But look at Sicilian, Bats Impact rushing in, trying to get the kill onto Shoto, and bursted down by the Death Sonata. And that is going to be Granger picking it up, but now with barely any HP, is still going to fight his way in that bottom lane. And wait a minute, this is a Granger in the gold lane. Going to be hit with the Fatal Links, but pick up a double, burst down, Juice Man. But you are going to see the Fatal Links and Drax take him down in response.
But it looks like a little more pressure coming in. As we're talking to pressure, it looks like Pisces finally getting his first kill on the board, able to take down Cho after he was getting decimated up there in the top side of the map. So a little bit of breathing room for him. So he's going to go ahead and go for that recall. But now, you know what? It looks like Yin or Yang on this eve, while we're still looking at these items, looks like they're going to skip the book, right? They built the demon shoes, and with that being the case, looks like they're going to skip the enchanted talisman for that extra mana region and go straight into the Ice Queen wand. But speaking of straight into things, keep an eye on that Lolita. Turtle has spawned up, has some good positioning here in that bush, has not been detected. No one has scouted out Lapu yet. This could be an interesting play if the side of Yin or Yang does not detect him soon enough. If they go for this turtle and commit for it without properly visioning, they could get hit by a reverse Numian Blast here. And oh man, Drax is on the complete opposite side, but Shoto making his way over now. Hang on with action in the top side.
You already seen the action on the way. Gonna possibly pick up the kill with the G-Kondo, and down goes House of Pisces. And you are gonna see Turtle go into the hands of Shoto with the Retribution. The second Turtle picked up for the side of Yin or Yang, but down goes the Numenon Blast inside of the Manipulation. It is a 2v3 now. Enhanced Chains being activated for the knockup. Bats Impact with Bats Feast. Unbothered picking up the kill, takes down Eve. And it looks like even though Eve gets in these awkward situations, she decides to hold on to that manipulation until she falls down. But speaking of falling down, Fatal Links into the turret, but that is going to be a kill picked up by Karina. Juice Man taking down Unbothered, and now on the chase with the Speedy Light Wheels, trying to go in for a Kosi, who's going to rush back in, get the stun, take him down. But Shoto responding back takes down a Kosi, and I don't even know how to read this game right now. There's a 17 kills on the board. We are only 5 minutes in.
Yeah, out with the macro here, and just a straight bloodbath going on in between these two teams. The goal is still only around 2K in the favor of Ohana Esports, so not much has changed in that regard. We did see that Ice Queen wand picked up by Eve. We definitely hinted at that being the case for those of you that first item. We've seen Genius has been picked up, but speaking of things being picked up, Karina finding a kill on the Sicilian here, but action not over potentially. Lolita going for the bush check, not going to be punished for it. Gonna go ahead and just clear out those waves. And right now, though, while not much has changed as far as the gold league, the map has been tilted heavily into the favor of Ohana. They've taken out both those outer turrets, and without any response anywhere on the map, things are closing in.
Speaking of closing in, you are going to see Drax pick up a kill on to Cho. The Numenon Blast not able to save him in time, and down goes the XP lane. Cho, we've been talking about in the perfect match, going to get the frozen immobilization, and Shoto is going to pick up that kill provided by Drax. Fight not over, though. You are seeing Bat's Feast taking down Drax. Fight still going down, though. You are going to see Sicilian pick up another, getting a double, takes out Shoto. Enhanced Chains almost hitting the mark. Sanguine Claws trying to take down Gamer Magic in the mid lane, but he still holds his ground.
Does hold his ground, but they're losing ground, and the economy is unbothered, looking for more.
It's gonna go in with the Destinata and pick up a kill. Takes down Juice Man, and everywhere we look, bodies are dropping left and right.
And right now, you know what, Weezy, I have to point it out. This is very exciting to see, because we watched Ohana play previously a couple times, and they definitely didn't look as sharp as on point right now. They're playing extremely well. They had some early pickoffs, some early neutrals, and looking for more here in the mid side potentially.
Yeah, it looks like they were trying to burst down Drax, kind of use their conceal on top of that, but they may be able to take this tier 1 turret for the mid lane. And Numenon Blast is going to go down for the stun, flickering in, and now the way the Dragon to connect bursts down Game Magic and takes the tier 1 turret for the side of Ohana, but Shoto is going to pick up a kill of his own and take down Randy over there on the bottom side. But wait a minute, 2v2. Do you see the flicker over there by Drax? A Fatal Links picking grass into the tier 2 turret on the bottom side, and some huge set potential off of the board now for the side of Yin or Yang.
Yeah, that boy is definitely a professional gardener right now, picking his roses nice and early, but hang on, getting hit by the Cycling Claws.
You are going to see the Claws go out, not able to deal the damage to take him out. But speaking of damage, Mel with the way the Dragon is going to shut down Shoto.
It feels like Mel's been finding every opportunity to pick off. He's right under half of the kills from Ohana Esports. They have 16, and he's currently walking around with 7 in his front and back pockets. And speaking of pockets, Ohana Esports up 3K in the gold lead, and it's only halfway through the 8-minute mark here, Weezy. This is quickly getting out of hand as they have picked up another tower as well. Drax getting dropped really low. Gonna have to go ahead and use that perfect match to get up out of the way of damage. But hang on here. Look at Mel. Look at House of Pisces. Keep an eye on him cutting for the engage.
Is going to hit him with the way the Dragon and the G-Kundo. Vengeance has been procced, but not enough to save him. And down he goes again to Mel on the Cho XP. And now Drax in a bad situation. Looking at the bush. You're going to see a potential knockup with the enhanced chains onto Drax. Can he escape? No! Akoshi's going to shut him down. And right now, I'm just wondering. Everybody is picking up kills on the board. Even Akoshi on this Lolita sitting with the 3, 2, and 6 KDA.
He's having a better KDA than Granger right now, so that's definitely something to point out. But speaking of things to point out, let's look a little some of these items with the lull in action that we have. Carry now sitting with the Golden Staff and that Corrosion Scythe. Maybe if they can get that Demon Hunter Sword in the Juice Man's hands, they might be able to get a little bit of juice going on. But hang on, speaking of juice,
he is going to find the juice, takes down this Granger in the gold lane, and now to Meg kills. Mel's going to find his way into Eve and burst her down into the caster's desk. Perfect match, trying to get the froze on Akoshi, not able to immobilize him though. And right now, 11-19, Ohana Esports leading the way, still holding on to every single lane.
Right now, I think it's the tail of the top lane. I mean, Mel has been everywhere. He's 9-3-1, but if you look at his matchup, if you look at House of Pisces, 1-5 right now. Definitely not believing in astrology is Mel's. He's been having his way with him. Has 3 damage items locked in. He has the Heft of the Blade of Despair and the Endless Battle. This is looking like the old show, not the current one. He's not looking to play this in the Rome like Yahweh. This is something completely different. But hang on, look at him set up for the plays.
He's going to dive into the turret with the way of the Dragon, but now the Speedy Light Wheel's trying to burst him down. Killing Spree has been activated. Sicilian taking out Drax, and now Mel's going to pick up the kill and finish off Carry on the overextension. Decided to chase him out out of the base, and that was costly. But on the top side, you are going to see Randy get a kill, take down Lapu Lapu. Now the stun onto Shoto, trying to rush out with the Karina. Retribution does go down. They are trying to pick up yet another kill, and Unbothered is going to take down Shoto. 4 members off of the board for Yin or Yang, and the full team still standing strong for Ohana.
And you know, Weezy, oh, hang on, action still with Mel.
Oh my goodness, was that a way the dragon to cancel out the manipulation into the turret? And a 1 HP escape. Man, Mel is on fire. This man is creating a highlight reel today.
He absolutely is. 11, 3, and 1. He has as many kills as the entire team of Yin or Yang. This man doesn't know peace. All he knows is violence. And Yin or Yang is definitely feeling the pressure. And speaking of pressure right now, look at the bot side. Drax needs to be careful here.
Hit with the enhanced chains for the knockup. You are seeing Unbothered trying to keep him at bay with that CC, but he is going to go ahead and use that perfect match to get out. But a lot of objectives going into the hands of Ohana as they have taken down the tier 2 turret for the bottom side.
And this is just an impressive clinic shutout match from them, as Clock of Destiny just got picked up by Sicilian as we're right under the 12-minute mark. Interesting build path from him, but hang on, keep an eye on Mel. Well, trying to find the G-Kundu on Drax. That definitely would have spelled the end for him if that would have connected. Right now, he's One Punch Man in the flesh for the side of Ohana Esports. And you know, Weezy, I'm really not sure. I don't remember if Mel has always been here, but if he wasn't, what a great pickup for them, because he is completely flipping the narrative for Ohana as we know it in the MLSA as they're working on the tournament now. Look at the ambush.
Shoto rushing in, trying to take this Lord by herself. Going to be bursted down by the full team of Ohana, and that is going to be Julian picking up that kill. Randy's going to go ahead and get that Lord with the Retribution, and this is going to be a 5v4. Wait a minute, can still play on the way. The way the Dragon with the G-Kundo for the knockup. Godlike, Mel's going to burst down Eve. Juice Man is going to take a turret on the bottom side, though. Now you are seeing the engagement on the way, trying to take him down. Look at Okosi Lapu Lapu rushing in, trying to get the stun, using the Bulwark Shield, not able to stop him in time. But on the top side, Randy bursting down this Atlas, and now trying to pick up a double. You're going to see House of PCs get a kill in that process, though. Killing spree activated, Julian taking out the carry on the bottom side. Man, there's just so many fights going on at the same time. And Randy's going to activate Killing Spree, takes down Lapu Lapu, but overextending into the base of Yin or Yang, and Shoto is going to shut him down.
And they have just been completely annihilating the side of Yin or Yang right now. They've been trying to keep up in this match, but it just hasn't been going well. But hang on, keep an eye on Ohana here. They have the positioning. Here comes a Numian Blast.
With the flicker forward, able to get the stun, and now down goes the manipulation. Unbothered picking up the kill, takedown Shoto with the enhanced chains. Atlas with the concealed play, perfect match, trying to get a set. Nobody to help do some damage. And now he is going to go back. Not going to be able to provide that set potential he's kind of banking on, but he still has his fatal links if the side of Ohana decides to kind of overextend, as they do have a lot of pressure. They have this Lord pushing in, and the question is, will they be able to take these last 2 inhibitors, as you are seeing Yin or Yang quickly burst down that Lord with the power of carry on those speedy light wheels.
Absolutely, and with that Lord being taken out, they are just left with 2 inhibitors. But hang on, keep an eye on Mel. He's been having his way, and he looks amped up for another play. Conceal from Lapu Lapu.
You're going to see a Numenon Blast go in, but not able to get the set. Huge utility wasted for the side of Ohana. And Granger also used that Death Sonata, not able to hit the mark either, and they still are pushing for these inhibitors. Look at the mid lane. It is pushed down to about 25% HP. Can they get it? They do have the minions. Julian is going to rush in and go for the triple knockup on the enhanced chain. Takes down Eve. Down goes House of Pieces. A double kill picked up by this Julian. Unbothered is literally unbothered right now, but the fatal links for the double set into the Nexus. They are going to burst them down. Sanguine Claws. Immortality has been proc. Juice Man taken down Unbothered, but ladies and gentlemen, Ohana is going to take down the Nexus and take game 1.
Victory!
And what a match, man. What a shutout from the side of Ohana. Mel Amelia, no, that's the Mel, man, because he was delivering roundhouse kicks to the back of the head to the members of Yin or Yang. Definitely was not an equal balance, if you ask me. But unfortunately, MVP going to the hands of Julian, unbothered, but bothering the enemies here. Let's take a look at some of these statistics that kind of tell the story. Mel almost taking the lead in the damage, going tick for tack, basically 25-26% coming in from the XP and the jungler from the side of Ohana Esports. But if you look at the turret damage, Randy Gaming, the gold lane Granger, as you pointed out, definitely was out there playing for the objectives, going for the neutrals, and I wasn't even really there for the fights, which is the interesting part. He was only there for 25%, and they still had a lopsided match. up against Yin or Yang, they definitely have to try to capitalize when you're facing a team where their gold laner only participates in a quarter of the matches. But picking up a quarter of, we're only maybe halfway through as the side of Ohana is up 1-0 in this match. And hopefully Yin or Yang can bounce back for game 2. I think you're muted there, Wheezy.
No, good stuff that you kind of broke that down. Honestly, a lot of questions I have in that match from the draft all the way to the execution, but Ohana was able to prevail, get the win. Congratulations, taking game 1. Yin or Yang definitely needing some answers like Deku kind of stated. Are we going to see them take us to a game 3? Or are we going to see Ohana, for the first time ever in the MLSA, get a sweep for Series 1? That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We are officially hosting 4 series today. Yin or Yang versus Ohana currently is on the way, and we do see Yin or Yang getting taken down for match 1, and now their backs are up against the wall for a potential sweep on Ohana with match points. Series 2 is going to be Zinx going up against Bloodhound. Series 3 will be BHA versus Chubby, and Abyss will be going up against Dark Immortals to close it out. All live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel, so make sure you guys hit that subscribe button. We appreciate you guys tuning in from the land of the dawn. Speaking of tuning in, make sure you guys register on the MLSA Scrim Academy, the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server, if you want to partake in future events for 2023. This is where it all starts, right? All these teams are getting prepared for official events from Moontime that are right around the corner, such as the NACT spring season and so much more. So we appreciate you guys tuning in. Don't go anywhere, as we are going to be seeing Ohana go back up against Yin or Yang for game 2.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're a man of simmering gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will
remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the control. I stand for something. I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it better. Don't let me down. Don't let it all fall. I've been on the road. Accomplished all of my goals and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know we're base against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. Man, an insane match one for the first series of the day. We've seen Yin or Yang going up against Ohana Esports, and Ohana able to take the first win, and now having Yin or Yang's backs up against the wall, but a possible match point to take the series with the sweep. Their first sweep ever in the MLSA. Can they do it, or are we going to see the side of Ohana have a little bit of a harder time and Yin or Yang get back online and take us to a game 3? Both of these teams are ready to jump inside of the Land of the Dawn and join on the desk with me. You have the one, the only Coach Deku, do you even breathe, to handle the play-by-play, and I will be your guys' analyst to break down these items and also keys to victory. Man, Deku, I gotta ask, man, how'd you feel about game 1?
The first game was absolutely mind-boggling, to say the least. We saw a lot of crazy things going on in the bans, in the picks, and even in the gameplay. I mean, we saw a XP lane damage Cho single-handedly pick apart the side of Yin or Yang. So, and I mean, there was a lot of things, you know, that made me want to pump the brakes, but I'm only at the caster's desk, so I just got to go with the flow. And I think I just had to go with it and roll with the punches just like Yin or Yang had to. And hopefully they take that on the chin and maybe throw an uppercut or something back at the side of Ohana to try to even up the series.
Yeah, definitely need to have a game plan. With their backs up against the wall, Ohana have a match point. They might be able to get their sweep, and I think that's what they're banking on right now. And speaking about banking, looking at the bans, currently Martis has been taken off the board. I kind of respect that. The Motokoro is rushing in. The decimation can be very hard to deal with. And it looks like the side of Ohana, they're going to go ahead and opt in on taking out this Leomord yet again. We've seen this in the first match as well, and I'm wondering if it's a comfort pick that they're trying to limit. And now Yin or Yang, again with this Kufra, and it looks like these teams definitely know each other very well, as I think the roam on the side of Ohana is a Kufra main, and they're just respecting his craft.
Well, if they're going to respect anything at this point, are we not going to take the Cho off the board? Because I feel like he earned his respect in that last match. I don't know. If we're taking all logic off the board here for bans, and we're only taking out comforts from the hands of Ohana here, you have to take the Cho out. If that's the theme of the bans, that's, I don't know. It's only right. It's only right. It's only fair. Otherwise, you know, if they don't step their game up to kind of deal with him, it could be a problem. But speaking of problems, we kind of talked about this in the midst of in between these matches, that Fredrin made its way through to the second phase of the draft before it even got banned out. But it looks like maybe they stopped by and heard you harping on about that, because now it's been taken out, as they have locked in that Fanny though in Randy's hand.
But wait a minute. Okay. This is the first time I've seen Tig picked in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. History in the making for sure, but as a first option, there's still a Diggy on the board. For one, he can definitely stop that CC provided over there by Game Magic. Not to mention, Tig is not an answer for Fanny at all. So I'm wondering what the game plan is. I don't know if it was a misclick, if they have some secret we don't know about that's going to kind of unfold in the Land of the Dawn. But one thing for certain is that Yin or Yang is the one on the back end, right? Ohana already has one when they had the advantage, and right now they're definitely leading in terms of the draft.
Definitely leading in terms of the draft. And wait a minute, is that a Nana that's about to get locked in potentially? Because that would really be insane if that gets locked in. I don't know, Weezy. Have you seen those red boots they've been having online? Those big boots.
Oh yeah, I've seen
Everyone's
them.
been wearing. If anything more strange pops out, I might have to buy a pair and get a red nose, slap it on my face, and call myself Ronald McDonald, because I'm obviously at the circus if any more of these shenanigans go on throughout the draft.
Yeah, I'm just as lost as you are right now, as both of these teams definitely going up against the grain right now. But something that is working in their favor for Ohana, they did go in for that Diggy, and that is going to provide that time journey to be able to stop this this Tig from being able to see. I almost didn't even call him by his name. That's how often we don't see him. This Tigreal rushing in for a potential set, and now you are going to see Badang slotted in, another hero who we don't see too often. And I'm really wondering what's the game plan. I guess one thing with Tig that Game Magic does have, he has a lot of CC, right? He has that Sacred Hammer for that knockup. He has the Implosion, that group CC that can grab up the entire team. But with that time journey from It's Your Girl, it's going to be very hard for him to pull off these 5-man, 4-man, multiple sets that he does have at his disposal. And I'm wondering how this is going to go. As Carrie also did walk, and it was slotted up by Unbothered. And right now, they have late game checked off the board. They have the early game from Randy, and they don't have any counters for either Carrie or this Fanny to go up against.
And you know what? It's actually funny. I don't really have too much concrete information in between these two teams. But I do believe Randy is actually a Fanny main to some extent. So I feel like that's why they were comfortable locking that in for the first pick on the blue side. But also something interesting to point out, it seems that after the complete annihilation, the manhandling, oh my God.
I think it's just gonna, I don't know what to expect right now. I don't honestly just want to, it's like close your eyes and just pick anything out of the hat right now. And that's gonna be the last pick for Yin or Yang.
This is insane. In the middle of me trying to make a very precise and logical statement here, I get hit in the face by another curveball. There's no way Gore just got locked in the Central SA Scrim. It's game 2 and you're down in the series. And you take Tigreal, Badang, and Gord? There's no way. I'm speechless. I'm at a loss for words. They've taken my breath away for all the wrong reasons. This is not how you take the breath away on Valentine's Day. This is not how you do it. This is incorrect Riz, people. This is not proper etiquette.
Well, I gotta say one thing, right? Mel did pick up this show again, and if Lapu Lapu didn't work, I'm pretty sure Badang is not gonna work on Cho. So I really want to see how this battle in the XP lane is going to go. We did see Mel kind of lead the way for Ohana. He had like 11 kills. He had like he had more kills himself than the entire team of Yin or Yang at one point of the match. So definitely having to watch out for that, as both teams have finalized their draft. You are seeing Shoto pick up another jungler we haven't seen too often, the Yi-Sun Shin. I'm excited to see how this kind of prevails, being able to have that vision across the map with the Mountain Shocker, and definitely not the worst pickup, right? He can kind of get away when things get a little tricky, but not your common jungler. But ladies and gentlemen, the polls are up. How do you guys feel currently about this match? Are you rooting on Ohana Esports taking the sweep, or do you think Yin or Yang with their unorthodox composition will be able to take this to a game 3?
And you know, it's also interesting you kind of pointed out that XP lane story. It seems Mel did the former XP so bad they went ahead and got him off the board, because Glue is actually a different XP laner. Last match it was House of Pisces, and they said we got to call in the bench. We got to bring the sub out because Mel is wearing out our starter. And they changed the player, but they let the same pick that gave him a problem in the first game through. Even with all those respect bans going out, they didn't even blink an eye at the Cho. And hang on there, eyes on Randy. He's flying quickly across our screen over into their jungle, stealing a couple buffs as Lakosi Lapu Lapu's holding the angle on the blue, showing a little bit of pressure. Mel is also there, cutting the wave on Cho, but hang on, here's Randy up against the wall, trying to make a play here, trying to get that blue buff, trying to maybe take somebody out. There's a lot. I don't think he was able to secure it, or was he?
No, he got it. He got it.
He did. He took off with it.
Yeah, he is up, and away. He is able to take that blue buff and get out just in time, but looks like Mel, not the same story, is going to be bursted down by Juice Man over here on this gourd that we spoke about in the draft.
Definitely, but I mean, he's up a bit right now in the gold economy because he did cut all the way to the tier 2. That's a lot of damage coming out from Unbothered there real quick. And I don't know, man. Yin or Yang, they did find the first kill, but you did lose the blue. Your Yi Sun Shin does lose some of that farm. I don't even know what that was from Gamer Magic, but you. Hey, man, I don't know what's going on right now. This is insane, Wheezy. Win conditions, please. What are we?
Well,
what are we
number
looking for to see
one,
them
definitely
happen?
don't do that. But I don't know. I would say for Yin or Yang, with this Tig, he's going to have to be able to provide some set potential and kind of get around this Diggy with the time journey. That's definitely one of the big hurdles that they have to hop over. Not to mention Badang going to go ahead and try and activate that Fist Crack and shut down Mel, who we've seen kind of dominate for the last game. So definitely keys of victory. Watch out for Mel. Shut him down at all costs, because when he gets online, he does not stop. And speaking of online, you see that Mountain Shocker going out for a little bit of vision on the map provided by that Yi Sun Shin.
And right now, we're seeing Glue try to walk down Mel. He's going to go ahead, get out with the Shunpu. Turtle is being worked on right now. Keep an eye on game. Trying to find the engage. Doesn't connect. Reverse time pulling him back, but the turtle is being burst out by the side of Yin or Yang. Doesn't look like Neil's going to be able to make it in time, but hang on. Here comes Randy. Not going to be able to find the steal. He gets caught in between the wall and the Fist Crack coming out from Badang here. And look at the set coming out from Gamer Magic. Making some magic happen. Are they going to be able to find the kill, though? Well, it doesn't look like it's going to be able to be made, but hang on. Glue back into the fray again, but it's not going to stick. And here comes the heavy spin for the counter. Akosi Lapu Lapu's traveling in pretty deep. He's going to be able to pick up that kill. No! Going to be taking out a lot of overextension from him as the Juice Man is going to spill his Capri Sun, and a double kill coming out from Randy Gaming. That's going to be an impressive play from him, able to clean up for the side of Ohana after losing that turtle.
But on the top side, you are seeing Drax going up against Unbothered.
And right now, not going to be able to find the kill. They are both low, but it looks like Drax is going to go ahead and back away, and Unbothered's not going to go away. Mountain Shocker dropping on top with him. That one, a flicker in from Unbothered. That's an aggressive play. Doesn't have the escape now. Shoto's going to look to be able to take him down. It doesn't like he used the Retribution to slow him down. He's not going to be able to find him just yet, and here comes Randy Gaming. He's going to evade the implosion coming out from Tigreal onto the tower for the dive. Killing spree into the jungle for Ohana Esports. He's up 3-0 right now. He's definitely online to snowball, but here comes Akosi Lapu Lapu. He's not done. He's looking for more with a heavy spin from the backside, putting the kill right into the hands of Unbothered. Will he be able to take it? No, it's your girl. No, it's the kill steal coming out from Diggy as he's going to take that down. And Mel winning the 1v1 in the bot side, and he's been doing that all night. And that's going to be some light work for him as there's a couple trades on both sides of the map.
Yeah, definitely a couple of trades on both sides, but leading in terms of kills, 6-2 for Ohana. If we are looking at the items, this Fanny didn't get the Blade of Heptases. Wait a minute, decided to build her full boots. Now, that's not something you see too often. Usually, you just build the first part for that Retribution, then you go in for the Blade, but instead, it's going to go in for the tough boots.
Went in for the tough boots, went in for a little bit of an invade there. Was able to find anything going on. It is interesting, like you said, they have the boots. Ooh, hang on, Mel in some trouble. Way the Dragon for the disengage, but over on the blue buff, implosion coming out from Game Magic on the Tigreal. He is caught by the reverse time. Akosi Lapu Lapu with the headbutt. He's going to bring in the heavy spin. He's trying to keep them securing this blue buff. There's not really any damage here. Shoto is low, though. Reverse time coming out from this Diggy. Lapu Lapu not going to be able to play. He's going to flicker up. He's going to connect with the headbutt, and he's going to take down Shoto there after he takes his blue buff. The hang on Mystic Gush coming out from Juice Man, and that's just too much liquor for him as he's going to spill blood in the jungle. Gamer Magic catching Randy mid-air, but now Randy going to catch him in the jungle, trying to find the kill. Reverse time going to facilitate that, and now he's going to lock in on board, force out the flicker as he picks up that Bloodlust Axe for that sustainability. But Ohana right now taking the advantage up on Yin or Yang. Ooh, but hey, whoa, I don't know what just happened to misplay from Cho with the flicker, but he's still not going to die. Isn't going to get punished from that. Glue's not going to find the kill on him. But keep an eye on the side of Yin or Yang. They have made the rotation down. Turtle is being pulled. Akosi Lapu Lapu trying to find the heavy spin is going to be evaded by Shoto. He can contest this, does find the steal on this Fanny, but the fight not over here. Lapu Lapu in trouble, Unbothered is going to take him down. Shoto will be able to find the kill. Randy not going to be able to clean up anything here as they're going to lose out more than they bargained for on that neutral.
Now, even though, wait a minute, Mel gonna pick up a kill, take down Shoto from the bush. What is going on right now? As you are seeing him trying to rush out, he does have the G-Kun Do to be able to dash through these walls, and it looks like they are not going to be able to get that set they were kind of banking on. But 10 to 4, oh my goodness, man, bro, they're just fighting it out any chance they get. All utility off the board.
That is right in the jungle. Another implosion coming out from Tigreal. He's going to try to lock down the marksman on Unbothered, but he is unbothered. He's not going to be taken out from that plate at all. Randy Gaming going to go for the steals on some of these camps, as there's nobody's are going to drop here in between either side. But hang on, Lapu Lapu with some strength positioning here. He needs to be careful. He's overextending. Heavy Spin for the disengage. He's going to look to lock down Tigreal. And now Fane's going to target in. I don't know if this is the right call. Who's focused in tanks here? That's a bad play from them. Shut down to the hands of Drax. He's going to take down the Flying Assassin. Trying to work on the Kosi Lapu Lapu, who is going to go ahead and disengage across the river there. But hang on, keep an eye on Mel. Applying pressure with the Iori emote. And the Mystic Gush from Juice Man, ill-advised, really wasn't needed. And like you said, a lot of utility just be getting burnt out here. But hang on, Lapu Lapu and Mel looking to make a play. Was that a flicker headbutt? And now the G-Kun Do coming in from Mel. What a combination, the synergy online. But Lapu Lapu is going to be traded out by Shoto there. He's going to find another kill. He's still 2-3, still a little sloppy game for him. Mid tower is dangerously low. They could easily maybe taken that out, but not going to go ahead and make that. But hang on, look at Cho. Oh, man, he's quick with it, and he's sneaky. But it looks like the action has now came to a conclusion.
Yeah, a lot of action on the board right now. Only 7 minutes in, and both these teams, it was 17 kills stacked across the board so far. A high kill game indeed. Similar story to game one. It's like anytime they see each other, they fight it out. Doesn't matter what is on the table. Doesn't matter about the objectives. And here we go again. Another clash on the way.
And Unbothered trying to win the fight, but no, Drax is going to turn that around. With that go away, interestingly enough, with that defense, it does add a little bit of that boost to it and was able to win that fight. Carrie's not okay with that outcome there, but it doesn't matter. He's coming up here with his to us with at the desk, and Drax just going back for the base, but Turtle is in play now. It's like Yin Yang might make the call as the Lord actually has now spawned in. Hang on, Randy Gaming, why are you flying in there? This is a no-fly zone, says Blues. He's going to catch him out with the fish crack to his back, and now Kosi Lapu Lapu, Gamer Magic, combining with each other, but hang on, keep an eye on Nell. He's making plays onto this board. Will he find the kill? Yes, he will. Shut down. Can he escape as well? No, but does find the mega kill. Shut down, going into the hands of Shoto on the Yi Sun Shin. Couple trades on the board, but it does go into the favor of Yin and Yang there.
You are going to see on the top side, Drax was able to push in the tier 1 turret for the gold lane. Looking at the gold so far, pretty even on the board. Even though Yin and Yang is losing in these 5v5 clashes, they are picking up the objectives, right? They've taken all the turtles, and they've also cleared out the tier 1 turret for the top side to kind of even out this gold deficit. And now in the mid lane, reverse time going in with the heavy spin.
Another focus on this Tigreal again. We saw this happen before, and this is definitely ill-advised from Kosi Lapu Lapu. They have no heavy spin, but look at the Mystic Gush, going to force out that time journey from Diggy, and now the set can come from Tigreal, but no, G-Kun Do coming out from Cho. He's going to cancel that real quick. Fist Crack is going to go ahead and facilitate a kill into the hands of Drax here, but here comes Renegade Gaming, going to find one, takes out the Tigreal, but gets caught out by that go-away, almost locked down to be taken out for the kill. He needs to be careful. He's still sitting in the bush. Here comes Shoto, maybe looking for Diggy, a little bit of poke, but they're going to go ahead and disengage and maybe start to work on this Lord. Yes, they will. Shoto will start pulling the aggro there.
He's going to go ahead and use the Mountain Shocker as well, but look at Carrie, Unbothered, working his way into the Lord pit. It's going to force the reset. Speaking of reset, while we got some time on the board, we did see no Blade of Heptases picked up by this Fanny, but instead goes for the Bloodlust Axe, and now you are going to see some kills on the board. Gore taking out Unbothered, and also you are going to see Juice Man fall in that process of 1-for-1 trade.
1-for-1, but hang on here, might look for a 2-for-1 as they have him pinned up on the wall. But Kosi Lapu Lapu going to stick the glue man himself. Implosion flicker play, that's going to be huge. A 2-man doesn't find the knockup, but the Lord is going to find a 4-man. No one's going to fall just yet, but keep an eye on Mel. He is on the backside. Is going to have to go ahead and disengage both teams in an awkward position, but look at Yi Sun Shin in the jungle being forced back by Carrie here, and Drax with this aggressive positioning with the go away, but hang on, now it's burnt out, and Randy knows that he's smelling blood. He's out for it. Mel and him are going to gang up on Drax. I don't know what he was thinking there. You're going to challenge the damage showing the Flying Assassin. You're going to lose every time. And there goes the headbutt from a Kosi Lapu Lapu. He's looking to make a play as well. Unbothered is low. He needs to be careful. Juice Man's going to take him out. Unbothered will be out of the fight. But hang on. Look at Mel taking the Cyclone as Diggy's going to find a kill. He's in the bush right now. I'm not sure the members of Yin or Yang have him scouted out. There goes a Kosi Lapu Lapu with another flicker play, but who's going to follow up on this? What are you doing right now? He's going to be able to survive, and hang on. Here comes the Fanny. There goes the follow-up from a mile away, and there goes Mel patiently from sitting in that bush for 2 years, finally finds out his payout, his reward, and he's going to go ahead and cash that check. They're going to have to take that back to the base as they are in the number advantage.
And you are seeing it 19-12 right now. Ohana Esports leading the way in terms of kills, but still losing these turrets. And that's going to even up the map for both sides. But right now, with this Lord still in play, they are going to most likely kind of wait for this to get to the enhanced version now. You do have a little bit less than a minute to be able to wait on that. And speaking of the game so far, looking at the items, right? The Fanny opting in on the Bloodless Axe and now going in for that Antique to have some physical defense pressure, which is not going to allow her to be the early game at minutes she wants to be. But now that we're trickling into the mid to late game, it definitely can work in her favor, as you are seeing her kind of rotate around the map and try and still find some pickoffs. And now looking at this carry, already has all 3 core items, the Corrosion Sight, also having the Golden Staff and the Demon Hunter's Sword. Can pretty much burst down any of the front lines. But speaking of bursting down, the front line is going to find her and take carry to the caster's desk.
And that's going to be a major loss for them. Your marksman's out of the way, but hang on, Randy Gaming trying to make a play. Isn't going to find anything just yet. And here comes Drax. This is an incredible flank from him. Is that Benny Kitty out there? He's going to find 1, tried to find 2, not going to be able to get it done. But now Mel, Amelia, he's in between 4 members all alone. Did not connect with the G-Condu, but Tig's going to try to find him. The go away. Speaking of go away way, the Dragon going to send Drax flying so he can go ahead and disengage from that fight. But the damage has been done. 2 members off the board for the side of Ohana. They can look to rush this. But speaking of rush, Randy Gaming going to look to rush in one more time. His HP is falling though. Didn't find a kill with the steel throw. He's going to be taken out by Drax the Marksman. For the second or third time this match, he's found the assassin, the Kosi Lapu Lapu. He's going to look to maybe challenge again. He's done this a couple times, challenging plays all by himself, but no, he's going to be quickly bursted out. Drax will find that kill. Gamer going to be forced on the flicker. Lord still low. Unbothered finds Melissa. Shoto is going to find the retribution though. The double kill falls to the hands of the gold laner from Ohana Esports, looking for 3. Finds the triple. Can he find the Maniac? Glue. He's being stuck on like some Elmers. Unbothered trying to find the Maniac, but he's going to be able to disengage. But Mel gonna go find Shoto. Action going on off of that neutral Lord that did still fall into the hands of Yin or Yang. But with that being the case, that Lord is pushing up in the top side though. And right now, with Yin or Yang, with all their members currently off the board, it looks like Ohana is going to be able to quickly make work of that, get that off the map. They definitely bounced back in that fight, losing the neutral, but their gold laner coming online and picking up a triple kill definitely saved them from what could have been disastrous. But look at the considerable play from this Tigreal. Hang on, Randy. Knows that Tig's out of position, not gonna be able to save him. This crack does get burnt out by Randy. He's gonna find the kill on Juice Man on the re-engage, but look at the pin by this Kai. Kosi Lapu Lapu trying to do all he can to pick up a kill. Does find Drax. That's the marksman down for Yin or Yang. Randy back into the fight. Headbutt from Lapu, and then a G-Condu from Mel onto Gamer Magic. They're gonna go ahead and disengage after they found the 1-for-none trade there. Right now, Yin or Yang has to be careful. They've given up a lot of real estate, and they're letting Ohana turn this game back around. They're gonna find the tower here as well.
Yeah, definitely finding the tower and all of the answers right now for the side of Ohana, as you're going to see Randy take down Shoto on this Yi-Sun Shin. 2 members off the board right now for Yin or Yang, and a great game so far from Ohana as they're looking to get their first sweep.
Are looking for the sweep here, but now Carrie finds the Intimidate Tower, but at what cost? As the implosion comes out, they are going to make quick work with him. Immortality will be forced out. Hang on, Wind of Nature in a quick dash. He's still alive, but no, he's going to be taken out by Drax here, but Randy Gaming is going to find Blue. Now he's trying to find Juice Man, but he's not going to be able to get the kill. Now he's running out of energy, taking turret shots, and Drax is going to go ahead and find him. Nail over the wall, but back right over as a double kill falls into the hands of Drax, the gold lane for Yin or Yang, but he has to be careful here. Mel is looking for a play potentially. He's definitely feeling it, and we know he can get it done. Here it goes. There goes the Engage, and a 1-tap off the G-Condu. He's going to take out the Melissa, and they got to do a better job at reading that. And what an immune! He's going to force the flicker as well. Finds the knockup, immunes the implosion. Finally, they take him down. He is making work of Yin or Yang. Luckily, though, able to take him down because he was looking like James Bond for a second. Mission Impossible, making it look possible. The XP from Ohana Esports.
Definitely looking like Mission Impossible out there. He almost pulled that off with that Jumpu, trying to stop that CC, that implosion from pulling him in. But that is Mel being taken off the board right now, 28-21. Looking at the turrets, you are seeing Yin or Yang down to their inhibitors right now as we are trickling into that late game. Right now, looking at the items, this Diggy opted in for the damage route, going for those magic shoes, Lightning Truncheon, Clock of Destiny, getting a little bit of CDR with that enchanted talisman as well. And this carry has built in that immortality, not to mention the Wind of Nature. So you are gonna have to watch out as he definitely has 2 saving graces for these engagements. And now you are gonna see the heavy spin by Akai, and now a stun on him as well, fighting for a potential set.
Wapu Wapu has done this a couple times, and he has overextended, but they are still going to find the kill on Bob. They're going to take out Glue Implosion coming out from Tigreal, but there's no one around. Reverse Time going to pull him back, trying to go back one more time with the immortality, but he's not going to make it far, as they're going to go ahead and take him out on his second chance at life. Here comes the play for the inhibitor, but Muddles is out by Drax. Reverse Time on him. They're going to try and force him out of the way. Shoto, though, looking to do some damage. Dashes in, finds the kill on Diggy, but does get hit by the way the Dragon Immortality pop. They have to be careful here. He is going to be able to get a move and get out the way, but Randy Gaming running out of energy, not going to be able to find the kill, not able to fly. Drax may be able to take him out, no, but all the inhibitors have been erased from the side of Yin or Yang. They have no defense, but the go away now from Drax. He's looking to find a trade, takes out Unbothered. He's going to make him feel bothered, but keep an eye on Mel. He's done it once before. He's charging up. No, wastes all the G can do. Not going to be anything. This might be the end of the action here, potentially.
Yeah, definitely the end of the action, and maybe the end of the game if they're not careful, as they do not have any of the inhibitors left. And you are seeing Randy rush in with the steel cables.
And he does drop Gord low, not gonna commit though, doesn't have the energy, doesn't have that blue buff up. Is what he doesn't have is this coming up in less than 5 seconds, which is gonna be the only reason I believe Juice Man stays alive right there. Mel toying with the opponents, and he's been very equipped on the Cho. They need to be careful with him. But speaking of being careful, he's low, Lord is up. At what point do they reset and get some better advantages here? Because if you take a fight with this low HP, this is gonna be pretty in the favor of Yin or Yang.
Yeah, not to mention 17 minutes in, the longer this game goes, the longer the respawn timers will be. So you have to be careful on being overly aggressive and confident, as that can be exactly what Yin or Yang is waiting on for Ohana Esports to make that mistake. And now they are going to shift focus onto this Lord, but no, it's going to get reset. And now the clash on the top side.
Lapu Lapu trying to make that solo play again, goes for the heavy spin. It is on Drax though. He is low. Can someone just take the final blow, go away? But it's not going to stop the Diggy Bombs. He's going to be able to take him out. Fist crack onto the wall here. Fanny is going to find a kill on the Gamer Magic, killing spree for him. Immortality taken out on Blue. Will he be able to escape? Retribution just got used by Randy. He does not have it anymore. Lapu Lapu with the flicker. This was a very aggressive play. You're in a Kai. You're a tank. What are you doing? But Mel, G Kundu not going to be able to find the play. Wind of Nature. Now he's been caught out by the stun from Gord. Way to Dragon, but it's too late. Misplay from the side of Ohana, but did that buy them enough time maybe to take this? No, they're going to back up and hang on. Look at Unbothered. Look at Shoto. He's in trouble. He's been spotted out. Randy Gaming going to find the kill on him in a recall spam. He used that retribution earlier, but it does not matter. Now that he's taken out the junglers from Yin or Yang, he is going to commit to this, but keep an eye on these scoundrels, on the roaches from Yin or Yang. Maybe going to look to contest. No, they're going to back away, and that's the right call. Not much you can do with Gord and Badang here, but Lord is in the hands of Ohana. No inhibitors for the side of Yin or Yang. Weezy, tell me, is there a chance for them to be able to hold this siege off?
The only way they can pull this off is if Ohana is overly aggressive and they push him before this Lord comes into play, right? We see teams make this mistake all the time. They get overconfident. They don't wait to sink the lanes. They just go in for the fights, which we've been seeing time and time again. We've seen the Akai rush in, use all of his utility for a kill, and now you are going to see Carry burst down a Gord, and Juice World is now going to be in the caster's desk for this final engagement, possibly on the way, but see, Lord is not in play right now, and you are going to see both teams kind of clash it out, still being overly aggressive, as Lord now is going to make his way up the mid lane. Conceal play has been activated. Reverse time.
This Drax, man, bad positioning. He finds Diggy, but at what cost? You take out a Rome, but now you've been taken out by the gold lane from Ohana Esports. Randy Gaming trying to find a kill on Shoto, uses the cutthroat, hasn't found the kill though. Wind of Nature, and now the cables are going to be able to get him out. Way the Dragon coming out from Cho. He's going to try to take out Glue, but no, it's not going to get done. Lord is on the Nexus though. They found a kill all by Dang, and now Unbothered trying to lock onto the Nexus. He's low. Wind of Nature has been popped out. Tigreal trying to do all he can to stop him, but no, double kill is going to lead to the Nexus, and Ohana Esports will take the sweep up against Yin or Yang.
Man, okay, what is going on? Okay, a couple of things to talk about this match, right? You've seen both teams be overly aggressive. It didn't even matter how far you were up or down. They were still overextending all across the board. And it looks like they were just out for the kills, just having a good time. And you gotta love the sportsmanship. But there can only be one winner for the series, and that is gonna go to the side of Ohana, with Juice Man picking up that MVP. It looks like he was able to pick back up that Capri Sun that he dropped. looking at the statistics for this match as well, turret damage going into the hands of Drax with 62%. Looking at total damage, Shoto leading the way, 29% on that Yi Sun Shin. Not your typical jungle, but impressive nonetheless. And that will complete Series 1, Ohana versus Yin or Yang, as Ohana is going to be able to take that win. And I got to say, that was definitely an intense match. I don't know how to gauge that. I guess I'll say going forward, maybe don't be as aggressive and focus more on the objectives, as I could see both of these teams having a very hard time up against these higher echelon teams in the MLSA who kind of wait and play passive and hope for teams to be overly aggressive. We've seen teams go toe-to-toe to 32 minutes, 33 minutes, neck and neck, down to a Lord, battling it out, trying to, hide in the bushes and play very passive. And that's going to be the downfall for Ohana and also Yin or Yang. So nonetheless, good job on taking that win, but I want to see them play a little bit more passively and kind of learn how to prioritize the objectives and not the kills, because that was definitely a game where both sides were just pushing in for kills. I want to say they only took 2 Lords that entire game in 19 minutes. So good job nonetheless. That was going to be Series 1 completed, and that is Ohana for the first time in MLSA history getting the sweep. And now moving forward, looking at today's schedule, we are going to be seeing Zinx go up against Bloodhounds for Series 2, and then it will be Bloodhounds Academy up against Team Chubby, and then to close out the day, Team Abyss going up against Dark Immortals. I can't wait to see what all these amazing teams bring to the table, all live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel. And also, make sure you guys register on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server so you can partake in future events and get prepared with these teams for upcoming events such as the NACT Spring Season, as registration is currently open. So make sure you guys sign up now. But enough about that. Let's get ready for these two teams to embark inside of us Series 2 and see what they have to pull out inside of the draft for the Land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. Grab some popcorn, get some drinks. I'll be right back with you guys momentarily.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give, cause this is just what
want you now. You and I, we can make it up the go. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fire in our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh, it's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm milling for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP Lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again.
Alright, I like that.
We dare.
And action.
We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi. Hi.
3 wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
3 wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm Legend for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team from Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes, and we'll be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals. And I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh, it's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid-lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again.
Right, I like that.
We dare.
And action.
We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi. Hi.
3 wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
3 wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm late son for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team from Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke. And Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause it's just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're a man of saving God. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the control. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I'm on the road, I got the start on my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're a man of saving God. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
No, so turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All you get your hands up, all you raise your hands. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh. It's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm milling for the valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP Lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again.
Right, I like that.
We dare.
And action.
We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
You say hi.
3 wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
3 wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm late son for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are back, the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, to see some amazing teams compete for the second series of the day, as we are looking at Zen X going up against Bloodhounds, the team from Boca Roscoe and Pika Pika. And the question is, who will prevail in this series of a best of 3? After that, we will be seeing Bloodhounds Academy going up against Team Chubby, and then to close out the day, we'll be seeing Team Abyss go up against Dark Immortals, all live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel. Make sure you guys register on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server as well if you want to partake in any of the events that we have upcoming for 2023. And now, speaking about upcoming, 2 teams ready to battle it out in the Land of Dawn. Bloodhounds versus Zen X. And also joined on the desk with me, who will be breaking down these items and keys to victory for your on-point analysts, we have DJ in the building, and I will be your play-by-play. How you doing today, DJ?
Very good, very excited to be here once again. We got 2 great teams going head to head. You know, this is anyone's game. It's going to come down to the practice, the dedication, the draft. And, you know, I'm just excited to cast. And we're going on. We got Bocasaurus taking the first ban. Now we're going to see what is going to be the ban. I know Boca is known to be playing the mage. From what I remember, he's a great Sicilian, great Farja. And yeah, we're gonna see what if they did their homework on their opponents, if they could make the right bans and play.
It's going to be the first time we've seen both these teams go up against each other, but you kind of mentioned Boca Roscoe. That Sicilian main definitely has mastered his skills, and you have to watch out as those comfort picks sometimes can be the difference in winning a game. So one thing about the Sicilian, though, is he takes a little bit of time to rev up, so I think he's very situational So I really want to see what Bloodhounds kind of prioritizes for this draft, as they do have first pick, and it looks like they're going to go ahead and opt in, taking down this Fredrin. Now, looking at other things, the Fredrin definitely is something that's hard to go against. You have the Energy Eruption, that Walking Petrify. Can definitely have an easier time on these objectives, and he also is a good frontline hero. So looking at Zen X, still some option on the board. We typically see that Glue, that Kaja, and also that Joy Walk, but with the most recent patch, maybe some new things on the way. I know a lot of teams have been kind of slotting in the Julian. We've seen a couple teams prioritize the Esmeralda as well, and also Eve with a slight nerf may not be primarily focused, and it looks like Zen X is going to go ahead and take out this 1-1.
Yeah, and 1-1 is a great meta ban. You know, she's very slippery. We've been seeing her a lot lately in high plays, along with certain other heroes. Melissa, we got the carry, these all meta marksmen that they want to look out for. So they see an opportunity to ban a 1-1. You know, I'm not sure who's the 1-1 player in the team, but, you know, you can't go wrong that she's a hero that everyone should be playing at this high rank.
Yeah, definitely having to watch out for that 1-1, that crossbow tank, and pretty much wipe out a full team if you allow her to get those weakness points. And now something that we see a lot in the MLSA, that Joy being slotted down. One of the only heroes that can kind of keep her in her tracks is Suppression with that Kaja or that Franco, and a wise decision. And now looking at what's still on the table, you still have that carry, that late game menace who's able to kind of burst down the beefiest compositions with the speedy light wheels, still able to be slotted for either side. And not to mention the Kaja is still currently walking, and when Kaja walks on the draft, typically you see one of the sides pick it up, which will enable them to pick an assassin and also counter the enemy team from being able to pick up that Hayabusa, that Ling, or that Fanny.
Yeah, and again, Joy is definitely a great ban here. She could definitely be very slippery, clear her lane and gank the mid lane and cause a lot of trouble for the team. And we are going to see an Arlot ban. Thing is about him, you know, he's a new hero. New heroes tend to be very surprising what they can do. They usually have a little bit of strength before they can nerf the heroes. Most circumstances, not all, but, you know, they did not want to deal with any new heroes in this game. So we'll see. We'll see where Sleeps takes the last ban. They are considering, you know, it's too early to tell what they want, but they might want to go for a classic meta ban. You know, like any tank hero, maybe you know, another marksman. They're really gonna have to decide what would be a great ban here. And as the first pick is gonna go to Keep right after this. Oh no, sorry, it's gonna go another ban. They are banning up the Grok. Great ban on the side of Bloodhounds. You know, a high rank Grok, you can make a bunch of plays that, you know, could stop the enemy from retreating with the wall, and just really set up great gameplay that Bloodhounds do not want to deal with this match.
Yeah, taking out that Grok, that flex pick. You can slot him in the XP lane. You can also put him in the roam position. We've even seen him played as the jungler, and the team was able to pull it off. So not the worst option to ban out, but you got to look at what's still on the table. A lot of cards can play into either team's hands, as you are seeing that Glue still available, and also that carry. Now we do know the Glue having that direct counter, that Faramis, who is still walking on the board, is something that will be able to counteract him and give him a hard time to get online. And it looks like they're going to opt in on this Valentina. Now, I'm a fan of this, right? Valentina, one of those heroes who kind of requires a full team to draft around her, as you don't want her to be able to use that IMU and steal your ultimates and use them against you. And taking her off the table, I'm expecting Zen X to possibly slot in an Eve or Faramis when it does go to their side of the draft. But what's still on the table for Bloodhounds is this carry, and the question is, do they slot it in? I know there are a couple of counters that work against it that are still on the board, but a lot of teams kind of stray away from trying to work up against the meta and instead opt in on picking it. So if they are going to slot in this carry, they are going to have to watch out. If Zen X does have a Lunox player or a Harith, they may be able to possibly counteract Sleeps in that gold lane.
Yeah, and then we do Sleeps picking up the carry here. Great first pick, you know, she, and the meta right now, when the most people are playing at least 2 to 3 tanky heroes, she's probably the most devastating, or one of the most devastating heroes out there. Even still with the nerf, you definitely don't want to have your enemy carry get fed and take out all your front line. And as a counter place, as we see here from Keep picking up the Kaja, very good for catching individual heroes You know, maybe if they're planning to counter a Fanny or any really hero that can solo take you out. That's, you know, we do see also a pickup from Chan picking up the Karina. Now they are definitely going for some damage here, 2 magic damage, unless we do see a roam play from the Kaja. It is a little early to tell. And we're gonna have to see what Bokosaurus is either gonna swap or maybe he's thinking of going one of his classical mages that we normally see.
Looks like he is going to hover over that Esmeralda, and he is going to go ahead and slot that in. We kind of mentioned this. Esmeralda's starting to have a little bit more of a showing after the recent patches, and I'm loving that, right? I was definitely an Esmeralda fan back in the day. She used to be one of the best XP laners to be able to get that split push, that sustainability, and also mobility. Exactly what you need in a kit for an XP laner, and I want to see how Tipless plays it out. But the direct counter that we've seen time and time again in the Land of Dawn, Dre is going to go ahead and pick up this Dairoth to burst her down, so it is going to be an upscale battle for the XP lane.
Yeah, and we're already seeing some good lineup picks from the side of Bloodhounds. They do have that carry. She's all the late game that you need to bring down the team, and now they're looking to build a lineup that is going to support her front line and defense with an Esmeralda pick just diving in, taking a lot of damage. And you got Kufra from having them engage, and also great for lining up engages himself. And as we do see a pick from Dairoth with a follow-up Faramis ban. Now Faramis, we don't want to see a Mage Faramis from the Bloodhound side going along with that team. So that was a great ban, I would say, on the side of Zinix.
Yeah, I'm expecting with that Faramis being taken out, Zinx is banking on taking this glue, and I wonder if Bloodhounds is going to realize this, is they still need their XP lane, and they need something that can front line. Actually, no, they have Dre on the XP lane, so they can't take the glue, matter of fact. So, yeah, it looks like they are just going to opt in on being a little bit worried about that Cult Altar, but still looking at what is available, right? They need a roam to be able to seal the deal with that, or not a roam, but something with some CC presence. You can't really rely on the suppression to do it all. That is single target CC, so maybe something to kind of keep them at bay with that CC may work in their favor. Maybe even something like the Xavier, right? He does have good sets with those Mystic Fields, and that might be a possible game plan, as there is no Lolita being slotted up against him. So as long as he can play safe, fight from afar, he can have an easier time providing that set potential for the team. As you are seeing Chan and Keep, 2 direct counters to sleeps on this carry. Chan can kind of rush out and deflect the marksman bullets to the Speedy Light Will, and also Keep can rush in, provide that set potential with the suppression to grab up sleeps on that Divine Judgment. So you are going to have to be a little safe in that gold lane. But with this Kufra being slotted in, Blink, he's going to have that magic ball, a little bit of slow on the way, and also Tyrant's Revenge for the dives. Maybe a possible game plan, but you are going to be having to keep an eye on Dre for this Dairoth, right? He can definitely rush in and break that armor if you're not careful. Dairoth, one of those heroes, the king of the XP lane when it comes to the early phase, definitely able to get the job done and deal the damage necessary. We're seeing a very good early phase comp from Zinx, but we need to see who are they going to slot for that late game damage in the gold lane going up against sleeps on this carry.
Yeah, and we have seen a Sicilian ban from the side of Zenx with a follow-up ban to the Eve. And looks like they are going to lock in the Lunox. I would say that's a great pick. Lunox is probably one of the best mages, probably the best mage for melting heroes specifically. So that's exactly what they need with the Dairoth to counter the Esmeralda. They are going to need some heavy damage to take out the front line. And they have, a good easy access targeting the back line with the Karina, as we do see Bokosaurus considering his famous Farja pick. Yeah, that could be a great counter to Lunox, taking out that burst damage before the damage per second that she lays on the team. And she's also great for roaming. And we also do see a Martis picked up from the side of Bloodhounds going into the jungle. I would say this is a great common draft for the side of Bloodhounds. Now they got all the tools they need entering the game, and so far we are seeing a decent counter from the side of Zenx. But it's going to come down to their last pick. Will they go a marksman? Will they have the Lunox stay in the gold lane? This is the move that they are considering, whether they want to not go with a marksman and be more aggressive in the early game to try to take them out, or they're going to need maybe either a Claude or some sort of damaging marksman that could, either melt the front line. And they are going with it. They are going with a Melissa. That's probably one of the greater picks, as she can get a Demon Hunter sword and melt the team's HP simultaneously. Regardless how tanky they are, she is perfect for that. So it's anyone's game here. It's really going to come down to the positioning, the teamwork, the plays, and we'll see where this goes.
You're definitely going to see where it goes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are seeing Bloodhounds go up against Zinx. This is going to be Series 2, Match 1, best of 3. Who are you guys voting for in the Land of the Dawn to prevail for Game 1? Looking at the draft so far, the Martyrs with the Decimation stacked toe-to-toe up against Karina with the Dance of Blades and also the Shadow Assault. So this is definitely going to be one for the books. We are looking at that Kaja being slotted, that direct counter for Bokarosco on that Farza. So going to have to watch out when he does drop those feather airstrikes down. You have to look for Keep on the Divine Judgment to be able to pull him out. The Esmeralda against the direct counter on that Dairoth Dre. We've seen that time and time again in the XP lane, and I wonder how the story will tell as we are getting ready for these teams to embark Match 1. I gotta say, I'm excited about one thing, the Esmeralda, right? You don't traditionally see it, but I'm even more excited to see the Dairoth go up against it. A little bit of nostalgia from the previous season, so we'll see what both teams have on the board. We know both of them are very experienced teams. Bloodhounds, led by Bokarosco, having Pika on their team as well. And already seeing that matchup that we talked about, the Esmeralda versus the Dairoth. Gonna go ahead and fight it out. A little bit of check of power. Look how low the HP is from both sides. Right now, you are seeing Dre just have the slight advantage in this engagement. It looks like Tempest is not gonna go ahead and recall. Is gonna wait and try and get at least some of this gold from these minions. But Dre does have level 2. He might rush in. He does also have the flicker. This is gonna allow him to take some of this gold, as Tempest cannot take this fight, but no, he is gonna rush in and take her down. First blood into the hands of Dre for the side of ZenX.
Yeah, and you really got to be careful when you're matching in a lane against your counter. I mean, Esmeralda can maybe beat almost any other hero tank, and they would not be able to do that early game damage. And we are seeing a little fight going on to the bottom side. But yeah, going back to the top side, she definitely got to have to play, she can't be fighting early game. Her best bet is to farm, wait for a team gank, and just keep that lane neutral if you can't win it in the end. So, yeah, we are seeing some engagement here, Weezy.
You are seeing engagement in the mid lane. The Cosmic Fission going out by Tokyo, able to make his way back to the tier 1 turret. Now going to recall, need some HP, but wait, he's going to stay in. Maybe use the Power of Brilliance to be able to provide some HP. But in the top lane, you are seeing Dre have an easier time. Not something out of the ordinary, that Dairoth, the direct counter. And now looking at the bottom side, right? We are looking at the carry going up against the Melissa carry, that late game minutes, but Melissa, that mid to late game marksman who can kind of keep heroes at bay with that go away, that bubble that she pops up for those frontline heroes who do try and rush in. And I think it's a really good pick on what they are going against, but you have to watch out for Bokarosco. If he can land that feathered airstrike, the bubble is not going to matter. And now looking at Bloodhound shifting focus over to his turtle, Tyrant's Revenge on to the bush and the stun. Chan getting hit by the feather airstrike is going to get away, but that is their jungler, Karina, with barely any HP. Azura's Wrath going in. Farza is going to do some damage, and it looks like Marty's going to pick up that kill and take down Dre, but fight not over. He is going to take the turtle and now rush in for another one with the decimation. Down goes Keep on the Kaja.
Yeah, we are seeing a great start here initially going on from the side of Bloodhounds, the side that first blood. They were able to secure an objective. I would have to say the fighter jungler does beat the assassin jungler in the early game if they are going to utilize their strengths, in which they are. So it's a great start for the and we are seeing a little bit of a clash going on top lane, but just a little bit of harassment as they can't really pick up the kill. They do got to watch out for that Dairoth damage, and we do see a clash happening mid lane.
Down goes the feather airstrike by Bokarosco, doing some damage over to Tokyo, but not able to burst him down on that Lunox. But looking at the top side, wings by wings, Bokarosco rushing in, trying to get the stun. It looks like Dre is going to dash out, but the flicker with the Tyrant's Rage for the stun. A Business Strike connecting, but not able to seal the deal. Tipless is going to take Dre into the casters as down goes Dyroth. Overall, one engagement from the side of Bloodhounds, but wait a minute, Flicker in. Keep is going to take down Blink with the power of Kaja in the Ring of Order, and now that is an eye for an eye, a blow for a blow. 3-2 on the board, though. Bloodhounds leading the way in kills.
Yeah, and they are as well leading the way in gold. It's a great start. Marksman lane seems to be going neutral. They're both farming. Now, that can go either way depending on the marksman, but I would feel, Melissa can definitely rain on damage on the whole entire team, but will they allow them to get that farm, or will they continue to take on the lead that they have right now for the side of the Bloodhounds? And we are going to see the clash happening at bottom.
You are seeing Blink rush in with the Tyrant's Revenge, giving some zoners. Going to go ahead and proxy this lane. You are seeing Sleeps try and take some damage onto that turret to strip some of the gold, and now Turtle has spawned in. You are seeing the aggro be pulled over there by this Martis. Look at Kaja, Ring of Order, giving some vision and poke damage. Can they secure it though? Karina trying to rush in, but stopped by the Tyrant's Rage. Martis gonna pick up the Retribution, take the second turtle into the hands of Bloodhounds, and now down goes a Feather Airstrike. Keep in a bad situation. Lunox with the Brilliance, trying to escape. Can Keep get away? Barely any HP. Martis is gonna rush in with the Decimation, takes him down, and now trying to get another, but Dre is gonna find a kill on the top side. Dyroth's gonna go ahead and burst down this Esmeralda, and now Tyrant's Revenge rushing into Chan, trying to burst him down, and now Cooper with the magic ball, able to escape, and Chan is going to use that Retribution, trying to escape. Bokarasco on the chase, trying to burst her to the castle. Just can she do it with the flicker? And that is Boka being able to pick up that kill, but now with the overextension and does not have the wings by wings, you are going to see a bad situation for him, as it is a 2v1 with that Melissa and also Keep to be able to burst him down. And Ari's going to pick up that kill.
Yeah, and we are seeing a lot of aggression going on side from the Bloodhounds, as we expected. The only thing is they are lacking a little bit on the top lane with the counter pick of the Dyroth. Like I said, they do got to be careful. And we do see a little engagement happening in the mid lane. And he's easily able to get away. We don't see a big engagement happening there, as we do see a bottom side and top side. We do see, and Wheezy, we got...
Yeah, possible clash on the way. Karina on the chase, using the Dance of Blaze. Is she going to be able to use that Shadow Assault to take her out? Looks like Chan being a little patient, not wanting to waste her ultimate. Is just going to try and do that chip damage, as she is far behind enemy lines. A little bit of distraction in the jungle. It looks like he's not going to opt in for that kill, and that is going to allow Tipless to recall back safely. But over on the bottom side, Ring of Order by Kaji, you are seeing Blink and Martis proxy this lane yet again to allow Sleep to take the tier 1 turret to gain some of the map into the favor of Bloodhounds. And now a fight on the way. Cooper winding up at the Tyrant's Revenge, but Sleep going to burst down Keep before Cooper could even connect. And now you are seeing another focus onto the tier 2. Now they took 1. Can they take 2? Sleeps definitely online and getting overfed, and you have to be careful. That is a carry walking around 1-0-2 KDA leading the way, already stripping down the first turret on the bottom side.
Yeah, and we got about a 2k gold lead, and we see another turtle going in the favor and in the hands of the Bloodhounds, taken by the Martis. It just seems like Zen X is going to be on the defense, and we do see a clash happening here.
You already see the Ring of Order, but get bursted down. Dre's going to pick up a kill. Sleeps takes down Keep, and now you are going to see a tier 1 turret fall for Zen X as Bloodhounds on the aggressive push. Looks like they are going in for more. Concealed play has been called out, but look at the backline. The Tyrant's Revenge rushing into Dre, stopping him from bursting down. Sleeps. Talk about good defense for Blink on that Kufra.
Yeah, great defense. Exactly how you got to be playing it. It's a patient game right now. They do have it in their favor, and they just got to keep it on. Again, only one mistake is all they need for Zen X to take the game away from them. So right now they seem like they've been playing a solid game all around. And they're just going to have to see. We do see a clash happening again in the mid lane.
You are seeing Blink checking the wrong bush, and Tokyo's going to burst him down, but now the Feathered Airstrike able to hit the last mark, and down goes Keep. A 1-for-1 trade, but that was the roam for the side of Bloodhounds lost for the, actually roam for the side of Zinix. So a roam for a roam, an eye for an eye. And now you are seeing the retribution for the slow onto Dre. And now Martis may have bit onto more than he can chew. Still chasing down with Bocarasco and Sleeps. But look at Zinix. They do have 3 members over there by the blue buff to counteract it. The question is, are they going to take this fight? They are sitting in that bush trying to wait for a possible pickoff. 4 members of Bloodhounds down there to 5 members of Zinix. And it looks like Sleep is going to go ahead and take that tier 2 turret with no contest. And right now, they're having all the answers to the test right now. Zinix definitely needing to apply some of that pressure. You can't let these objectives walk without a fight.
Yeah, and it seems like it's just going to get a little harder for them until they can make it just a little bit past the midpoint. So, you know, we are seeing Zenix doing a great job at holding up in terms of kills. They're about 4K lead behind, so they do got to pick out their engagements very carefully as we see the first Lord spawn and being taken in position by the blue. A little clash happening at the top lane.
You are seeing Esmeralda use that sprint to get out just in time, creating the distraction for Bloodhounds to be able to take this Lord as 2 members shifted their focus over to that Esme. Now the suppression, Divine Judgment, already picking up a kill, takes down Tipless. Feather Airstrike going down by Bocarasco, unable to seal the deal. And now you are seeing this Lord into the hands of Bloodhounds for a possible push for some of these tier 2 turrets.
Yeah, and they are doing an amazing job. Like I said, they have not made any big mistakes. And this is how they got to keep it. They're working together as a team. They're taking now the objectives to limit the farm of the red side. Red side knows they cannot engage. They are just way too behind in kills. And we do see a clash happening and taken out. Farja taking out the Kaja. And we're seeing an aggressive tower taken, tier 2 tower taken out on the top side. Feather Airstrike going off. Easy.
Oh, with the flicker, and that is going to be Blink picking up that kill. What a play. You are seeing some great synergy from Bloodhounds, and now the conceal to the mid tier 2 turret. They are going to push that down as well. And I got to say, Kufra definitely living up to his name. Blink. If you blink, you're definitely going to get bursted down, as you are going to see Esmeralda pick up a kill and take down Dre. And that is that die route, that direct counter, who did fall in that process. And now Bocarasco is going to pick up the inhibitor for the mid lane now, leaving only Zinix down to their last turret. And the question is, how long can they keep it? As you are seeing the Feather Airstrike go down, the 5x5 rushing in, being ordered by Kaja, but the decimation and Sleeps with the Speedy Light Wheel is going to take down Tokyo, and now forcing Ari back into the base, shifting their damage over to the Nexus. They are trying to go for this 10-minute finish. You are going to see the go away by Melissa. Martis picking up a kill, takes down Chan, the jungler for the side of Zinix, and they are not done there. Nexus down to about 25% HP. Dre picking up a kill, finds the backline, is going to take down Sleeps.
Yeah, and this game is almost over as the Feathered Airstrike is still keeping on the pressure. They are still looking to take out the last turret. And it just seems to me now the gold lead has gone up to 7K. This is a very dangerous spot for the red team as they're just desperately hanging on to their turrets and getting eaten alive in their base by the over-aggression on blue side with their draft. And it seems like they're taking their gold lead well. They're looking to do maybe one more play, maybe get the next Lord and just end the game. And where, you know, aside for the side of ZenX, they're going to be needing an opening. And I don't see the Bloodhounds giving any.
Yeah, definitely having to watch out, as Bloodhounds definitely living up to their name, smelling all that blood and going for these engagements. But now Dre's going to take down Blink with the assist of that Divine Judgment from the Kaja, and that is the roam out of the fight for Bloodhounds, and that's going to deny them some potential zonage, as Lord is going to spawn in 2 seconds. But looks like they are going to still sit in the Lord pit and wrap their way around it, not going to allow Zenx to push through and prevail. And you are seeing Martis kind of with the motor coils. He does have a little bit of CC in his kit, but is it enough? Lord getting burst dangerously low over there by Sleeps with the Speedy Light Wheels, and now Zinx on the push trying to contest it. You are going to see Martis hit the Retribution just in time and take the Lord with the Feather Airstrike going down. Decimation connecting. Down goes Chan into the hands of Martis. Sleeps getting the kill, takes down Keeps. Fighting out over there. Brilliance being activated by Lunox and getting pick up a double. Martis finds a kill. Tokyo taking down Bocarasco, and now in a bad situation to mobilize. Sleep is going to find his way to Tokyo to burst him down, and that is going to only leave Dre by himself on this die route against the 4-man team of Bloodhounds and a Luminous Lord. And it looks like they are going to go ahead and try and close this out. This is only 12 minutes in, and it looks like they are going to go for that kill. Bism Strike connecting, no, takes down Templess, but Sleeps is going to take out Dre. Keeps spawning in, but not in time. And Bloodhounds is going to burst down the Nexus and take game 1.
That was an amazing game played by the Bloodhounds. I gotta say, they've really kept it going. I would give them a 90% accuracy aside those little little mistakes that they made. And you know, at this point, even a tank getting caught out just before Lord, that was a great chance for a 5 versus 4. You know, your best chance to either take the game and take the Lord and make a chance of a comeback. But we did not see that. And the gold lead was just too much. Once you get carry up a certain point with a couple of items, he is just too unstoppable to kill. And especially with that bot lineup to actually back him up, it was not looking good for the side of the ZenX. Let's hope the second match that they're gonna take in some notes of what they need to improve and who to ban. And I think we're gonna see a more challenging game 2.
Man, talk about a game. ZenX having a hard time, and you are going to see Bloodhounds prevail with the Master of Synergy. That Kufra, let's talk about it, man. That man was on fire, living up to his name, Blink. If you blink, you're taken down by his Tyrant's Rage and Revenge, and I got to say, well executed. You did see the Kaji be picked up, didn't have the easiest game, definitely had a little bit of that struggle coming online, and that's literally a direct counter for Bokarosco, but he wasn't able to find his way into that Feather Airstrike to cancel it out. So you saw Bokarosco also get online without little to none contest. So I gotta say, ZenX definitely need to have a little bit more of a game plan inside of the game. I think the draft was solid, but it was down to the synergy and execution on what got them. And Bloodhounds definitely a team living up to their name. We've seen them compete time and time again last year in the NACTs and already showing the world that they're ready for the spring season. So look forward to game 2, as this is only match 1 in a series of best of 3, as we are watching ZenX go up against Bloodhounds in series 2. Next will be Bloodhounds Academy, their other team, up against Team Chubby in a best of 3. And then to finish off the day, we will be seeing Abyss go up against Dark Immortal, all live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel. And I appreciate everybody tuning in. Speaking of the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, make sure you guys register on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server now if you guys want to partake in any of these future events and get prepared for upcoming official events for MLBB NA. This is the NACT spring season with registration currently open, so make sure you guys sign up. But don't go nowhere, ladies and gentlemen, as Bloodhounds is getting ready to embark back in the land of Dawn against ZenX here momentarily for game 2.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. people probably see us and take us more seriously.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and man, what an insane match for Series 2. Game 1, we were able to see Bloodhounds prevail, taking the match over up against Zen X with some excellent execution and a godly coup for those sets by the name of Blink. And Zen X, I definitely think they're a really good team. They're very smart when it comes to drafting, but execution is what kind of costed them. So going into the second match, I want to see them find some answers to kind of deny the early game pressure that Bloodhounds provided. And if they can find their way through that, they might be able to take this to a game 3. But if not, we will possibly be seeing the second sweep of the day into the hands of Bloodhounds. The polls are out there, so definitely place who you guys think will take the victory for match 2. Bloodhounds going up against Zen X. Joined on the desk, we have the on-point analyst to break down these keys to victory and also items, going by the name of DJ. And I will be your play-by-play to paint the perfect picture on these engagements. How you doing today, DJ?
Very good. That was a great, exciting game going on for the first match in favor of the Bloodhounds. I hope that Zen X is going to take in some considerations on their next bans. And here we got the game going off. We're going to see what they decided after everything's been said and done. In my opinion, I think you can't give up the carry. Carry was definitely a really good hero picked up by the Bloodhounds. As I mentioned, you know, if you don't get her out early and don't get ahead of her, she is going to snowball the whole entire team. So we'll see. Now we got the first pick going on from the blue side. You know, thinking of their first ban, they do have the lead first pick. So depending who they're thinking, you know, if they're going to pick is what they should ban, you know. So we'll see. We'll see what happens in this game.
You are going to see that Fredrin be locked out of the game from the side of Zen X. That walk and petrify at its finest, and we seen the Fredrin banned out last game too for first pick, but that was Bloodhounds who opted in on that. So not the worst option, definitely something very hard to go up against. He has pretty much everything at his disposal, right? The energy eruption, that taunt that can kind of cancel out ultimates and skills, and then not to mention he has a lot of sustainability and also that Appraiser's Wrath, that conal damage to be able to kind of do some serious AoE damage to anybody around it. So I think that's a very strong first ban, and that's what you want to focus on, is these heroes that can not only be walking meta, but also heroes that can be flexed into multiple different roles, as that Fredrin could have been an XP lane and also a jungler, and I'm liking where Zen X head is for match 2.
Yeah, and we're seeing another, again, Arlott ban. We have not had a chance to see him played on in a pro match, and maybe there's a good reason for that, right? They come prepared for the heroes they know. And yes, Fredrin is definitely not a hero that you want to go against. Great to have on your team. He can do it all, tank, do a lot of damage, a lot of CC. So he's definitely one of the meta picks and meta bans. So we're going to see what their thought process is on their second ban. We still have a lot of heroes available. We got the Joy, we got the Glue, Valentina. I mean, it's just a lot going on. For even 3 bans may not even be enough, but you know, you gotta take what you get. And we do see a follow-up with the Kaja ban. You know, Kaja could be devastating in the right hands. You know, overall great CC, slow, instant stun and grab to do a lot of damage. And follow up with the Joy ban. As I mentioned, you are gonna see a lot of Joys being banned during this tournament. Nobody likes to go up against a Joy. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see what they have in mind as their first pick after the bats.
Yeah, that Joy being taken out was definitely a direct response from that Kaja, right? When you lock out one of the suppressive heroes off the board, you have to keep in mind that is Joy's only weakness, and so I definitely got to respect and tip my hat over to Bloodhounds to be able to ban that out. But still looking at what's on the table, you still have that carry who was picked up last game, and definitely a valid option when you do have first pick, especially when that Kaj has been taken out. But Glue is still on the table as well, but you have to keep in mind when Faramis is available, that is that direct counter. Not to mention Valentina is still walking, and I like this, right? They're going to go ahead and take out the Eve. Something we've seen slotted time and time again from teams who do have second pick in the draft. And with that Valentina still being on board, they could have kind of possibly counteracted it if they did slot that in. But you know what? I do agree with it. I think it's an excellent ban so far for the side of Zen X. Definitely something they can work with. And I got to see how Bloodhounds responds. They did take out that Leomord. Now, Leomord definitely can get the job done. He has the frontline presence, the Phantom Steed. to be able to have that mobility and pretty much be that frontline damage that you lean on these engagements. But I don't know if that was the right answer to opt in on taking him down. There are still some options walking: the carry, the glue, and I'm wondering what Zen X is going to prioritize for first pick, as we are seeing Sleeps using the most out of his time. And this is what we like to see as well, right? We like to see teams use the clock. The clock is also available for you to be able to break down in some compositions with your team in the draft. You don't want to rush a decision and then regret it later. Speaking of decision and not looking at the clock at all, it's going to instant lock this 1-1 into the hands of Ari.
Yeah, and we did see a ban going on with the carry. That is a great ban going on for the Bloodhound side. Carries, again, like I mentioned, she will devastate the entire lineups of heroes of what's meta. And we do see a follow-up pick to counter the 1-1 picked up by Blink, the Kufra, ready to just get some Tyrant Rages in there, stop her from getting away. Definitely an overall great CC hero to have on your team. You definitely can't go wrong having a Kufra tank. Considering the pick of Bokasaurus, he takes in the Lunox. We're not sure if he's thinking he's going to go gold lane yet or mid lane. But again, Lunox is definitely one of the meta picks as well, just because she counters the current meta of the tanks and fighters. So we're going to see exactly how Zen X responds to Bloodhound's picks.
Now, that Lunox is not the worst option, right? You have that Brilliance, and pretty much you're invulnerable when that crossbow tank does get activated by Ari. So maybe trying to bait out that ultimate is his game plan. And also Blink on this Kufra. He is going to be able to slow down 1-1 on these dashes with that magic ball, but Tokyo's going to lock in this Valentina. And also something on the table, Atlas is still available, and it looks like they're not going to opt in on it. And I would have probably thought it could have maybe worked, but I guess you have the Lunox there with the flicker submit. It might have been a little tough, so okay, I can see it. It definitely works not picking it up, as they could directly counter it. Still having 3 options available, but picking up that Lolita, right? She is going to be able to use that Bulwark Shield to be able to contest that Chaos Assault over there by Bocarasco on his Lunox when he does try and rush in with that Dark Magic burst damage. So not the worst option. And he also provides that Conal CC with that Numeon Blast to be able to go in and get that set potential. But there are still some options on the board to be able to cancel it out, right? We know the Numeon Blast has a little bit of a wind-up time on that animation. And now, realizing that the Roma has been locked in and Suppression's been taken off the board with that Kaja being banned out, Bloodhounds, with the smart decision, is going to go ahead and go the Assassin route, taking up Fanny.
Yeah, and Fanny, again, we are going to see her picked up in certain high plays. She's definitely going to be going in for the backline. So far, we got 2 squishy heroes that she can target, the 1-1 and the Valentina. Also, they're limiting the amount of ultimates that they are giving to the Valentina. It's right now, as you can see, she doesn't have the greatest selection, so yeah, she could do a little bit of early game damage if they utilize her, but she could definitely fall off, especially not given any ultimates, like for Epharamis, for example. So yeah, so far I'm still in favor of the draft I see for Bloodhounds. I think they're selecting their heroes very well, and we do see a standard lineup, that we see time to time happening so far with the ZX. We'll see. They definitely can wipe the team out if they can focus on getting their 1-1 fed. That in itself, she can wipe out her whole entire team. So we see a follow-up ban from the Akai from the side of Bloodhounds, thinking, okay, what could they go now for their jungler? Maybe another tank, maybe some CC. That's what they want to avoid. And again, a follow-up ban from Farja, from Chan. We're going to see exactly what Templars is going to be banning, but maybe there's still options for either a glue. Oh, and he does go ahead and take out the Dyroth. Maybe that they was a little devastating to them in the last game if they're thinking about picking up another Esmeralda here. And there we see the Esmeralda ban, seeing that, hey, Dyroth was a solution for her last game. And, it's an eye for an eye on this one. We'll see what happens next as Sleeps is selecting his hero.
Yeah, taking out the Esmeralda, definitely not the worst option on the board, but without any suppression in your disposal, you are going to see this Fanny have an easier time for the early phases. We know that is the exact game plan. Get that blue buff, get that Blade of Heptases, rest of the side lanes and pick up some kills. And speaking about answers, definitely picking up a little bit of a cheat code, locking in that Phoveus up against that Wan. We know how well that Demonic Force can kind of proc with those dashes. And there's a lot of dashes on the side of ZenX. Not only do they have the Wan, they also have the Valentina. And if they pick up the smartest, that is yet another dash in favor for Tempest. And I'm liking the way their draft is looking so far. I think the only thing that they really got to do to close it out is have a late game damage dealer to be able to push these objectives in these turrets for that marksman. And I'm wondering what they are going to slot in. But they have a lot of options, right? You have the Claude to be able to get the job done, be able to rush in and rush out, especially with that Numenon Blast that is going to proc. You can kind of get away from it, so that might be a possible plan. And now you are seeing Chan kind of respond back, picking up an assassin of his own, going to lock in that Hayabusa, maybe a Kyrie on the way from M4. I can't wait to see how this works out, as there's no suppression from either side for a direct answer, but you got to keep an eye on Blink, right? He's running that comfort pick on this Kufra, and Kufra loves heroes with the dash, and not to mention Chan. He has a lot of dashes with that quad shadow, and Tempest is just gonna have an amazing time in these engagements with this Phoveus, and I really want to see how it goes. You have to keep an eye on him. Maybe they can bait it out with all the dashes that they do have, but all he really needs is that Elegant Gem, that Clock of Destiny, and he'll be an amazing force on these engagements to be able to pop off and do that AoE damage, and also rush in on those heroes who do have mobility that is not going to work in their favor. As ladies and gentlemen, we are closing out the final draft for match 2. Sleep's hovering over this Leslie and gonna opt in on that for the gold lane up against this Wan, and that is gonna be both teams with their drafts complete. Who are you guys voting for taking game 2? Are we gonna see Bloodhounds 2-0 take the sweep, or will we see ZenX prevail and take us to a game 3? And I gotta ask you, DJ, looking at the draft so far, who are you favoring?
I still have to stick with the Bloodhounds. I like their strategy. I like the Phoveus pick to counter the Wan. Though he is going to be in the XP lane. We're going to see that happen more into the late fights. So they got secureness on that. It's going to come down to who can get their marksman ahead. Because in the early lane, Wan can beat the Leslie. But going on the reverse mid to late game, Leslie can easily pop out the Wan before she could even land her ult. So I'd say it's going to determine which marksman is more focused by the team's lane and who's going to get their marksman ahead. It's going to take a big factor. But aside that, it's, again, anyone's game, as both teams have been proven to play at a very high competitive level. And there's no room for mistakes if they really want to take this, if ZenX wants to take this to a game 3.
Yeah, definitely having to be a little careful though, right? As we are kind of keeping an eye on Tempest on this Phoveus. Everybody on their team has dashes, and I'm wondering if they did this on purpose or they're just not respecting the power of that demonic force. So you are going to have to keep an eye on him. Speaking about keeping an eye on things, you are seeing Blink protecting the gold lane nice and early. Tyrant's Revenge winding up. Gonna go ahead and rush in for that bush, but not realizing Wan is back inside of that tier 1 turret. And now Keep is gonna even out the odds. Both tanks protecting the marksman for the early phase.
Yeah, and it seems like we rarely see nowadays the gold lane and the tank stay side by side, but they do want to make sure that their marksman gets ahead. And we do see a little bit of early engagement poke from the side of ZenX, taking out more damage on the side of Bloodhounds. As I mentioned, Wan is going to be a little devastating for him to deal with early game, and we do see a Fanny coming in.
Fanny rushing in with the steel cables, unable to connect to anybody though, and now look at the Petrify over there on Ari. He still has that Inspire. No, he used the Inspire now. A lot of utility has been wasted. Some possible pickoffs on the way. Fanny trying to connect to Keep, but unable to seal the deal. And now Tokyo gonna take down Bokarosco for first blood into the hands of ZenX. Chan gonna take a kill, takes down Sleeps, and that is gonna be 2 members off the board. Picking up a double, takes out Blink. My goodness, 3 kills into the hands of ZenX 1 minute in.
Yeah, and it's looking already great for the side of ZenX. As I said, we are going to see a lot of focus onto the marksman lane. They do seem to be aware of which marksman gets ahead is going to be a big deal breaker for who's going to take the game. So far, 3-0, getting kills for the Wan, that's definitely not something you want to see. As we do see a little bit of pokes clashes happening on the mid lane, and we do see a turtle spawning now too. So we do see one side of the Zen X ignoring the turtle, and here's a strategy where you ignore the turtle at level 1, going for the marksman lane, and we do see a clash top.
They are going to try and pick up that kill, and now the crossbow tank has been activated, hitting all the weakness points, and down goes Sleep into the hands of Ari, but Fanny is going to pick up that turtle to respond, and now trying to rush up to the gold lane, but looks like Ari is going to go ahead and chip down on some of this gold and get himself fed for the marksman to have that slight advantage, but look at Fanny. Going to go ahead and use the steel cables. Can he connect and get the kill, though? Is going to rush and do some chip damage, but Ari is going to make his way back into the tier 1 base, and now, or turret, and you are going to see the Blink with the set rushing in to keep. Going to use that Bulwark shield to kind of stop him from that knock-up, and right now, I got to say, 4 kills. Zenix taking the lead for the early game. Not something I would have expected, especially when you're going up against that Fanny and that dive composition. But speaking of diving, Tyrant's Rage connecting. Fanny going to pick up a kill on Keep. Going to take down Tokyo as well. And that is a double kill. Now 2-4. Bloodhounds with 2 members down on Zenix.
Yeah, and that was a great sweep that they've had. And we do see a kill from Wan, taking out the Leslie. It is very dangerous to leave her alone. When the marksman is ahead, she can easily solo the other marksman, and this is when we create a snowball effect. And back to what I was saying earlier, that you want to sometimes focus the gold lane rather than the first turtle. You do end up getting more gold, not to mention getting your marksman fed. We see a little clash happening here at top.
We already see the Tyrant's Revenge wind up. Fanny with the steel cables in the cutthroat. Gonna find a kill on to Wan. The gold lane, who was on fire for Zenix, has been bursted down. And now shifting focus down to the mid lane. You are seeing Keep hit with the Cosmic Fission over there by Boca Roscoe. 6-3 on the board. Still leading in terms of kills for Zenix. But in terms of gold, they are still up by about 2,000. So not the worst options. And you are seeing Boca Roscoe pick up this Clock of Destiny.
Yeah, and then we again see more aggression about to happen in the top lane. They just won't let that lane go. It's just the gold lane. They want their marksman to get ahead. And we see a clash happening from Kufra.
Petrified with the Tyrant's Rage. You are going to see Boca Roscoe pick up a kill, take down Valentina, but the fight not over. Crossbow tank activated onto Blink. Ari getting the kill, takes down Boca Roscoe. Fight is still on the way. Ari picking up a double, takes out Blink. Still cables by Fanny. Rushing in, trying to take down Ari. He's going to pick up a triple and take down Sleep. This man is 5-1-2. Not even 5 minutes in. Wan is online.
They are definitely off to a much better start than they did last game, securing now the turtle, taking again that gold lead. If they're going to stay on top of it, it's going to be very troublesome for the side of red. They're going to be back in the turtle position, trying to farm gold and hopefully get their marksman ahead, but it doesn't seem like it's going to happen at this point as the tower goes down just as we about to collide with a gank, with a counter gank about to happen. Wheezy, I think we're about to see some action here, but no, a little bit of safeness going back to farming the minion lanes. They did succeed on taking the tower. They're on it. We do see a clash here.
Bulwark shield trying to negate the damage of that Chaos Assault, and now rushing in. Wan definitely trying to find another crossbow tang, but Newman on blast for the stun. Brilliance activated to get out just in time, but another stun, and Blink is going to be taken down. Mega kill by Arwi on this Wan, and that's going to be 6 kills he has taken so far, not even 6 minutes in.
Yeah, so far they executed their draft perfectly, exactly where they should be, and we do see even dives happening, but there's just not much that... Oh, we do see Leslie popping out her snipe, but not able to get the kill, and we see Boca going in, and we see clash happening. Boca gets the kill and gets a clean sweep, and another clash happening in mid lane.
You're going to see the Demonic Force shutting down Chan on that Hayabusa. We talked about that mobility working against him, and Phobia's finding his first kill of the game. Down goes the Guardian's Barrier, trying to hold off Bloodhounds from taking this engagement, but Tipple's picking up a double with the Demonic Force, going to take out Grok, and now working their way toward this mid lane. They are going to do some pressure onto these minions. And now 11-7, still looking at Zenix leading the way in terms of kills. And also, they were able to take the tier 1 turret for the top side. So Bloodhound's definitely on the back foot right now. But looking at this Phobius, he definitely will be a game changer once he is able to join in on these fights.
Yeah, and we do see not even that much of a gold lead that the Bloodhounds is able to keep. So that's going to be in great favor for them. They're not getting totally snowballed here. We do see a clash happening at the turtle lane. What's going to happen here?
Chan gonna pick up the turtle with the retribution in the quad shadow. Look at Blink Magic Ball. Wan trying to get the crossbow tank. Needs one more weakness point, but he is gonna try go ahead and activate it. Ari getting a kill, takes down Blink. Numenon Blast for the stun and a double kill from Ari to respond. Talk about a good play. 13-7, and now the Ouija Shadow kill going into sleeps. Make that another member down for Bloodhounds, and also the tier 2 tower for the top side. And no, wait a minute. Ari's gonna find Fanny and take her to the caster's desk. That is gonna be 4 members who are fallen in this engagement. Now Phobius rushing in Astro's Eye, and now the Demonic Force trying to get some possible kills. Look at that AoE damage. We talked about it. Once he joins the team fights, he's gonna be too hard to deal with, and now he is gonna go ahead and hit that Malefic Terror. And now Demonic Force is still in play. The flicker, last minute to escape. And Tyrant's Rage over there by Tokyo to respond to kind of peel off and kite them from taking down their roamer. And now that is going to be a good escape from them. But look at the mid lane. Tokyo's rushing in on this Valentina. Now hit with the cast assault over there by Bokarasco and burst it down. Fighting out over though, 2v1. It looks like Bokarasco in a bad situation. Guardian's Barrier hitting him, but unable to seal the deal. But Quad Shadow, and it looks like Grok is going to take that kill still. And that is going to be Bokarasco falling in that process after he did just pick up a kill on Tokyo.
Yeah, and now we're going to see that. Oh, we do see another clash happening there with the steel cables. We do see Fanny get away. Another fight happening bottom. The action does not stop.
Definitely does not stop as you did see the Ouija Shadow kill. Now the Tyrant's Rage to respond, and the Demonic Force going down. 1 HP. Chan not going to dash out, going to run away. Wise decision, and he is going to be able to recall. But look at the airborne knock up over there. Now the crossbow tank has been activated, unable to take any members out though. So much going on the board. Keep with the Numenon Blast, finds Blink and takes him down. That is going to be Kufra. The roam for the side of Bloodhounds obliterated, and now they are going to try and take down Templus over there with TG over there on this Grok. He is going to find that shutdown, and that is 2 members off the board right now for Bloodhounds. Having a hard time on these fights. Sleeps by himself. 1v3 is going to have to give up that tier 1 turret, and now making his way to the tier 2. And you are seeing the Bulwark Shield and also the stun from Keep providing a lot of pressure. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised on this. I was really favoring the draft of Bloodhounds, but talk about execution. Doesn't even matter for the side of Zenex as they are taking everything they want in this game. But Bokarasco trying to change that statement. Rushing in with the Brilliance. Going to find a kill. Takes out Grok. Numenon Blast going down. Tokyo going to pick up the kill. Down goes Bokarasco on that play. Demonic Force has been activated by Templus, and now he is going to rush in on these heroes who do have that mobility and those dashes, but can he take them out? Petrify and the Tyrant's Rage on the way. You are going to see crossbow tank be activated, taking down Blink. Sleep's going to pick up a kill as well. Ari on fire. Templus taking out Tokyo. Look at all this engagement. Sleep's going to take down Ari on that 1-1, and Chan's going to take out Fanny. One-man army all by himself against Templus and Sleeps. Not going to go in for this objective. The wisest decision is just to go ahead and split push on the map, but wait. We're going to see the Ultimate Sniper go out, give some vision. Going to realize the assassin is in that bush, and that is not the route that Sleeps is going to take.
Yeah, and you know what? I see Bloodhounds, they're hanging in there. They did give up a lot of towers, and once you start giving up a couple towers, it's very easy for the enemy team to just invade your blind spots and come around and gank your other turrets. So, you know, but they're doing a fantastic job keeping a gold lead, regardless how far they're behind in kills and objectives. They're only down 2k lead entering the mid game. So this could still be anyone's game here. But I would say Zenex have been executing their plays almost perfectly. You know, but again, they still have no room for mistakes, as Bloodhounds could easily switch the game around with one wrong move. And we do see a Lord being engaged on. We see a position being set up, and possibly a big clash about to happen for who's going to get this next Lord. We do see a contest about to happen from Bloodhounds. Okay, well, I think we're just about to call out some play-to-play actions here, Weezy.
Looks like they are battling over this Lord. Both teams have some decent positioning. Look at Blink winding up with the Tyrant's Revenge, Petrify, and the Tyrant's Rage. And that is going to be Fanny picking up that kill on that assist. What a play. And now down goes the Demonic Force, traveling all the way across the map onto Ari. And now with that ultimate being wasted out, not going to be able to have that at his favor, but he still has it activated. He's going to rush in with the Malefic Terror. Is going to possibly pick up a kill, chasing down Tokyo, zoning them out of this Lord. But look at Grok waiting for a backdoor play. Ari rushing in. Kufer not able to hit the mark with the Tyrant's Revenge, but Sanj is going to go ahead and take the Lord and take down Fanny. Bokarasco picking up a kill, takes down Ari. Newman on blast going down, not able to get the stun. And you are going to see Sleeps pick up a kill, takes out Grok. Not only that, but Brilliance activated by Bokarasco. Temple is taking out Tokyo. Bloodhound's on the chase. Bokarasco finds another, takes down Keep, leaving only Chan again by himself, the one-man army. And they were able to take that Lord, though, and that is a good play over there by that Grok to be able to steal it, even without the Retribution. But is that enough? As Bloodhounds is not even worried about it. They are going to push in this mid lane, realizing Chan is by himself. 4 seconds on the board until all responds back in for this 1-1. May not be enough time for them to take the Nexus, but they will be able to burst down the inhibitor turret for the mid lane. But now Chan rushing in, almost able to burst down Bokarasco. Didn't opt in on that Ouija Shadow kill to seal the deal, but nonetheless able to kind of contest them from pushing inside of their base.
Yeah, and now we do see a switch into the gold lead as they did take out the inhibitor, and the Bloodhounds are now going into mid, entering their late game. Almost both teams should be fully built by now. Again, when I'm going by the draft, I'm still favoring the Bloodhounds, as once it gets to, as you see the items, that Leslie is almost fully built. She can easily start popping off some heavy damage in the back line. So, you know, it's a couple mistakes, as I was saying, is all it takes for the game to be switched around. And we do see a little bit of a clash and disengage within seconds. And here we go, Wheezy.
Blink with the Tyrant's range. Now all teams fighting inside of that bush. Chan picking up a kill, takes down Blink. Ouija Shadow kill has been activated. You're going to see Grok pick up a kill, takes down Templess. Now Bloodhounds on the run, as you are seeing Zinx trying to close it out, trying to pick up some more kills. Cancel Assault going in. You are going to see Bokarasco pick up a kill, takes down Grok. And you are going to see Fanny rush in, shutting down Tokyo, getting a kill. You are going to see Wama take out the Fanny. And now that is a full wipeout, ladies and gentlemen. Zen X on fire. And right now, Bloodhounds not having any answers. All members off the board. And that's going to allow them to take the Nexus with no context and take us to a game 3.
Now, I gotta say, Wheezy, that was an exciting game. All it takes is one wipeout. It comes down to it. And there we have it. We're going to see game 3 happening. Great game played by both teams. Zenx definitely was on top for the longest time. They fell short on one play. And then we see them take back what they deserve, what they worked so hard for. And it just slipped right out of Bokasaurus's hands. As we see in the items, both teams are practically almost fully fed. Mostly on the side for the Zenx. And that was very, very well executed. They did approach the early game marksman lane as they should. They got their 1-1 ahead. She started snowballing, and it was almost too late. Bloodhounds were keeping up in the game. As you see on the pushers on both sides were indeed the marksmen. So, at the end of the day, it's like I said, that lane is the most important lane. They even sacrificed their first turtle just to take out and feed their gold laner, and that seemed to pay off for the most part for the game. And here we have it.
Definitely a good game indeed. Zenx flipping the script and taking game 2. I didn't think Bloodhounds expected that, and honestly, Bloodhounds had a really good composition against them, but it boiled down to execution. Similar to game 1, the execution was not on Zenx's side, but game 2, they found that switch and they flipped it and they came online and they were able to take the win. And not only take the win, avoid the sweep. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a game 3 for series 2 of today. Zenx going up against Bloodhounds. After that, we will be seeing Bloodhounds Academy go up against Team Chubby. And then to close out the day, it will be Abyss going up against Dark Immortals, all live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel. I appreciate everybody tuning in. Don't go anywhere, as both of these teams are getting ready to close it out with the final game of series 2.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end war!
can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Man, what a turnout. 1 for 1 on the board. We are seeing Zenx go up against Bloodhounds. Bloodhounds able to take game 1, but Zenx able to take game 2 with a surprising finish. They didn't have the composition in their favor, but they definitely had the willpower and the execution. And now we are jumping into game 3 for Series 2. Bloodhounds going up against Zenx. Joined on the desk with me have the amazing analysts to break down these items and keys to victory, going by the name of DJ. And I will be your play-by-play to paint the perfect picture. How you doing today, DJ?
Very good. Again, now we're going on to a game 3 that was a surprise right around turnaround of events happening right at the end, and all it takes is one wipeout in a crucial moment and the game is over. So now both teams got 1-1 on their list. They just need one more to win. They're both very eager to win, very serious. So we're gonna see. You know, we did see some carry. It seems like the marksmen, they're focusing their marksmen. They're going for the right marksmen, the carries, the Wanwans, the Melissas, the Claudes. Those are, you know, sometimes the Brody if you want to go a little bit more aggressive in the early game. And we are going to see this go off and see exactly how they're going to adapt going on game 3 with the bats. Starting off with Spokosaurus. Yeah,
you are going to have to watch out on the draft. Both teams even right now, and the winner of this match will take the series. I got to say, Game 1, we've seen Bocarasco and Bloodhounds prevail with a little bit of an easier time. We didn't see Zenx really capitalize on anything for the early game and that transition to that early finish from Bloodhounds. But Game 2, we just seen Zenx come alive. Didn't worry about the counter pick, not even worried about that Phobius with the Demonic Force, who countered almost everybody on their team, and they made it work in their favor every step of the way to secure their spot for Game 3 up against Bloodhounds. And now, while we are on this match looking at the drafts, Bloodhound's going to go ahead and take out Joy, one of those heroes that is very hard to stop. Only suppression can kind of keep her at bay, kind of needing that Kaja or a Franco. And I'm liking the way the draft is looking so far. Still a lot on the table, though. We know the carry's been kind of walking near the end of the draft, and most of these teams have been prioritizing this Fredrin, which we've just seen be taken out over there by Zenx, and still looking at the table of other options available. We haven't seen the Valentina banned out. The Eve has been taken off the board. Definitely some of those mages that can be a little bit of that menace in the mid lane. Other options still available, though, is that Kaja pick. Yes, the Joy was taken out, but Kaja is a direct answer to any of the assassins that can be slotted, such as a Fanny, Hayabusa, and also the Ling. So I'm wondering if either side is going to ban that out. As you are looking at first pick this time around being in favor for Bloodhounds, they will be able to opt in on whoever is left on the table, and you want to kind of pick something that can be flexed in multiple different positions. Kasha's definitely an answer that can do that. A Grok is also a viable pickup. And there's just so much on the table that can still work in their favor. They are going to take out this glue. We've seen how the power of that split can be a little bit of a nuisance to many heroes in the XP lane, with the only counter being that Faramis, and not something out of the ordinary, right? This is just your typical drafting 101 when you are first pick, taking out that joy, taking out that glue, and a good start for Bloodhounds.
Yeah, I'm thinking Bloodhounds may be thinking of, again, starting off their first pick with a carry. They worked out very well for them last time. And I'm thinking Xanax. I'm not sure what they have in mind. They are going to go ahead and keep at it with the R-Lot ban. Personally, I've not even seen R-Lot. He just came out, but, you never know. Someone could be practicing him and they're just not ready for it. So it's better safe than sorry. Personally, I think they should have maybe focused more on what is troubling them. And so far, I would say, a heavy marksman is one of the number one causes for winning teams, like a carry. I'm thinking they're probably going to ban him third, because I don't see blue side on Bloodhounds taking him out as they go in for the Eve. But yeah, definitely, like you said, Wheezy, we do see all standard meta picks that we can set ourselves up in a rank, and it doesn't seem like they're threatened about much of what's out there. And we do see a follow-up with the Kaja ban, leaving many heroes open. I'm thinking we're going to probably see again a first pick carry from the side of Bloodhounds, but we'll see.
Yeah, carry definitely a wise answer, but you are going to see Sleeps opt in on that 1-1 instead. Definitely having a little bit of that aggressive tempo, which is going to allow carry to go over to the side of Xenex. Ari wasted no time, realizes how valuable of a pickup that is. He's going to go ahead and lock that down, and now some other options on the table to possibly slot, right? Eve has been taken out. They are going to go for that Lolita instead. Lolita's a good answer, right? Lolita can definitely directly counter Ari on this carry, so what better way to, instead of working against it, work with it and have it on your side. And not to mention that Bulwark Shield is going to go ahead and block out the crossbow of Tang to give 1-1 a slight harder time coming online, but we are seeing answers responded back from Bloodhounds as well, picking up that Karina, that Dance of Blades, able to reflect those marksman bullets. So I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from both sides of the table, and we are seeing that early pressure from 1-1 with that Inspire, gonna have a little bit of an easier time in the gold lane. Ari need to be a little safer, as you don't want to be caught off guard and Inspire rushing straight into you. But now Esmeralda being locked in by Templess.
Yeah, we are seeing them go with their standard comfortable lineup. They did not go with the carry first pick. They did end up going with the 1-1, as we see 1-1 could be just as devastating. So they're going to need to see how they're going to respond to that. Personally, if I don't like going up against 1-1s, who does? But I like going on Natalia's or something that can instantly get her. And we do see a Fanny picked up, maybe for that reason, just go in and out with the Cutthroat and Cables just to take her out. And it's the biggest threat. I find Karina's great overall as an assassin, as you could build her both ways as a tank and damage. She's still pretty tanky herself. But even with if she's getting hit by the marksman, that's all true damage. So, she's definitely going to have to aim to maybe burst down the carry before he can burst her down. And we'll see exactly how Blink is now going to respond with the bans. They took out the Kufra here on the side of Zen X. I definitely see that there's a tank possibility, and Kufra is a devastating counter to Fanny. So that was a great ban. And we see follow-up from Blink taking out the Lunox. As we see, Lunox is very common. She would be very good against a Karina, very good against an Esmeralda, which they still need to deal with and answer back to on the side of the XP lane. They did answer to her with a Dyroth earlier. Maybe we're going to see a Dyroth ban on the side of Bloodhounds. Again, so far everything has not gone to what I predicted, so we'll see.
Now, I will say one thing that Bloodhounds is lacking is CC. They have the frontline pressure and also the damage provided by 1-1 and Karina to close it out with those low HP heroes of that Shadow Assault. But they need an answer in terms of CC. And you are going to see that Valentina be taken down from the side of Zen X. Not the worst option. Definitely could have been slotted for Bloodhounds. It would have been a good pickup too, considering they would have had that Numeon Blast provided by Keep. But they need something in terms of set potential. And right now, looking at the draft, it's going to be a little tricky, right? If you do opt in on this Atlas, you are rushing into a carry who does have the speedy light wheels, not to mention a Fanny, which will make sure you guys don't have any CC potential to stop her. So they might want to opt in on suppression. Maybe go for the Franco, as it was not banned out in a direct answer to this Fanny, but he will have to fight from afar. And now Tokyo banning out that Valentina. Looks like their game plan was to go ahead and slot up this Faramis and not have anything to use against it. And I think that is a wise decision to provide some sustainability to the kit for Zen X.
Yeah, and I was exactly thinking of them picking up the Faramis. This would be great so they can stop the 1-1 ever coming in and getting blasted, getting their marksman blasted. He can go ahead and protect them. And that's all you really need, is just to make Carrie survive just long enough that she melts each team member within seconds. And then we do see a follow-up ban with the Dyroth. So they did not want to lane against their Esmeralda as they did before, giving more access to Esmeralda, going unquestioned and taking out the lanes, cutting the lanes and helping her team. So we're going to see exactly how they respond. And we see Bokasaurus picking up the Farja for the AoE blast on her Feathered Airstrike, with the Chow, possibly seeing a Chow tank here, maybe to provide some CC against the Fanny. And a great response we're seeing on the XP lane. A hero to match exactly what Esmeralda does, to cut the lanes, to be tanky, to provide that survivability. You know, it seems like, or if not, the Benedetta, we've seen, great high plays, the Benedetta, and it's been locked that she's been very well known to come in the enemy backline with her ult to do a lot of damage, picking up with a Petrify. This does not look good for the side of Bloodhound. I was gonna say, Wheezy, in my opinion, I think I like the draft of Zenx, Zenex, excuse me. What do you think?
Yeah, Zenex definitely looking strong. That Benedetta is going to provide some mobility. Not to mention, Benedetta has that Electro Final Blow, right? She has that option to be able to split push a lane and clear it in its entirety, and also has some sustainability once she gets that Bloodlust Axe in her items. And so definitely one of the heroes you have to watch out for, cutting the lanes to create any opportunity on these neutral objectives. And I think overall, Zenex has everything checked off of the board, right? They have the carry for the late game damage, Faramis for the sustainability, Fanny for the early game pavement for their team to get online, and then also Benedetta for the split push to create opportunity on the neutral objectives, and not to mention Lolita, who will be able to block out the crossbow tank from this 1-1 and also provide that CC with the Numenon Blast. So I think right now Zenex definitely leading the way in the draft, but you got to keep your eyes on the Cho, right? Blink is picking this Cho for a reason. He's going to have that G-Kundo. He's going to be able to kind of upset and set off this Lolita from her tracks when she does try and use that Numenon Blast, which has a little bit of a wind-up. So I'm expecting some big things from both of the roamers jumping into this game. As ladies and gentlemen, this is Bloodhounds going up against Zen X. Game 3, Series 2. Both of these teams taking one win at their favor, and this is currently their final game of the day to be able to close out this series with a victory. Who are you guys voting for taking this final match? As the polls are up there on YouTube right now. And speaking about these teams, they are alive right now, fighting it out, being overly aggressive, as you are seeing Benedetta go up against Tempest on this Esme, a hero that we've seen slotted time and time again now after the recent patches, and I'm loving the return of the Esmeralda.
Yeah, and we are seeing Esmeralda take her advantage of being an early pressured hero. So, they're going to have to, Benedetta is going to have to play safe. A little bit of a crash happening bottom. They still are focusing that lane, but not much going to be happening so much in the early game as they do hog in their towers. We're seeing a little action going on top. Fanny engaging on the... Oh, and we do see Tempest getting away with her shield. Not enough damage being output. They don't have enough tools yet to take her out. A little bit of a clash happening on bottom lane, but not much. Most of everything is just a little bit of damage and, and just poke, really. Just to suppress the marksman farming gold. as we see Wan freezing the lane, exactly what you expect to do in high ranks. So you don't want the marksman to get ahead. We do see a little bit of engage, but the marksman does seem to be aware as Turtle pops up, and we are going to see a little bit of initiative taken on from the side of Bloodhounds. And the mate wanted to take a stop top before.
Oh, wait a minute. An eye for an eye going out. Electo to respond. Benedetta online now with the Phantom Slash, almost taking down Bocarasco, but the respawn is going to drop down the Feather Airstrike. But you are seeing the Co-Alter as a saving grace. Templess not worried about it, though. Is going to take down Benedetta. First blood to the side of Bloodhounds, and now maybe able to pick up a second kill. Look at Fanny rushing in, still cables, cutthroat, finds Blink in the tier 1 turret, is going to emote on his way out, and Karina's going to pick up a kill, taking down Faramis. That is 2 for 1 on the board. Fight not over, though. Keep up against Templess. Fanny rushing back in is going to pick up another kill. Finds the jungler on the side of Bloodhounds, and that is 2-2 on the board. Teams both even for kills, but now shifting focus for this objective. And you are going to see on the bottom side the 1v1 matchup. Wan is going to take down Ari on this carry. Now the Co-Alter being activated. Feather Airstrike going down. Chan in a bad situation. Has to steal cable out. And now this turtle will be reset. And a good play by Bocarasco on the defensive side, holding back them from taking this neutral objective.
Yeah, and so far we see both teams, playing aggressive, playing very cautiously at the same time. But, there's a slight gold lead, again, starting off from the Bloodhounds this round as they are securing the turtle just in line for a team fight. We're going to see if Bloodhounds do find it's worth to engage, and it looks like they're lining up for the engagement.
Karina able to pick up the turtle with the retribution. The way the dragon connecting airborne onto Chan, and now the Numenon Blast not able to hit the mark. Co-Alter has been activated. Feather Airstrike by Bocarasco going down into the Co-Alter. Look at Blink. Jikando slides out of there. And now Tokyo hit with the Shadow Assault, and now the team of Bloodhounds rushing in. Esmeralda is going to pick up that kill. Templess alive on the SB, forcing Benedetta back into the tier 1 turret for the top side.
Yeah, so far Bloodhounds do have a great lead. 4 minutes in, they're already about 2,000 gold ahead. Marksman's ahead. We do see that fight happening top, but there's just not enough damage output for the Esmeralda. Questioning whether the assassin was a good pick unless they could flip it around in the early game. But we still see constant aggression with a lane cut happening from Esmeralda and even going in for the tower. And we see a little engagement happening top with a pause.
Yeah, you are seeing a pause opted in over on the side of Bloodhounds. Bocarasco requesting it, so we will go to a slight intermission. But I gotta say, man, what a match already. Game 3, the final game for Series 2. Bloodhounds up against Zenx. You are seeing Bloodhounds leading the way 4-2.
Yeah, and we just have a little small pause now. Sometimes we may experience some technical issues. But that's okay. Both teams seem like they're just getting it together. And it's still anyone's game, as we see. Even Zenx did have a slight lead. They lost it at one point, and then all it takes is one wipeout. They came back and won the game from last game. Now we're seeing a little bit of what happened in the early game, where Bloodhounds is taking the lead early with their aggressive lineup, and so far executing it very well. And I would say it's very close matchup, Weezy, as Zen X is still responding, not giving so many casualties, living with a little bit of HP in most circumstances, and they're not that far behind, I would say. I would say, 1,000, 2,000, if I remember correctly. And the game is resumed. They're about 2,000 behind in 4 minutes. Okay, still anyone's game, but if they continue to... Oh, and we do see a little clash happening at the bottom lane.
You do see the engagement on the way. Keep trying to rush out, but you are seeing Bloodhounds on the push, and Blink is going to take him down. That is Lolita, the roam for the side of Zenx off of the board, 5-2. Bloodhounds leading in terms of kills, but look at the top side. Templess trying to recall out just in time, as Fanny did make his way to that creep. Didn't realize he was over there in that bush.
Yeah, and that was the chance that if they're gonna have to push, but there's not much they can do, as Wan is taking the engagement on and wipes out the carry. It is not looking good for the side of Zenx. I feel they're not focusing their marksman lane as much as they should, and we see a little engagement happening on top.
You are going to see Benedetta running left and right, trying to avoid the feathered airstrike. A wise play, and Electro final blow into the minions. Talk about some defense. And that is one of the things that Benedetta offers, is that mobility, a little bit of a jack of all trades when it comes to her utility. And now on the bottom side, Numenon Blast activated. Down goes the tier 1 turret. Sleeps is going to pick it up, but Keep is going to burst him down. And right now, you are seeing Bloodhounds on fire, as they are going to also pick up this turtle.
Yeah, so far they're playing a very solid game. They're not being bullied. They don't have to draft to get snowballed. Maybe their weakest link right now would be the Wan, but we don't see that much happening in the bottom lane, as top is getting highly pressured. And there's not much you could do against an Esmeralda. We do see a little clash here in the red zone for the side of Bloodhound.
Yeah, you do see a little bit of a clash on the way. Shadow Stampede possibly going to proc, but no, looks like Fairness is not going to opt in on that. And it looks like they are going to make their way out of their jungle. Zinx definitely on a defensive route, but look at Blink trying to get a potential way of the dragon into Bokarasco right there for the mid lane, but not able to find that set potential. And now Esmeralda putting in some work over there on the top side, being a little bit of that nuisance with that sustainability. Still has that sprint, which she just procced, and now gonna have to kind of get out of that situation. But that was just a distraction, right? She was focusing on the teammates chasing her in the jungle to allow Bloodhounds to push in the tier 2 turret for the bottom side. And now the fight on the way. You are seeing the way of the Dragon Connect airborne, and that is Karina picking up the kill. Tokyo being burst down. You are gonna see Crossbow Ting activated onto Keep, and Sleep's gonna pick up that kill. Down goes Alita. Electro final blow going in. Benedetta trying to find something. Bokarasco flickering out. You are gonna see Chan pick up a kill. Killing spree activated, takes down Karina. On the top side, Templest with the split push on this Esmeralda is going to go ahead and clear up these minions. And right now, 8-4, you are still seeing Bloodhounds leading the tempo in the early game.
Yeah, and there's a lot of bullying happening on the top lane. They just can't seem to deal with this Esmeralda. Like I mentioned, they don't have the heroes. Maybe Benedetta wasn't the best pick if he can get the damage out. If he can't get the damage outpost. And we do see an engagement with Heather Airstrike.
And the way the Dragon, now the Co-Alter being activated to respond. That saving grace. Numenon Blast going down for the stun. Ari going to pick up a kill on this carry. Takes down Cho. Turtle is in play though, and you are seeing Templest trying to zone them out for taking this objective. But look at the bottom side. Sleeps with 1 HP. Chan almost taking him down. Needs to recall out of energy. You already seen the falling star move from Templest, unable to hit the mark onto Keep, but still applying that pressure, trying to slow him down. Bokarasco with the stun. And Keep does have that sustainability, as he is the roam for Zinx, and he's going to be able to get out of that fight.
Yeah, and now we do see 4 minutes later that they're taking gold lead by 2,000 every 4 minutes on the side of Bloodhounds. I don't see this going very well for Zenx. Their only chance is really to take this to the late game and hope that Carry can start bursting damage, ready to take out the Templars. But we see a lot of pressure as they're taking advantage and taking control of the Lord. See an engagement happening here.
You're going to see the Feather Airstrike go down by Bokarasco, as they are going to try and take this Lord for the side of Bloodhounds, able to successfully stop Zinx from pushing into the Lord Pit, and they were able to take that objective. And now, with the offensive tempo, concealed play has been activated by Blinks, not able to find anything off of it. And they are going to try and claim some more of this real estate on the map, making their focus onto this tier 2 turret for the top lane, able to burst it down with no contest, and now going to shift their way into the mid as Esmeralda Templest already starting on these minions. And you're looking at a very hard time from Zinx trying to get online and find some answers, as down goes a Feather Airstrike, a possible kill. Bokarasco taking out Ari way far in the yonder, and also they are going to take the tier 2 turret for the mid lane, leaving Zinx down to their inhibitors with the Lord pushing in on the bottom side. Falling Starman going in by Esmeralda. Templest in a bad situation now. A little bit of an overextension, but they are able to take the mid inhibitor for Bloodhounds. Ray the Dragon connecting for the CC. Keeping a bad situation. Numenon Blast not enough to stop the team. And Bloodhounds is going to burst him down. Karina taking out Lolita. And Lord still making his way slowly up the bottom side.
Yeah, and they're doing a great deal of freezing the lane. And we see more engagements.
You are seeing some heavy engagement on the way on this contest for a possible finish. Bloodhounds overstaying their welcome. You're going to see Benedetta pick up a kill, takes down Bokarasco, but taken down himself by Sleeps on this 1-1. And now Lord has been bursted out of the game, but look at the inhibitor for the bottom side. Sleeps is going to pick that up, leaving them only with the top inhibitor, going in for the last Soko altar being activated. Still Cables rushing in with the cutthroat. Champ picking up a kill, takes down Sleep the marksman for the side of Bloodhounds. Numenon Blast going down, not able to connect for the stun. Templest in a bad situation, no 1v4. Keep is going to take him down with this Lolita, leaving only Karina by herself, as Blink is going to go ahead and recall back to the base. but they were able to take a lot of these kills and translate them into objectives, as now ZenX down to that one last stand, the last inhibitor turret for the top side.
Yeah, and so far, again, Bloodhounds is perfectly executing their plays here. They take on the advantage, they're taking the inhibitors, they're freezing the Lord lane, and they're just not going to wait till late game happens where the game can turn around. Again, they got to just watch out for these little mistakes. You know, they got to stay synchronized, don't go too deep into the enemy base, stick with your team, stick to the plan, and they're very close by having this game in their hands. So we'll see what happens, but so far, I gotta give it. Oh, we do see a little clash happening here.
You did see Wanwan trying to get those weakness points, but Benedetta with the mobility able to get out. But Karina finding her on the backdoor play is going to burst her down. That's going to leave one member out of the table for ZenX, and a good push for Bloodhounds if they do want to take this engagement. But you are going to see this Luminous Lord spawning in 20 seconds, and I think the wisest decision is to play this a little passively. Wait for them to overextend, take this Lord, sink the lanes, and go for the possible early finish.
Yeah, exactly. And right now, there's just not much that they can do to stop the Bloodhounds. They're just not there in damage. They had a total of 7,000 gold lead on them. There's absolutely nothing going to stop them from taking this Luminous Lord. It's just a matter of time that if they can synchronize and stay playing their game and not get caught, it's just a moments away from earning their third or second victory for the game.
It looks like both teams are clashing it out, as this is 1-1 on the board. The winner of this match will take Series 2. With all of this on the line, you are seeing ZenX on the back end, holding on to their last inhibitor. And right now, Bloodhound's looking very strong. You are going to see the flicker play in with the way of the dragon. But wait a minute, Blink overstaying is welcome. And that is going to be Ari bursting him down with the speedy light wheel. But down goes the inhibitor turret for the top side. Crossbow tank has been activated, but running into the base. Cole Alter as a saving grace, the direct counter. A good pick on that Faramis to save the team now. Fanny rushing in, trying to get a pick off with the steel cables. Look at how fast she is rotating with that mobility. But you are seeing Karina with the retribution, trying to slow, rushes in, going to take her down and get a killing spree. And now look at Laura crashing into the Nexus. Feather airstrike going down by Bocarasco, trying to take the team out with the AoE damage of that 5x5. Lord with half health, same with the Nexus, and looks like the side of Bloodhounds will be able to prevail as they are going to go ahead and burst it down. And ladies and gentlemen, Bloodhounds takes Series 2.
That was very well played and executed by the Bloodhounds. Great draft pick. I gotta say that I was a little iffy of it from the beginning, but seeing how they executed that perfect CC, they could not get rid of the Templars on the Esmeralda. Again, we see the marksman pushing from the side of Wanwan. As side of ZenX, it was all, the assassin side lane could do was push, but it was just not enough. They could easily get to the lanes. Side pushing was not an option when you need every single teammate to stop the pushes on the other side of the rest of the map. And I couldn't say this game was almost flawless. I would say a good 95% well played from the side of Bloodhounds. A very well-deserved victory.
Definitely well-deserved and hard-earned, as both those teams are clashing it out on the final game for Series 2. 1-1 on the board, but Bloodhounds was able to prevail with the almost flawless finish stated over there by DJ, and you got to give them kudos, right? Even looking at their draft, the Cho was slotted, not the easiest thing to go up against the composition that they worked around, but they were able to make it work, and it's just a battle of synergy and communication. The draft is only half of the fight, right? But it's up to the players to optimize what they slotted in those roles. So overall, Bloodhounds, I'm looking forward to seeing you guys in the NACT spring season and also in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy as we prevail through Season 2. But ladies and gentlemen, the show does not end here, as we still have 2 amazing series on the way. We've seen Bloodhounds go up and take the victory, but now Bloodhounds Academy, their second team, led by Exio coaching them, is going to go up against a team from the Wild Wild West, known in the Land of the Dawn and specifically in the MLSA, Team Chubby. And then to finish off the day, we are going to be seeing Abyss go up against Dark Immortal, all live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel. And we appreciate everybody tuning in. So definitely don't go anywhere. Get ready for Bloodhounds Academy and Team Chubby to embark for the Land of Dawn in Series 3.
Travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to M4!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause it's just what I made it now, I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch your sky, you're a man of saving good. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your age? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're a man of saving good. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh. It's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm milling for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP Lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again.
Right, I like that.
We dare.
And action.
We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi.
Three wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
Three wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm Legend for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team for Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless with the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch your sky, you're a man of saving God. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be as strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it better. Don't let me down, don't let it off. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're a man of saving God. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be as strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All you get your hands up, all you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and man, some insane series already. Halfway done with today's show. 2 series off the board, and now looking at the schedule, 2 more series on the way. Bloodhounds Academy going up against Team Chubby, in a best of 3, and then Series 4 will be Abyss versus Dark Immortals in a best of 3, all live in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel. And also make sure you guys register on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server to be up to date on ongoing events and so much more with the active community that we have built along the way. But speaking about along the way and right around the corner, we do have Bloodhounds Academy going up against Team Chubby. Bloodhounds Academy led by Exio leading the way, coaching on the professional scene, up against Team Chubby, a team that has been known time and time again in the Land of the Dawn from the Wild Wild West, dominating and definitely higher elo when it comes to mechanics inside of these matches. And we definitely have a show on our hands. But speaking about the show, look at the caster's desk. We have the on-point analyst breaking down the keys to victory and also these items. Master Rim is in the building from the MLSA staff, and I will be your play-by-play to break down these engagements and paint that perfect picture. How you doing today, Rim?
I'm doing great, shout out to everyone. Happy Valentine's to y'all. Make sure you treat yourselves, treat your, your significant other if you have those. But there's no love here in the Land of Dawn, right? These teams are going at it, trying to see who's gonna take that victory, right? We do have Bloodhounds Academy going up against Chubby, two very strong teams. I know Bloodhounds Academy has been, ranking consistently, putting in that work and trying to strengthen up their lineup wherever it's possible. So I'm excited to see what they're capable of, right? But looking at Chubby here on the red side, I'm excited to see them perform. Every time Chubby has hit the Land of Dawn, they've put on some really good performances in terms of their drafting, and then being able to not only draft well, but execute the draft well in game as well. So that's also something that I'm looking forward to. We do see the side of Bloodhounds banning out their Martyrs as their first ban, and rightfully so, right? He's always been consistently strong. He never totally fell out of the meta. He still has his position there, and he's still able to get that job done, whether you slot him into the jungle or even if you send him back to that EXP lane, kind of where he's known for, right? And speaking of EXP lane, Weezy, this patch, right, it's opened up so much more room for certain EXP laners to be revived from their little slumber there, right? We did see the Esmeralda making her way back, and she's been having, I would say a 50-50 time. It comes down to execution and how well that Esmeralda is able to clear those lanes and rotate around the map, right? We did see the Julian being played a few times, so I'm liking how this patch has opened up the doors for us to see a lot of new things and see some familiar faces kind of come back and remind us why they were strong or why they were dominating in the first place. So I'm excited for that.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited as well. Like you said, a lot of heroes that had that eternal slumber have been awakened with the recent patch notes. That Esmeralda we've seen kind of dominate with that sprint, that sustainability. It was definitely a great force to be reckoned with, and I'm excited about that. I know when I jump back into ranks after all of these scrims, definitely going to be pulling her back on board in the XP lane and maybe working toward that Supreme title that I was shooting for right before they hit her with that big nerf. But speaking about picks and bans so far, right? Looking at Bloodhounds Academy, they took down the Martis and also the Hayabusa. And I'm wondering what the game plan is, right? Hayabusa not typically something you traditionally take out, especially when that Kaj is still on the table, that direct counter with that suppression. But it looks like they are going to try and limit the junglers from the side of Team Chubby.
Absolutely, and it's not a bad call, right? If you limit the junglers here, you kind of just open up counters, so you play against things that you're comfortable going against, right? And two good bans coming out there with that glue and that Kaja. I'm never comfortable going against either one. They apply so much pressure, not only in their lane, but basically wherever they are on the map, right? We do know Glue's that EXP laner. He's able to successfully 1v5 if things go too well for them, right? So that is something that he's always been consistent with in those team fights, that split, being able to not only poke and give some peel, but deal damage and have that sustainability as well to get out of those sticky situations, right? And then you look at the Kaja there being banned now. We all know why he's banned. That Divine Judgment basically secures your death, right? But there's a lot of things still open on the board, right? The Farsa is still open, the Yve is still open, Carry is still open in the draft. So there's a lot of things that Bloodhounds Academy can pick up here for their first pick.
And we are looking at the first ban phase be completed from both sides. And Carry did walk, and I'm wondering if they're going to slot that in. But no, they're going to go in for the Fredrin instead. And you know, honestly, I would prefer the Fredrin over the Carry, just because Fredrin doesn't really have as many answers. And he's an overall solidified jungler. And I think that's a strong pick from Bloodhounds Academy. But the Carry can burst him down. And it looks like that might be the game plan for the side of Team Chubby. But Bloodhounds Academy can still go in for some counter picks. They can pick up that 1-1. To have that aggressive tempo in the early phase to shut that Carry down from getting online. They can also go for, you know, what we kind of see overseas, that Harith and that Lunox to go up against it as well. So I'm liking what I see so far, and this is what happens when you ban out that Valentina, right? We did see that Joy, and we did see the also the Glue be taken out, but when they took out that Valentina, they opened the door for Bloodhounds Academy to opt in on this Fredrin, and now they are going to have some great CC and frontline potential. And now, speaking of potential, you talked about the patch momentarily. Rim Skills is going to pick up this Julian, somebody that we haven't seen too often until the recent patch today did go live. And now, with this Julian in full effect, I really want to see how he plays out in this composition. He is one of those heroes at level 3, has all of his skills available. That ultimate on the enhanced version of skill 1, 2, and 3, the sword, the scythe, you name it, it will be there, as well as the chains. And Namikaze picking up something that got a little bit of a nerf, but still doing an insane damage and also controlling the whole area if you do not have a potential pickoff. Namikaze on the eve.
Absolutely. And speaking of these picks here, is that a her name is escaping me there, but
Edith?
Anjing Will there, that Edith. Yeah, see, we haven't seen her so long. These heroes become so forgettable in names, right? But they're gonna go ahead and lock that in. It's a strong pick, right? It could be in that gold lane. However, I don't think that's where it's going to go. I think most likely it's going to be in that roam position, but it can also be flexed into that EXP lane, right? So there's possibilities for them. But the side of Chubby did go ahead and, like I said, lock in that Julian. It's going to go in the jungle as the Eve was already secured for that mid lane, right? But I wouldn't secure him for the jungle. Actually, yes, they did lock in the Lapu Lapu. I was about to say he could be flexed in that EXP lane as well. And I like picking up this Lapu Lapu, right? But I have yet to see how he's performed since he received his nerf. So I'm expecting Poiser there to show me some amazing things and show us that Lapu Lapu still has a shining spot in this meta, right? That he's still up on that pedestal that we've all kind of placed him on in terms of being able to dominate, not only in that laning phase, but being really useful for these team fights as well with that Brave Fighter stance, being able to jump into that back line and provide some stunts, right? And even though he may not necessarily be going in for the kill, having that CC, that pressure, and that AoE stun sometimes is all your team needs to be able to burst someone down when the focus is there, right? So I do like that coming in, especially with Nami there on this year, right? She has the slows, she has the utility, and she has the zoning, which I think is going to pair up very well. And looking at the side of Bloodhounds Academy, they have these heroes that's kind of required to get up close to you in order for their skill to take off, right? The E that she has to dive in to be able to knock you up and throw you back. The Faramis, he has to dive in to be able to get those hooks to pull you back to the team. And Fedrin, for him to do his CC, he kind of has to be up in your face to crowd control you, right? So I do like the answers coming out there. But speaking of answers, looking at the bans coming in, we do see that Grok being banned out on the side of Bloodhounds Academy, right? And I'm not too sure why. Maybe they don't want to go up against that Eve Grok combo, as that is something that's deadly. But it seems like they're banning out the diving roamers there coming in for the side of Chubby here. So I see why, right? They're hovering over the Lolita right now. So it would make sense. It would make sense.
I am loving the way this draft is going so far, and this is talking about paying attention to current meta and current patch notes. Natan did get a recent buff, definitely huge in that department, and we are going to see Darius for the first time in the MLSA pull him out, and I'm excited to see how this goes. But look at that direct counter, a smart answer over there from Bloodhounds Academy. Talking about answers, they are going to use that Bulwark shield on that Lolita, but wait a minute. Now, I don't know how I feel about this. The Hanabi, am I missing something? Are you serious right now? That is going to be X picking that up against this Natan for the gold lane.
Now, I always like to give Hanabi some credit. I think she's one of those marksmen, especially with her recent revamp, right? People still say that she's not that ideal, but I do think once played well, we were having a discussion earlier, right, where we figured out that no matter what shield she gets, she'll have the crowd control immunity. So pairing her up with that Lolita, she would have that going for her, as Lolita's passive does provide that shield, right? So not only would she have that, she would have the safety of her first skill as well. And looking at the composition from Team Chubby, they do have a lot of dive and CC, so that is gonna help her, right? But like I said, she's one of those marksmen, high risk, high reward, right? And if she's able to safely get online, the side of Team Chubby, they're required to group up, especially with Darius on this Atlas, right? They do have that team fight composition. So I'm looking to see a lot of team fight participation coming in from all of the members, maybe not so much Nami there in the EXP lane, as we do know that they're usually solo for at least 50% of the game, right? But it works, right? The side of Bloodhounds Academy did lock in that Lolita. They have the Luminum Blast. They do have the sustainability with the Faramis there being in that mid laner. And then they do have that AoE damage coming in from X on this Hanabi, right? So I think in terms of drafting, I would say it's a very even draft. I think there's answers to picks on both sides here. So it'll come down predominantly to the execution.
Spitting facts. Definitely true. It's going to come down to execution for sure, as we do see some answers on both sides of the table. But one thing I will say about Bloodhounds Academy that they are lacking is mobility. They have a very slow movement, right? So they are going to have to be a little careful on how far they overextend for some possible pickoffs. And speaking of extending, you are seeing Darius over there on this Atlas kind of rushing in, hoping for the most, but taken down by half of his HP. Needing to play safe, as that Atlas requires level 4 to really be a threat, and that is one of the things that he kind of falls off for in the early game. You need to rotate and get your level 4 prior to this first neutral objective if you do want to be able to provide that set potential and go for this first neutral objective.
And that's the one condition for Chubby, right? They have that team fight composition that I mentioned with the fatal links there. And there's only one Purify on the side of Bloodhounds Academy, right? So that is something that he can depend on. And looking at these heroes there, they don't really have that immunity or that Purify in their kit. So he can definitely land a good fatal links there. For Yves to go ahead and just drop that railroad manipulation on tap and then layer that crowd control, right? But it's like you said, he has to play for that level 4. And while they're waiting to get to that spike, I want to see them put some pressure against the Hanabi. Yes, she does have potential to scale into that late game, but it still is a Hanabi, right? So I need to see them put some focus there and shut her down. But speaking of focus,
Anjing will force to use the flicker out. Almost a tricky situation, as you see in the side of Chubby. Noticing she was very low in HP, and now that is going to be the aggro pool from the side of Chubby for the first neutral objective. You are seeing the engagement on the top side. Bravest Fighter, Raging Slash going in, unable to seal the deal. Anjing will, again, able to get out with barely any HP, but look at the Lord. Skill's going to be able to pick it up. That is going to be a kill. First blood. Fredrin picking it up, takes down Atlas into the hands of Bloodhounds Academy, and now you are seeing that manipulation dropping down, trying to take down Atsuki over there on this Fredrin, but he is going to be able to escape. You are going to see the knock-up over there onward by this Fredrin, but Skill's going to take down Anjing Will. 1 for 1 on the board, but Turtle going to Chubby.
and that's a really good trade, right? They got the kills, they have the turtle on their side, and it's like I was saying about this Lapu Lapu. I wasn't sure how he was going to perform after his nerfs, but we do see Nami there being able to execute him pretty well, right? Looking at some of these core items being picked up, we see a lot of just early damage and core items being picked up, not so much defense, only coming in from the side of the Lolita there, as well as that Fredrin, right? Going in for that Molten Essence there, for that burn. But speaking of burn,
you are seeing engagement on the way. The Fatal Links connecting for the one-man set. Airborne on Hatsuki. Down goes the Numenon Blast for the stun and manipulation to respond. Hatsuki getting a kill, takes down Julian, and now you are seeing the Tan rush in, trying to do some burst damage. But the question is who will prevail. A lot of enemies on the board so far. Poison gonna kill, takes down for Ramis. Namikaze is gonna go ahead and take down X on this Hanabi. Anjing Will taking down I on the Eve. A lot of members falling left and right. 3-3 on the board. Both teams even in terms of kills.
Absolutely. And speaking of even, I was liking the rotations coming in from both EXP laners. They're right, both very present for these team fights. And that's what I like to see, them having that answer. And speaking of having an answer, taking down this Atlas there in the bot side. And it's like we were saying, he's one of those roamers that has to play safe, right? He's not really that tanky until he secures that first item at least. But speaking of things being secured, now that they're putting that pressure on Anjing there in the EXP lane. And that's what happens when you lock in these kind of non-conventional heroes, right? They kind of depend on that spike to be able to perform and put up a fight. But speaking of performance here, we do see Bloodhounds Academy already going in for this turtle, but a team fight.
Non-blast going down for the triple set. Hatsuki picking up the turtle with the retribution inside of the manipulation. Getting a kill, takes down Darius on the Atlas. You are seeing the Raging Slash rushing in. Hatsuki picking up a double. Is going to go ahead and take down this Lapu Lapu. And now, fight not over. Om's going to pick up that double, taking out this Eve. And not a double for that Frederick. He was able to take the turtle on a kill. But overall, leading the way, Bloodhounds Academy. 7 kills in the game. And they were able to take that turtle.
Absolutely, and I like this for Ramus. The cold altars has been saving them so well. The timing of it just shows that he knows what he's doing, right? He's not being baited out. He's using it at the right moment in these team fights. Like after the Darius uses the fatal links and some damage is being dished out from the real world manipulations initial burst, that's when he's popping that ultimate. But ultimates,
You are going to see the triple set, and now the entropy over there by this Natan, trying to pick up some kills. Numenon blast to respond, going down to Praise's Wrath. X picking up a kill, takes down Darius on this Atlas. And now without a roam, you are seeing the concealed play on the way. It looks like Bloodhounds Academy decided to pull back their punches in that fight.
it's not looking too good for the side of Team Chubby, right? They have to wait for some more items to be picked up here, right? So looking at the items so far, we do see Hanabi already securing that corrosion scythe, right? And for Ramus there, being able to lock in that enchanted talisman as well as that cooldown reduction boot. So he's going to be able to use those cold altars a lot more, right? We do see Blaze picking up that dominance ice. That's going to help against some of that lifesteal that's going to be coming in from that Lapu there for the side of Team Chubby. But looking at what they have going for them, the Eve did also secure her first item, as well as Natan. And but speaking of damage here, we did see a little, tussle, but that's a Frederick, right? He's able to get out of situations like that and not really be punished. But we are going to see them making their way to this third turtle.
Definitely shifting their focus over to the objectives. They're able to take the second turtle, and now looks like they may be able to get the third 2 turtles on their side. Hatsuku is going to go ahead and get that retribution just in time, and now ult being activated from this Ramus. Down goes the Numian Blast for the kill. Blaze takes down Darius on this Atlas. 0, 5, and 2. KDA having a very hard time on the roamer for Team Chubby.
And that's because the damage isn't there for those fatal links, right? But speaking of damage, Bloodhounds Academy doing some more.
They are going to take the tier 1 for the mid lane and also take a kill as X is going to take down Skills with this Hanabi. Talk about skills, but not on the side of Chubby. And you are going to see another turret fall, but this time Chubby was able to take that with Natan, making the most out of the separation, taking the tier 1 for the gold lane.
And that's what you need, right? You need a little bit of trades and response right now. Looking at the kills for both sides, Bloodhounds Academy having 7 kills ahead and 2K gold lead, right? But they do have the potential to come back. And we're already seeing that happening here in the EXP lane, where Nami is being able to hold their own in that EXP lane. But speaking of holding their own, Poiser,
gonna go ahead and use the entropy just in time to escape that gank and also clear the minions over there with that interference and super positioning. And what a play. Talk about the utility that Natan has to offer when it comes to the 1v3 situations. And now it looks like Natan is gonna go ahead and swap lanes over there with Namikaze.
and that's a good response, right? If the side of Bloodhounds Academy doesn't also respond to this swap, that's going to be putting your Hanabi up against them, which is kind of a bad idea. But speaking of bad ideas here, we see Darius
in a bad situation again, not finding any answer so far, almost getting bursted down. Numian Blast, a little bit of a premature ultimate, but Hatsuki is going to find a kill, takes down Darius, his 6th death of the game. Right now, not really having a strong presence on the map for his team. And with him down, that is going to be their roamer, not able to provide that frontline presence and that set potential, as we are seeing Lord spawn in. And again, Bloodhounds Academy shifting their focus over to what matters on this objective.
Now, I know as the roamer, you're supposed to be the one tanking the damage for your team and most likely, you know, sacrificing your own life there to make it easier for your team, right? But at some point in time, there's a thin line between, you know, these intentional deaths and you saving your team by sacrificing yourself and, you know, almost kind of feeding, right? You have to make these engages as that roamer to be able to read your team, right? If you don't have the damage coming in yet, wait for your team to pick up some of these more core items so they'll be able to dish out a little bit more so they can follow up, because you are the frontline presence, and if you're being bursted down before you can even find that initial set, you kind of just leave your team a little lost, right? Because they don't have that protection, but they did have the defense on the side of Team Chubby, being able to burst down that Lord. And we do see some good positioning coming in from the side of Bloodhounds Academy, right? Looking at these items as we are 10 minutes into the game so far, Hanabi being able to secure her second core item, gonna build into that golden staff as her third, and she's gonna be dishing out a lot more damage with that concerned, right? Faramis there did secure that lightning truncheon, so he has that cooldown reduction as well as that burst coming in. We do see Fedrin building the tanky route as we know him for, kind of matched up in terms of what him and Lolita has at the disposal with that magic as well as physical defense coming in. But looking at Team Chubby right now, this Natan locking in 3 core items, right? He does have the attack speed as well as that magic penetration as well as some sustainability. But speaking of sustainability, a team fight here potentially.
You are seeing Darius rush in. Oh my goodness! With the killing spree and X as well. Takes out Eve, takes out Poiser. Hatsuki taking out Darius and only leaving Namikaze by himself with the Raging Slash, but not enough. And they're gonna find a wipeout with Hatsuki on the double kill. And talk about a turn of events. What a play, a huge clash in favor for Bloodhounds Academy with the wipeout, and now they are going to push in for this Nexus as all members are down for the next 3 seconds, and they will be able to take this turret with no contest. They may be able to take the Nexus. Atlas with the Fatal Links, not in time though, and ladies and gentlemen, Bloodhounds Academy takes game 1.
Again, man, I have to give it out to the Hanabi pick, right? We were questioning it before, but we saw that she was able to survive in her lane and still be able to, you know, get these items, to be able to farm some more. And that's all going to come down to the rotations that we saw coming in from Blaze as well as there on this Faramis fight. We did see Fedrin being able to secure those objectives. He did go ahead and secure that MVP, right? Looking at the statistics right now, for the side of Team Chubby, we do see Nami having some more presence across the board, and that's again thanks to that Lapu Lapu, right? And it's like I said, I wasn't sure how it was going to perform in this match. And even though they did go on the losing end, he was still able to remind us that Lapu is still kind of strong, right? We do see the Sanabi with that 68% tower damage coming in there. And their overall team fight participation coming in from the side of Bloodhounds Academy, pretty high in terms of all of the members here. It's pretty balanced out. And again, I love the rotation I saw coming in from the mid laner, the roamer, as well as the jungler there, and both side laners being able to do their thing, hold their lane, and still take their team to victory in this first game.
What a play, and talk about a fancy finish, a wipeout to take the Nexus in only 11 minutes. That's not the easiest thing to pull off, and kudos definitely goes over to Bloodhounds Academy on that glorious finish, but that's not the end of it, ladies and gentlemen. This is a best of 3, and Team Chubby, the team from the Wild Wild West, knows how to kind of live up to their name, and when their backs are against the wall, they know how to turn the tide in their favors. So the big question of the day, and I'm going to extend this out to everybody on YouTube as well, who are you guys voting on game 2 for this amazing series? Are we going to see Chubby turn it around and take us to a game 3, or will we see Bloodhounds Academy stay strong and get the sweep? Find out here soon, momentarily, as both these teams are getting ready to embark back inside of the draft for match 2.
can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They've been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Call me Sharpie, what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes and we'll be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it better. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes and we'll be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and currently two teams clashing it out for our third series of the day. We were able to see Bloodhounds Academy prevail in match one, taking a win over Chubby, the team from the Wild Wild West, and now both of these teams ready to jump back into the draft again for match two. But Bloodhounds Academy having the slight advantage with match point, can get a possible sweep over up against Team Chubby, but the question is, how will Chubby respond? We've seen them have a little bit of a harder time with their roam getting online with that Atlas, and Bloodhounds Academy making the most out of the situation able to close the game out with a flashy 11-minute finish. Joined on the desk for match 2, we have the on point, an analyst going by the name of Master Rim. You've seen him on the MLSA staff breaking down these keys of victory, and also karaoke night breaking down the bars. I wish I could have partaked in that, man. We would have had a little mic battle up on that desk. But Rim, I gotta say, how did you enjoy match 1?
I definitely did enjoy quite well. I know if Coach Deku was up here on the desk as well, he would too. I know he has a thing for seeing some uncommon picks, kind of be slotted in these drafts here and seeing how they're going to be executed, right? We did see Bloodhounds Academy locking in that Hanabi, which did quite well in the game, especially when you consider what they picked her into, right? It was a risky slot in there, picking her up into that Atlas, into the Lapu Lapu, into that Yves, that rearward manipulation. So there was a lot of things working against it. However, Bloodhouse Academy had a response, right? And I'm gonna give it again to this Lalita as well as the Faramas. Their rotations and their micros throughout the game consistently was able to help not only open up these team fights, but find the engagements, find the saves, as well as that sustainability, right? Just for, the French to provide some additional CC, as well as the damage being dealt in from the Hanabi pick there. So it was a beautiful game executed there on Bloodhouse Academy. For this match going forward, I want to see Team Chubby, especially the roamer, not die so much in the early game, because even though, like I said, in the last game, you are the person that has to die for your team, right? But if you die too much, you're gonna be feeding, but when you die, everyone who contributes to that kill picks up gold. So not only are you losing out, but you're helping the enemy team kind of find their way to scale up and have an easier time into this early to mid game, right? And we did saw that with how fast Bloodhouse Academy was able to pick up those first items just because of those pickoffs on that roamer. So I want to see him play a little more safe, play for that level 4. If you have a team fight composition, work towards setting up for that first turtle, and that's when you want to make your initial engage or counter engage depending on your composition, right? Same goes if they decide to go for a pick-off composition. You can't pick someone off if you're constantly on that death timer, right? So be a little more disciplined, be a little more smart and intentional. And I want to see some more synergy and focus going in from the side of Team Chubby in this second match here.
Well broken down. Like you said, that Atlas having a hard time getting online. Yes, he's the frontline presence, and you mentioned even though you have that set potential, you don't want to always opt in on it, especially if you're going to get bursted down, because you're not providing value for your team at that moment. You're only providing kills into the hands of the opposing side, which gets them farmed up, which trickles down to all these objectives with that slight gold advantage. So you need to be a little bit careful on placement moving forward. But with both of the first bans being finalized on both sides, Carrie is still able to be walking as Fredrin has been banned out, but no, looks like Chubby's going to take up this Valentina and leave the carry available. And I don't know how I feel about this, right? Valentina, in theory, it's a great pick when you have that IMU to be able to steal a lot of heroes' ultimates, but when you pick it first in the draft, you create, especially when you have a coach on your side, the opportunity to counteract it and not use anything that Valentina can profit on, which may make it a little bit of an upscale battle in the mid lane. But the carry is still available. It looks like neither side is going to opt on it. Maybe it's something shifting with the meta on carry not being a main focus now, as looks like Bloodhounds Academy again is going to go ahead and pick up this Edith. This is the second time they slotted it. First, they had first pick in the game 1 and they took it. And now, again, Anjing Will on the Edith for the second time. They may be on to something here. And I'm definitely going to be keeping my eyes over in the XP lane. And now going to go ahead and lock in this Xavier, right? He has that Dawning Light to be able to rain down across the map and potentially steal some of these neutral objectives, and also get a snipe for those low HP heroes trying to recall last minute. And it's pretty decent. I mean, if you look at Darius, he has the IMU. He can take that ultimate and use it against him, but I don't really know how much he'll profit off of that. I guess maybe if he can use it to steal a Lord when things are not in their favor, but that's not really going to be something too heavily to bank on for the mage of Chubby.
Absolutely, right? And it's like you mentioned, with them locking in that Valentina, and when you have a coach on your side, you kind of just make yourself get countered, right? And speaking of that, beautiful counter response to that Esmeralda pick up there for the EXP lane, which is going to be Blaze on this Dorat. But this Durant could still be in the jungle, right? So it is pretty much a flex pick. We did see them put that Edith in the EXP lane in that last game, and it was able to do, I would say, consistently well throughout the match. There was sometimes the Lapu Lapu was able to get that upper edge, but the Edith still came out on top. And again, that's all credit to the team composition coming in from them over there in Bloodhounds Academy. And I know Bocarasco, I saw him in the chat, so I know he's proud of their performance, right? And I like their draft coming in this game so far, right? We do see Chubby locking in just Lolita as well. So they do have that aluminum blast there at their disposal, but there's a lot of disruption already for the side of Bloodhounds Academy, right? They have Blaze, he has that stun with his second skill, and then you have Anjing Will there with that Ether that has that chain CC as well. But I'm not going to cancel it out for the side of Team Chubby, right? There is some things that this Valentina will still be able to provide herself. If she goes the Clock of Destiny and Lightning Truncheon route, she will not only have that burst, but she'll have the cooldown reduction to be able to apply those marks and get those stuns in. And she can get that double CC in under 4 seconds, right? So they do have that going for them, which might make it easier for Lolita to go ahead and land that ultimate. So they do have a solid combo in terms of getting some engages successfully. But as the first half of the draft has been completed, I will give it to the side of Bloodhounds Academy, as I think they have more solid responses that's based on theory rather luck of something being executed successfully.
Yeah, you are going to see Darius have a little bit of an upscale battle with this Valentina right now. Not much for him to profit off of in the early phase of the draft, so maybe having to bank on possibly taking whatever the marksman has to offer. As you are going to see Anjing Will be slotted as the roam, most likely in this composition, as that Dairoth is going to go up in the XP lane to directly counter Namikaze. But if not, they still can put it in the jungle and still put that Edith in against that Esmeralda. But Esmeralda will have a little bit of an easier time cutting that lane and wrapping around those onward knockups, and also the Earthshaker from that Edith up against her. So I'm liking the way the draft is looking so far for Bloodhounds Academy. They definitely have the late game damage provided over there by this Xavier, who will scale, and also the early potential burst damage from this Dairoth to be able to break down the armor, and also be able to get some early pickups on this Esmeralda. And now X is going to go ahead and take up this Rafaela to provide some heals for their team. So now they also have sustainability in the mix, and this is meaning that this Dairoth is most likely going to be in the jungle and Edith in the XP lane, because I don't think I've ever seen an Edith in the jungle. Now that would be a first, but if they do pull it off, I'm definitely pulling out my notebook, and I might be hitting up Team FaZe to try it out. But let's see how it goes. I'm liking the way it looks so far. I think you definitely can tell they have a coach on their side who's been testing some things out. It's just not your traditional drafting method, but it works. I see the answers on what they're trying to shoot for, but also, speaking of answers, you can't count out Team Chubby, right? They do have this Lolita over there by L, or that might be an I. You can never tell, but you can definitely see L over there with this Lolita. He's going to be able to have that bulwark shield to be able to kind of stop that Dawning Light by that is going to rain across the map. So this is a little bit of a counter. Maybe that Primal Wrath by the Edith to top it off. But something that Bloodhounds Academy kind of neglected was the Fanny pick, the assassin, and they don't have any suppression nor CC to stop her, and that might have been an excellent pickup from the side of Chubby to turn this around.
I mean, while that is true, I think it would come down to execution. Like, looking at the side of Bloodhounds Academy, they have the composition to make that Fanny have a hard time in that jungle, especially in that earlier phases of the game, right? And like I said, even though Fanny is one of those heroes that's able to have that early game snowball potential you mentioned, the side of Bloodhounds Academy, they have some sustainability as well. And looking at their composition, they have these heroes that's able to build some defense early on and still be able to dish out some damage, right? We do know X on this Beatrix is going to build in that early game defense item that'll give you that 45 defense coming in. So it's going to be a pretty solid draft, but Just like you said, that's a Fanny, right? And once you see a Fanny, you have to put some respect in terms of what that player is able to accomplish, because locking in a Fanny is always going to be a bold statement. But I'm excited to see how Team Chubby is going to respond in this game. I'm putting a lot of pressure on this Lolita here, right? I wasn't too impressed last game, so I want to see you make up for that and actually help your team get some good engages here.
Now, it might be a little hard, though, because even though Rafaela is a support, she does have that Holy Baptism to be able to stun this Lolita when she does go in for these Numeon Blasts. So you are going to have to be a little careful on your placement. I think, you know, their roam over there is going to definitely pay attention to that. But if you can get good placement, that may be the answer they need. As we've seen Chubby's roam have a very hard time getting online. Honestly, a lot of the deaths were because of him for the early phase, and that's what created the opportunity for Bloodhounds Academy to take game 1 in the early aggressive plays on that 11-minute finish. So with this composition moving forward, having that Lolita playing a little safe, using your Bulwark Shield when needed is definitely going to be the game plan and the keys to victory, but also skills on this Fanny to pave the way for the early game.
Hold on, Weezy. You gotta get your notebook. It's Edith Jungle.
Oh my
Are
goodness.
you seeing that right now?
It is Edith in the jungle, and now I'm really wondering how this is going to work out. Edith's kind of like that Barats, right? Very beefy frontline composition, but Edith can burst anybody down. But the only thing about Edith, though, in the jungle is she's not going to have that Inspire on the Primal Wrath, so I don't really know how effective of a jungler that's going to be, as her Primal Wrath is what she's known for, and without that in your kit, that is going to be a very slow attack speed on her ultimate, and so you are going to have to keep that in mind as you prevail through the early phase.
I mean, she does still have the sustainability when she does go into that Primal Wrath state fight, and then having the Rafaela. But speaking of having things here, Weezy, and engage.
You are seeing skills pick up first blood, takes down Hasuki on this Edith jungle. Not a good start on this Edith, but on the bottom side, you are looking at Angie Will asserting his dominance on that direct counter with that Dairoth versus the Esmeralda.
And that's going to give her a hard time, right? We did see that she went from being one of those dominant forces, and the patches kind of allowed her to come back. But again, Bloodhounds Academy having an answer. I like the rotations again coming in from Blaze there. He's such a good roamer, right? He's in the places that he needs to be, helping Beatrix at an easier time against the poke coming in from Blaze there. But speaking of poke here,
Skills
so
is
little
gonna rush
damage.
in. He did do a little bit of the steel cables, but he ran out of energy very fast, and now I'm gonna go ahead and recall. Turtle has been pulled aggro to the side of Bloodhounds Academy, and looks like they may be able to get this in time, but you are gonna look at Fanny rushing in. Skill's gonna try and get in there for the retribution, but Hatsuki a little bit quicker is gonna pick up the turtle for the side of Bloodhounds Academy.
And that's what they need, right? They're already giving us a little reminiscence of last game in terms of being able to secure those early game objectives here, right? Speaking of things to be secured, as Erskine, she has to be careful with those falling star moons, right? We do know that Doroth is able to counter her, especially since he's built in that early game physical penetration there, right? So he does have that going for him, as well as the marks with his passive. But we do see that item being built in by a few people on the map right now. I think they're going to most likely go in for that Blade of Heptases as that first item there to be able to dish some additional damage and get that penetration. But speaking of damage, this Melissa here being able to deal a lot of poke damage to the side of Bloodhounds Academy up in this top side, right? But speaking of damage here, oh, we did see them take out the Esmeralda, but they're not done, as we do see Fanny diving in, not being able to secure that kill, but Melissa going ahead and taking up that kill on that Rafaela, making it a 2-2 kill score on the board, right? We do see Xavier there with that Dawning Light being able to deal some damage to Poison there on this Melissa, but the overall trade going in favor to the side of Bloodhounds Academy, as they were able to get the kill lead, and X as well picking up that kill onto Poison there, and then Melissa increasing that kill count by 1.
Definitely increasing that kill count, and what a play over there. And it looks like Bloodhounds Academy trying to maintain their momentum in this lead for the early phase, leading by about 1 kill 4 minutes in, but now still cables by skills, trying to get a pick off Blaze, forced out the flicker. He's going to make his way into the tier 1 turret, and now a Dawning Light down the mid-river, not able to hit anybody, but a 2-man set on that Mystic Field. In response from the IMU, Darius picking up that Dawning Light. We kind of talked about this Valentina being slotted, right? Not going to have much of a presence in terms of ultimates to be able to help the team out. So pretty much the Dawning Light is all she can kind of bank on. And now, speaking of banking, you are going to see the Earthshaker go in. The knockup from the onward, and Hatsuki picking up a kill, takes down L on this Lolita. And now you are seeing another kill possibly on the way. Namikaze on the Esmeralda, trying to give some vision, but it is a one-man push against the four-man team of Bloodhounds Academy. And they are going to take up this turtle.
Now, I'm not too sure what the thought process is here, but speaking of thought process here, Fanny in a bad place.
Almost got hit by that Dawning Light on her way out, too. And I gotta say, with the Fanny, I feel like there should have been a little bit better execution on the overall objectives on why you slotted it, right? Typically with the Fanny, you don't really have to prioritize these turtles. Just put all that pressure into the gold lane. Try and focus on taking down X on this Beatrix, bait out that flicker, and get that kill. But we are not seeing that be the case. And not to mention, still having a little bit of time before he picks up that Blade of Heptases. So, yeah, Fanny not having the easiest time getting online. Was able to pick up one kill, 101 KDA, so still not out of the question to be able to make something happen for the team. But the later this game goes, the more and more skills will fall off, as that Fanny is not a late game damage dealer.
Absolutely right. And again, looking at the composition, they do have this Valentina here, and there's not much ultimates at her disposal, right? So the pickoff potential for them is kind of rough. But speaking of pickoff here, we did see Anjing Will there falling, but an engagement in the mid lane.
You are seeing the heavy engagement on the way. Muddles popping out, and now the Numeon Blast winding up, stunning Melissa in the tracks, but the Terrify, Hatsuki able to get out just in time. X rushing in is going to take down L, get a double, take down Darius, and looks like fight is not over, though. Looks like X is going to make his way into the tier 1 turret for the mid lane, but you are going to see Melissa there to contest it. And right now, I got to say, 3-6 on the board. Bloodhounds leading in terms of kills, but not really that much up in terms of gold, as both teams fighting it out, trying to claim the tempo for the early phase. But look at Fanny. You are seeing the Mystic Field rushing in, bursted dangerously low. No Dawning Light to close it out. Namikaze on the top side is going to try and contest X and pushing in the tier 1 turret for the gold lane, but that is a marksman to a fighter, and that is going to be the turret going to Bloodhounds Academy, and now that is the boost they needed, up by 1.7 thousand gold.
Right, had it into that mid-game phase of the match, right? And looking at Team Chubby right now, they had the composition to apply that early game pressure. As this game scales, it's going to scale in the favor of Bloodhounds Academy. They have the Beatrix, they have this Dorot there that's going to be able to reduce some of the defense coming in, right? So it's definitely looking good. But speaking of things being good,
you're going to see skills with the killing spree going to shut down X on this Beatrix, but not before they were able to take the tier 1 turret for the mid lane, and that's going to open up the map in favor for Bloodhounds Academy. Right now, even though all these kills are happening on the board, only one team is translating this over into objectives, and that is BHA. But wait a minute, maybe the side of Team Chubby finding an answer is going to rush into the tier 1 for the mid lane, but look at Anjing Will trying to contest, going to go ahead and clear out those minions and going to deny them that push.
absolutely right. And I like that I'm seeing Chubby have a little more momentum as the match goes on. We did see them not having some more answers and being able to translate these kills and these objectives here, like you mentioned. But we're seeing them working towards a common goal, and they're sticking to it a little bit more, right? But speaking of sticking together here in this top side, is Esmeralda still having a hard time against this Dorad, being able to just kind of burst her down and force her to use that sprint, right? Looking at the items there on the side of Bloodhounds Academy and Xavier almost up, but before we talk about that,
we are seeing the heavy engagement from Bloodhounds Academy, knowing they have the advantage of the map being opened up from that tier 1 turret being bursted down. They are going to try and impose their will on the side of Chubby's jungle. But you mentioned the Esmeralda and the Dairoth, right? Something that I noticed as Esme didn't build was the Dreadnought armor. Yes, she has the tough boots. Yes, she has the Dominance Ice, but without that Dreadnought, it's not enough physical defense to stack up against that Dairoth. And right now, he's just having an easier time with that direct counter pick up against her.
Especially when you consider the items that he did build in, and like I said, his passive, right, allows him to be able to pierce through some of that defense, right? That Xavier there is building into his third core item, that Lightning Truncheon, which is going to add on to the burst. But speaking of burst here, please.
He's going to be bursted down by skills. He is going to take down a kill and That is Dairoth off of the board right now, and that is what we wanted to see from the Fanny, right? Find the way on the map on the dispositions and even out the odds, but Lord is going to go to the side of Bloodhounds, and now the engagement on the way. Fallen Starman connecting. Namikaze taking down X, the backline marksman for Bloodhounds Academy, and now out for Blood, trying to chase down Hatsuki, showing you the power of this Edith over there with that sustainability. Is going to make his way back into the mid lane with no problem. Mystic Field going in, the knock-up over there from the onward, and now a possible Earthshaker maybe on the way, but the tier 1 turret does fall in favor from Team Chubby on this engagement, and now Lord making his way down the mid lane, and it looks like they are going to burst this down with not much contest, and Esmeralda's going to pick up the tier 2 on the top side, and the tier 2 has dropped for the bottom side as well from the minions, and Chubby is coming alive as we have officially hit this mid game. Engine Will's going to take down Skillzo, down goes Fanny into the hands of this Dairoth. Lord still in play though, and letting him know he does not plan on going down without a fight, but finally being bursted down over there by Poiser, and now Namikaze taken dangerously low, using the mobility of this Esmeralda, is going to escape, but look at his team. Darius rushing in, is going to take out Blaze. Find out over though, as you are seeing the stun onto the wall. Engine Will in there. Oh my goodness, the denial. X is going to take out L just in time, but wait a minute. Donnie Light connecting. X going to pick up a double, takes down Darius, and that's going to leave only Namikaze and Poiser, and now Skill spawning in to defend against the 4-man team of Bloodhounds Academy, and they're going to make their way into this tier 2 turf for the mid lane.
Now, that was a good defense coming in from the side of Team Chubby there, but Bloodhounds Academy still picking up the offense and being able to secure some kills at their own, as well as take some objective and economy on the map, right? Looking at their items so far, that Xavier still is pretty close into building in that 3rd core item, and that burst is going to be there. We do see this Beatrix X there being able to lock in that Blade of Despair as well as that Malefic Roar, and we saw the damage being there with those sniper shots, right? The side of Chubby, this Valentina, she does have her 3 core items with the burst coming in. She's going to build into that Genius Wand next to secure some of that early game penetration there, right? But it's like you said, this Esmeralda not really being able to have an easy time, even though she hasn't died yet, shockingly. And we do see she's able to pick up some of these items to help her sustain a little more. This Fanny having that 3 core item, she has the penetration on her side to be able to go in and probably focus on this Xavier or even X there. And as I said it, she was able to secure that kill.
And it's going to take down X Beatrix, the marksman for Bloodhounds Academy, and now out for revenge, but may have bit off more than they can chew. You are going to see Poison pick up a kill, takes down Hatsuki, 2 members down for the side of Bloodhounds Academy. Not where you want to be right now, and it's going to allow Chubby to possibly take up this Lord and have a strong foothold for the Lord Pit.
Now, one thing I like about having a Melissa on your team is kind of the same thing with the Hanabi, right? They do have that AoE basic attack there, and the poke that she is able to dish out, without getting much punish back, she does have that ultimate to be able to make herself be a little safer. But speaking of things not being safe here,
you're going to see the fight on the way. Holy Baptism for the stun onto Namikaze. Business Strike connected in the 3-man team of Chubby, but Skill's able to take the Lord just in time, and it looks like Team Chubby is able to escape with their low HP. But look at Angie and Will trying to get to the bush, not able to stop one. Can he stop 2? No! That is 2 members able to get out just in time. And what a play, Team Chubby turning the tide into their favor.
Again, I'm gonna give some credit there to the roamer for the side of Team Chubby, not dying so much in the early game, and only, like I said, dying when it matters to save someone on your team, or something like that, right? He's not getting picked off, and that's good for the side of Team Chubby, right? He was able to be a little more sustainable in these team fights, but I hope Nami is able to sustain this splash here.
Oh my goodness, I don't even think Nami knew what happened right there. I don't even know what happened right there. Godly, you see how fast her HP dropped? And that is going to be 1 member down for the side of Chubby. Definitely not the place you want to be in. A good position from Bloodhounds before this Lord makes his way on the top side. But look at Chubby, not worried about it, not phased at all. Numenon Blast going to go down, not connect to anybody. Some wasted utility, and now they are going to need to push off. There's a lot of ultimates were used there without any kills translated from it.
Now, it was a little bit of a waste, but I like that they're not playing passive, right? They try to play with an engage with this Lord, but like you said, they have to back off right now. They got what they came for. They got some utility on the map, so now just play passive, look for a pickoff here, right? Wait for your Fanny, wait for your Melissa, and try to play around them. You don't want to be too aggressive here. They do have the sustain coming in from the side of Bloodhound's Academy, right? The Rafaela there, she's probably going to build into that Oracle now to boost that healing effect. She does have that cooldown reduction coming in. But I want to put some focus on this Melissa. Chubby is saving grace right now, right? As we're scaling into that late game, she does have those tree core items as well as that Malefic Roar to be able to dish out some more damage with that penetration coming in. But speaking of damage, we did see Xavier forced out with that flicker, but the engage is not over.
Holy baptism for the stun. Namiri's passion activated by X. Newman on blast to respond. Not able to find anyone. Lolita definitely having a hard time with these sets for the side of Team Chubby.
But like I said, even though it's not connecting, it's still putting some pressure there, right? Which is good. They're not playing passive. They're trying to respond. But I think that Bloodhounds Academy has the potential to come back, right? They do have that CC at their disposal to cancel out the Aluminum Blast. Xavier at this point in the game, it's that late game. He hasn't died yet, so he's gonna have that damage coming in. We did see X being able to put some damage on this Fanny to stop this engage, but speaking of engages.
Another Numenon Blast going down, unable to hit the mark, and now looks like Bloodhounds Academy is going to retreat, wrap around, but wait a minute, flicker play going in. Darius trying to get to the back line. Look at X, terrified! Skills rushing in, takes out Rafael, picks up a double, takes down X. 2 members down, make that 3. Skills is gonna get a triple, take down Xavier and get a Maniac, take down Edith. Engine Will's gonna get a kill, and L's gonna take down Engine Will in the process, but that is a full wipeout for the side of Bloodhounds Academy. And ladies and gentlemen, Chubby may be able to close this out. All they need to do is clear the minions. 14 seconds until Blaze spawns back in, but he will not be enough to stop this team with a Rafaela. You are gonna be looking at X spawning in 15 seconds, but I don't know if they'll have enough time, as you are seeing the minions make their way in. Here comes Blaze, though, spawning in just in time, but look at the Nexus. Ladies and gentlemen, Chubby is going to take us to a Game 3.
Victory!
Man, what a play they're coming in for the side of Team Chubby, right? And it's like I was saying, play around your Fanny, play around this Melissa. And I'm going to go ahead and count that as a salvage, right? Lolita did pick up the last kill that Fanny needed, but it was a beautiful execution there. We did see skills there being able to pick up that MVP for them as well. Bloodhounds Academy in the early stages of the map of the game, they did have that momentum being carried over from the last side. And looking at the statistics here, right? A lot of even team fight participation coming out from both sides. It was a very low kill game. It's just 14 to 11, right? And everyone was pretty much doing what they were supposed to do, right? We saw X with that tower damage at 76%. But looking at the winning team here, Team Chubby, right? Fanny and Melissa being able to be those pushers that their team needs, right? We did see Darius being present for most of the team fights over there for the side of Team Chubby, and just beautiful responses once they got into that mid to late game of the map. And that's all due to their composition, right? Again, shout out to Poiser on this Melissa for being able to play very well into this early game, to be able to scale into this late game thanks to skills there on this Fanny, allowing the team to get that breathing room.
Speaking of breathing room, ladies and gentlemen, that means we are going to a Game 3 again for the third series of the day, and I'm excited to see where this takes us, as we are seeing Bloodhounds Academy go up against Team Chubby, the team from the Wild Wild West. Bloodhounds Academy was able to take Game 1, but Game 2, a different story. Chubby coming alive, able to take the finish in a 16-minute mark. Not to mention that Fanny was online the entire time. KDA 9-1-7. As they did not have a direct counter to stop her from the split pushes, and also to be able to get some of these pickoffs with the low HP. The power of the steel cables and the cutthroat will prevail for match 2. But the big question of the day now is, where will this take us in Game 3? Are we going to see Team Chubby with the momentum boost of fresh off of a win be able to close it out and win this series? Or are we going to see Bloodhounds Academy led by Exio draft it out and finalize a composition to be able to take the final match of Series 3? Find out here momentarily, as both of these teams are getting ready to embark back into the land of the dawn here shortly.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight in our eyes and remain strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your hand? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the control. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and currently we are on Series 3, Match 3, as we are seeing Bloodhounds Academy go up against Team Chubby. Both the teams 1-1. We've seen Bloodhounds Academy take Game 1, but Team Chubby responding, taking Game 2, and now on to the final game of this series. And the question is, who will be able to take this win? Bloodhounds Academy or Team Chubby? Join on the desk, have you on point, play-by-play, painting the perfect picture for these engagements. Coach Deku, do you even breathe? And I will be your analyst. And right now, both of these teams are currently ready to draft it out and possibly take the final game for Series 3. We are looking at Bloodhounds Academy up against Chubby, and I'm excited to see where this draft takes us. Led by Exio, right? He's been a very interesting coach. He has a very unique drafting style, but it works, and it's definitely something to be proud about. And I'm excited to see what his game plan is for this final match of the day up against Chubby, the team from the Wild Wild West, who is a tough opponent, a veteran in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. So we'll see what he pulls to the table. We are going to see that Fanny being locked out. We see no direct answer. They didn't opt in for the suppression, and Fanny had an easier time rotating around that map with the steel cables and the cutthroat with a KDA of 9, 1, and 7. Definitely coming online nice and early, and also being able to be that nuisance with that split push capability, and also to poke in and poke out to take down those enemies that were very low on HP, provided by that Mathilda in the gold lane. So going forward, it looks like the side of Bloodhounds Academy, they're going to go ahead and take the Fanny out completely and not even have to worry about it. But looking at what's still on the table, I was going to say the glue, but looks like Chubby wasting no time at all in the timer. They are going to go ahead and take that glue out of the board. That sustainability that he provides with the split, a lot to handle, and especially if there's a Fairness still on the board to directly counter him, you don't want to put that on your side. So I got to respect it. We are expecting this Kaja to maybe get slotted in as well. Definitely a viable option. That counter to assassins that can be slotted. But wait a minute, Bloodhounds Academy, they're gonna go ahead and take out this Faramis for their second ban.
And that's definitely an interesting ban coming out from them. I didn't get to catch the last two matches. I believe we're on game 3, right, in this this series here. So I didn't get to catch the last two. I'm wondering, is that maybe something? Was that slotted early? Did that give a problem to the side of BHA, or is this just like a random ban from them in the first phase?
Well, BHA had a Faramis and they used it against Chubby, but no, Chubby didn't pull a Faramis up against them. So maybe I'm wondering if they expect Chubby to have a nasty Faramis player, or maybe they're opting in on probably taking something like the Claude. And they don't want to allow that co-alter to be activated to kind of negate his Blazing Duet. That's the only really thing I could kind of think of, as Valentina has been taken off the board as well. Or maybe they're, I don't know. I'm really surprised. Maybe they're, I really can't understand why the Faramis was banned out here. Like, the only thing I can think of is the Claude pick right now. But as we are continuing through the draft, we are seeing Joy being taken off the board with the electrifying beats. We know how deadly Joy can be, especially when there is no suppression on the table. But Kaja was able to walk through this entire draft. But something that Bloodhounds Academy, I know you said you didn't see game 1 and 2, they've been focusing a lot on the Edith pick early in the first phase of the draft. In the XP lane, we've seen it, and then for game 1 and then game 2, they slotted it in the jungle. Didn't have the easiest time there, as Edith was first blood and didn't have the most amazing KDA. As we know, she kind of relies on that Primal Wrath with the Inspire, but when you slot her in the jungle with the Retribution, it's just not as effective. And now, speaking of junglers, X is going to pull out this Hayabusa, but Deku, Kaja's still on the table.
Not just Kaja, but Franco as well. So 2 suppressions out there, and there's going to be an immediate response with the Grok. And there goes the Kaja. We like just pointed out, there goes the suppression, the big caw in the sky, if you will, to deal with the side of Bloodhounds Academy. And I find that a little interesting, especially coming out from Bloodhounds being led by Exio. I'm not sure how the other, like I said, I have not got to see the other 2 matches, but from what I know personally from Exio, this is a little unusual from him locking in this Hayabusa, especially for their first pick, knowing that options like that are still on the board. Normally a little more methodical, but with that being said, I mean, if he pulled it up first pick, right, he clearly he didn't do it for no reason, is what I'm gonna say in summary. He definitely doesn't make too many moves without some thought before it, or if it was a predetermined type of thing, and he's just gonna run with his plan regardless of what the enemies bring out. And that's looking like that's exactly what's going on here, because again, like you pointed out, a very unique style of drafting that comes from him. And I don't think with his type of drafting, you really go off the reactionary side. You go with what you know, and you make the other teams kind of deal with it and adjust for what your goals are for your composition. And I think that's exactly what we're going to see here to wrap up the series.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that. He's gonna set his own tempo for this draft. Not really worried about what's gonna be picked on the opposing side. And I wonder how this is gonna go, right? It is a risky type of playstyle, not really respecting the counter picks, but just completely going up against them. As you are gonna see that Kaja be slotted in with that Divine Judgment. That is gonna be something that X is going to have to watch out for in those quad shadows. Not to mention his gold laner, right? Yes, Brody does have that corrosive strike to be able to get that stun and that flicker for additional mobility in his kit. But again, without that purify, if that Kaja can get into that side lane, you'll see an easier time with that suppression to be able to burst down the marksman. And now looking at marksman's, right? You already seen the Brody picked up against the Beatrix. Brody takes a little bit of time to rev up, but he is that early to mid game marksman, whereas Beatrix scales through the entire game. But one thing that Brody does have is a little bit more range in his kit. So Beatrix having to play a little safer as that torn apart memories definitely can make Poiser a memory as we are prevailing through the first phase of the draft.
100%. And like you said, after we're going through the first phase of the draft, a couple options and a couple roles need to be fulfilled. A mage for both sides needs to be locked in, as you do see that Farsa get taken out by the side of Team Chubby. A pretty well placed ban. I do know XL is a fan of that Farsa pick, and with this composition that they have, definitely would not have been a bad pick for them. And we see he ignores counter picks. Even with a Kaja and Groff on the board, he definitely could have went for that Farsa pick if he already went for the Haya in the first pick, on a blind pick at that. So a good read, I believe, from the side of Team Chubby, but that does dwindle down their options as well. Valentina's gone, Faramis is gone. That's 3 prio and essential mages taken off for both teams here. So it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of do. We do note that Barat's ban has been taken out for the jungle. If Team Chubby was thinking about it, not really sure if they would have went for it. They already have a lot of utility. I would expect them to go for something a little more damaging, as you do have a Grok and Kaja lined up already for your composition. But, I mean, maybe just some good reads in between both of these teams. Like I said, nothing really happens from XCO's side without too much thought process going on. But that's going to finalize the bans with that Akai and that Lolita. So a lot of frontline capabilities off the board here, Weezy.
Now, something that they can't opt in, the Fanny's been taken out. They still can go the Ling if they want to give some of that split push capability and also go the Assassin route. But Martis is still walking, and he definitely can be exactly what they need. The Mortal Coils, the Decimation, and the frontline presence checked off even more for the side of Chubby. And I don't know, I'm kind of liking their draft a little bit more just in terms of creativity on what they can do up against the side of Bloodhounds Academy. But again, we are going to see the Julian be slotted in. He's been making such an insane appearance since this new patch, and I really want to see how Darius uses him as we are inside of match 3, and both of these teams are currently tied up for match point, and the question is who will be able to take the finish. And it's definitely going to be dependent on this draft for one, but then also the execution off of it, as you are seeing Blaze lock in this Ruby. Not something we traditionally see all the time, but it is going to provide 2 things, sustainability and CC. And now, to finalize the draft for Bloodhounds Academy, Hatsuki locking up that Eve.
And you know, that's a pretty nice pick. I do like the Ruby on the roam. I'm a really big fan of Ruby. As far as spiders go in that roam position, Ruby's definitely up there, right behind something like the Cho, right? I have definitely to put Cho at number 1. I mean, for obvious reasons, the data doesn't lie. Statistics will never tell you an inaccurate story. But Ruby is definitely a great secondary option right below him, especially with that Ling there. You know they're going to go for the dive with the Julian as well once the dash is utilized, because he has to basically use all his skills to really be useful, right? To unlock the ultimate for whichever skill that he does use. Then Ruby's right there to punish them at all times. If Ling doesn't have the Tempest of Blade ready, or even to just force a Tempest of Blade, Ruby is a great option to deal with those heavy dive compositions, those assassins that like to bob and weave, because all it takes is one interruption to really catch them off guard and land that burst that you need to take them down. So I'm definitely going to key in on this Ruby. I'm expecting good things from Blaze here as we are going into this first couple seconds of this match. But Weezy, like I said, with the drafts being finalized and stuff, and they are loading in before any action goes underway, before the bias can be put into place, who are you looking at here to kind of edge out? I know you kind of hinted at Chubby earlier, but now with the total picture, you still feel that way, or has it maybe changed a bit?
It's gonna be hard to read, but I still feel like Chubby has some more answers, right? They have the Kaja over there for the Hayabusa. They have this Julian, and not to mention the Ling, who can give X a hard time on this Eve. Then they also have the CC checked off the board with this Grok. So I think overall they have the stronger composition, but I cannot act like Bloodhounds Academy doesn't have any answers, right? They do have this Brody to be able to give Beatrix a harder time, then also the Brody to be able to use that corrosive strike to be able to stop the Ling from diving him and also flicker out. So there are some things on the board working in Bloodhounds Academy's favor, but right now, I'm still going to opt in on Chubby having the stronger draft.
You know, speaking of stronger things, the XP is a funny matchup right here. I was kind of interested in seeing how maybe Grok and Terizzle would play out, but it's like Terizzle is definitely keeping the wave pile right now. Even when that Litho first came up, he was on the rotation first. So it seems maybe the side of the Bloodhounds Academy has found a pick that works for them to out-rotate Grok. But speaking of rotating here, up on the top side, we are seeing Will be forced to use that flicker there as the early rotation coming in from the Julian. But speaking of rotations, down to the bot side, Blaze trying to assist Alm to initiate some damage onto Posier here. Not going to be enough to make a play, but hang on. Hayabusa into the backside. There's no minions. This Ouija Shadow kill is not going to be split up, but that's before Posier will find the first blood. It's not even going to be traded out. The flicker is going to break that ultimate, and that's a great play, great mechanics from him. But in the top side, more things going on. Will has level 4. I believe he still does have it in his back pocket. Isn't going to be forced to use it by Darius here. The XP from, or not the XP, the mid laner from the side of Team Chubby.
Now, one thing I did like from Bloodhounds Academy is they know what to focus, but wait a minute, Namiru's passion almost taking him down, but wait, the snipe, oh my goodness!
Whoa.
Oh my goodness! 911, what's your emergency? Help, I've fallen and I can't get up! Brody has fallen in the gold lane!
Yeah, they definitely need a stretcher for that guy, but speaking of what they need, the I'm Infinite coming out from Blaze, but the flicker return for the Divine Judgment right into the enhanced chain. But look at the penalty zone from Will, finding 3 members there. He's going to take one out himself from the Blades, from the jungler from the side of Team Chubby, looking to find a trade. And that's going to be it there for the jungler for Hayabusas, as the Beatrix is going to trade him out. Andre Will looking for more. Nibiru's Patrick coming out from the bush. And then Ling looking to follow that up. Will he get the kill facilitated by the gold laner? Yes, he will. Yes, he can. Is now they're going to work on to this turtle, but keep an eye on Blaze. He's still in play. I'm Infinite, going to miss the mark though. But here comes Exio on this Eve, going to punish him with that real world manipulation. Trying to go ahead and zone it off. The turtle is still low. Hayabusa has entered in. He can be able to take this. He does find the way with the retribution. And then Ling will be taken out by this Eve. What a turnaround play by the members of Bloodhounds Academy.
And you got to give props over there to X. When he put down that manipulation and kind of control that whole area for that Lord, it made Ling have a harder time. He was very low in HP, which kind of stopped him from taking that turtle and allowed Hayabusa to get back on board and take that objective. And these are the kind of plays you have to take to remain in the game when you don't have the early game in your favor, when it's not looking on your side. And I got to give credit over there to X on this E. But again, man, I'm still stuck on Poiser on that snipe on the bottom lane, taking down Om.
No, that was an incredible play, getting him low with the Nibiru and then switching to that Renner and landing the shot. There's a lot of people that'll switch out to that sniper and miss the mark, but he was completely accurate and was completely confident. 25 memory from Alm there. Not enough damage to even find the kill. Here comes Blaze with the rotation though, looking to mirror out on this Conjure, going to force him out of the bush, create some space for Alm here. That's going to be a quick disengage from the members of Chubby and Bloodhounds Academy. But I'm going to keep an eye on Julian here, Weezy. I think you see the positioning. Can't see some problems going on for him. Maybe they can't the rotation. It looks like maybe they got their eyes on Will. Enhanced chain for the knock-up. Not going to commit, though. That is a beefy boy. Not much to find there. And now we're just going to wait and see what happens down to the bot side.
You are seeing the 3-man rotation over there by Bloodhounds Academy, trying to find their way into Poiser. And I gotta say, a lot on the line. Both of these teams being super careful, but also not afraid to take the fight when it matters. Looking at the items, you are seeing the Still Lake plates built up by that Beatrix. Not the worst option, but in the mid lane, a little bit of engagement on the way, but not going to find their mark for any of these kills.
Not going to find it at all as Grok finds his way onto that Heptases there. That's going to be his first item in the game as he's making his way down to this turtle. The XP for the side of Team Chubby, having the early rotation, but keep an eye on this Hayabusa. Not enough damage with that Ouija Shadow kill to find the mark, and not going to be able to take the turret. I'm going to find the stun, trying to disengage from Kaja, but look, they're looking to collapse on him, looking to close them down, and there goes a wild charge. That's a big play from them. Nibiru's Passion going to find now the runner has came out. He's trying to get the final kill here, flick over the wall, but it's not going to be enough. Namikaze going to take down Ruby, and that's maiden trades, because at the same time, Ling was able to find, or not Ling, Julian was able to find Exio on that Eve off the side of the camera, but look at Will, penalty zone, trying to take out this Kaja. Not gonna be able to get the kills. Beatrix finds the bot side tower, but he's gonna look for more. He's gonna look to punish the front lines from the side of Team Chubby, and now here comes Hayabusa. We're gonna follow up with him. Ouija Shadow kill again on the Grok, a little ill-advised. We know he has that armor passive up against those walls. It was not gonna be enough to finalize that kill.
Not going to be able to finalize the kill, and now Bloodhounds Academy is going to try and even it out by taking this turtle. But look at Poiser inside of the bush. Not going to be able to hit the mark or contest, and Turtle is going to go to the side of Bloodhounds Academy. Still down by about 5 kills and down by 3,000 gold. Chubby definitely leading the tempo for this early phase engagement. And right now, we're not really seeing, at least Hayabusa is picking up these objectives. He hasn't really hit the mark on any of his Ouija Shadow kills. You've seen Beatrix flicker out of it twice when he did gank to the bottom side, and you also seen him try and get on the Grok, but that sustainability and frontline presence was enough to out-sustain that ultimate.
What an ambush there in the river. As Chubby is going to quickly take out Blazer, the roamer for the side of Bloodhounds Academy front line, out of the way. If you are the Mighty Hounds, that's going to be a good play for them. Some items being picked up there. Weezy, tell us about them.
Yeah, you are seeing a lot of items on the board being picked up. Blade of Heptases over there by this Grok. You are seeing the Swift Boots built up by this Hayabusa, and now the Hunter Strike for additional pin and momentum and movement speed. But speaking of momentum, you are going to see Chubby take the tier 1 turret for the mid lane, and they are opening up this map piece by piece for the early phase.
Absolutely. Took that bot tower by the hands of Beatrix and then brought in that 4-man rotation, right, for that mid tower as we cross into the 7-minute mark. That's huge for them, Weezy, because as we know, that opens up the map a lot for a team. And what a Hayabusa in the jungle on the opposing side, that makes it that much more difficult for him to get those creeps, get those buffs. I mean, look at the positioning from Kaja right now. If there was anyone around him, that is an easy pick off on that Hayabusa, and that's like just the safety that you have once you eliminate that mid tower. There's nowhere really for them to run if an engagement breaks out.
Yeah, and you make some excellent points, right? When they slotted in the Hayabusa for first pick, I was expecting some insane answers and results from it. But right now, 0-1 and 0 KDA, 7 minutes in. Definitely not where you want to be, but speaking about where you want to be, conceal play on the way.
There's a Divine Judgment, a major wild charge. They're going to take out Exio immediately. Not even going to be able to pop that ultimate, a double kill for Namikaze there. And he's taking out members left and right from the side of Bloodhounds Academy. 2 members down. No responses on the board. And there goes an enhanced change. Looking to stack on top of Blaze. He doesn't have the sustainability to get away from Darius. Acting nefarious as he's going to pick up a kill there to add the total body count to 3. And they're looking to make it 4. Penalty zone from Will. The only one finding the penalty is him, as he's going to be forced out of the fight. Ouija Shadow kill as well to go ahead and disappear. There's not going to be anything found by the members of Bloodhounds Academy, and it looks like another mid charge from the side of Chubby. 4 members deep. They're going to look to take the tier 2 and open up the map even further here, Weezy.
Opening up the map, taking the blue buff as well, and that's going to give Hayabusa a slight harder time as he's been denied pretty much this entire game in terms of kills and objectives. He was able to take the turtles, but that was not enough, as outside of that, these clashes never translated into any other objectives. As you are looking at the items right now, Marksman, 7,000 gold for Beatrix compared to 5,000 on this Brody. Brody just now picking up the Blade of Despair, the highest DPS item in the game and the most expensive damage item in the game. But look at Beatrix. Not only does Beatrix have the Blade of Despair, Beatrix already has the Malefic Roar. She said, I see you're 1 and I'll raise you 2. But speaking of turrets, you are going to see one of the turrets fall for Chubby over there on the bottom side. And it looks like Bloodhounds Academy is still trying to maintain focus and then apply some pressure on the map, as it is 1-1, 3-12. Chubby definitely letting their name be known right now, kind of leading the way as we slowly are going to be trickling in to the mid game. But a shutdown, you are going to see Darius caught off of the map. A little bit of that overextension, and Chubby needing to be careful, as Bloodhounds Academy is one of those teams. They can wait for the mistakes to happen and make the most out of the situation.
100%. There's definitely no reason for that Julian to be so far overextended, especially with a Lord on the map. That's the last thing that you need. We just seen Wild Charge get forced out by Onjing Will there. That's some utility gone from him. But look at the Assassins, the 1v1, and Yura is just getting decimated. He hasn't even found a mark on Taling, hasn't even chipped a bit of damage. Blaze wisely going to go ahead and back off, but it's going to be too late. He's going to be pulled by the Divine Judgment, but the Conceal might have saved him. He was looking to help their jungler be able to escape, and now look at Alm getting caught in the midst of that Tempest of Blade real world manipulation, but reality setting in with the Nimbu's passion. They're going to be able to take out the Ling, but Blaze is also going to fall at the same time. That's a roamer for the jungler, not a bad trade for Bloodhounds Academy. It looks like they're going to lose one more. Anjin Will trying to do all he can to buy some time and starve off this death. Looks like he's doing a good job. Hang on now. That Bloodlust axe is coming in hand. They still haven't taken him out, but there he goes. Wild Charge, the last resort for this Grok, will be able to take him out. And now Chubby has the number advantage if they want to go for the Lord.
They definitely have the advantage, as Ling will be spawning in 5 seconds, but they still have their jungler on board, so Hayabusa definitely having that mobility to be able to get in and out on these neutral objectives. But we got to keep an eye onto, I can't tell if it's an I or L, Deku. What is this, an I or an L for the Lolita?
Oh, the Lolita.
Oh, the Kaja. Is this
Oh,
I?
the Kaja. I? L? I don't even know. Yeah, you're right.
I don't know, but okay, so
I don't know.
looking at the Kaza, right? That is going to give not Exio, but Hayabusa a hard time going in for these objectives. He's waiting for that Divine Judgment to proc and stop him in his tracks, and now you are seeing the Lord be bursted down over there by the side of Chubby. They may be able to take it with no contest, but Poiser forcing the Lord to reset, getting bullied out of the Lord pit, and now recalling back to the base. And this is going to give the opportunity for Bloodhounds Academy to get their positioning and possibly properly contested, or maybe the plan was to let it reset because Luminous Lord will be spawning here in 6 seconds. The Enhanced Lord will be on the way, and now engagement for the mid-river.
And I'm going to keep an eye on Kaja here, but we see Blaze going for the engaged penalty zone as well. And there goes Eye, shut down into the hands of Exio, as Eve going to find the Grok. Mid tower will fall at the hands of Bloodhounds Academy going to wisely retreat, but look at Ling down there on that top inhibitor. What a play. Macro coming in from him, and he's easily going to win that 1v1. We've seen it before, but hang on, more action going on the mid side. Exio's losing members in front of him, and now he's all alone. He's going to be wiped out by the Julian in this Kaja. I don't know what to say, Wheezy. Bloodhounds Academy has lost 2 members, 2 essential members, might I add, the mid laner and the gold laner for their composition. And it looks like they're going for the contest, but look at the waves here. Ruby's going to have to back off and clear this. They're going to be a man down now. They already don't have enough members for this, but it looks like they are going to try to hold this off. Will is going to go ahead and show himself and reveal, pull that Lord, make it reset. Hatsuki Yura on this Hayabusa, staying nearby at a moment's notice for that retribution. But Chubby knows they have the time to work. They're going to work these waves down again and make Bloodhounds Academy forced to respond, because if they don't, we already saw what Ling will do. He will make the play for the split, for the backdoor opportunity, and that's just the cross-map potential that you get with Ling.
Yeah, definitely having to keep an eye over there on this Ling now on the bottom side, trying to take the red buff, but maybe in a tricky situation.
And it looks like he might go for this Hayabusa, even with members all around him. Tempest of Blade going down. He's going to find the kill in front of 2 other members and find another one with Julian taking out this Brody. What was going on for the side of Bloodhounds Academy? Down on the bot side, their jungler is fighting for his life, and they're still trying to contest Lord with no retribution. I'm not sure what the call was there. That's too much action going on for a team that's not mobile enough to handle that. And now they're down 3 members, Wheezy, and with an enhanced Lord on the top side, I don't know if they can do it. I don't know if they have the capabilities to hold the fortress.
Well, at least one thing in their favor is they'll have all members back before the Lord makes his way into the base, but with only the inhibitor in the mid lane and the tier 2 hanging on by a thread on the bottom side, you are going to see a lot of this map open up even more on the side of Team Chubby from taking this objective, as you are going to see that tier 2 on the bottom side fall into Chubby's hands, and now the Lord making his way into the base of Bloodhounds Academy, but looks like Chubby not able to find a way in. It is going to get bursted down. Bloodhounds Academy still having another chance to turn this around, as we are in the 14-minute mark, officially going over to this late game and looking at the Magic Century being activated. That is going to give some vision from Bloodhounds Academy, but do they opt in for the conceal play and a possible pick-off, as you are seeing L in this bush on the Kaja, just letting the world know, hey, you allowed this direct counter to be slotted, and I am going to make you guys pay for it, as you are going to see the conceal play activated. Not able to make anything off of it, though, but look at Ling. Going to go ahead and split push and apply some of this pressure on the minions still, but there's 100 seconds on the board until this next Lord does come into play, and we are seeing all these items being slotted in. Looking at the Beatrix, picking up the Hunter Strike, the Blade of Despair, Wind of Nature to negate the physical damage, and also on the Julian, something that we're starting to see a little bit more and more as the new patch came out, the Glowing Wand, the Divine Glaive for the late game pin, the Genius Wand, as well as the Arcane Boots, and the Winter Truncheon to top it off for some additional sustainability. When they do rush in and use all these skills, he's going to immobilize his own self to negate all of that damage. So they are going to have to keep their eyes on the Julian moving forward, as we are now at the 15-minute mark, and it looks like the side of Chubby is going to go ahead and get their foothold around this Lord. But they do have skills, right? He can always split push to the top side, clear the minions when needed, and make his way back to the Lord, use a Tempest of Blades to go down, and not really have too much of a problem. This is what happens when you allow the Kaja not to be on your team, but on the enemy's team. They can slot that Assassin, no direct counters, there is no Franco for the suppression, and now it looks like they are going to go ahead and contest this blue buff.
And they're going to come up short as well. Hayabusa not going to be able to pick that up. That's a blue buff into the hands of Team Chubby. Hang on. Look at Darius here. He's got his eyes on Arm. The Amafina, though, is going to try to save him at the last second, but Kaja is closing in, and he's going to find the mark, and Posier is going to double down on top of that, taking the kill, and that's going to be a 4v5 on the map now for the side of Team Chubby, running away with the number advantage. Lord coming up in less than 20 seconds, but hang on here. Will has been stunned penalty zone, but he's going to be the only one feeling that penalty, as the side of Chubby will take one more member down for the advantage, but Exio quick to trade it out. He's going to go ahead and take out Grok here. It's a 2-for-1 in the favor of Team Chubby, and they're wisely going to back off, not going to look to lose any more than that Grok.
And now, looking at this, right, as we are getting into the late game, these respawn timers are kind of getting a little costly, so you want to be careful on exactly how far you overextend. If a backline does get taken down, it creates an opportunity for one of the teams to be able to finish out this game with a possible push or a possible Lord play, as we are seeing right now, Chubby getting their foothold for the Lord pit. Wait a minute, looks like they are going to work their way in. Ruby going in for some of the sustainability. Lord has been reset.
Ooh. That is the case right now. A little bit of contest in the river, but look at Rizla. He's having to respond to that lane. And Bloodhounds Academy only has 4 members. You can see Chubby can sense that. They're getting a little hungry. Kaja needs to be careful, though. Just because there's a member missing doesn't mean you can't go missing with him, because there's enough members to burst him down. Looks like Chubby is wise. We're going to go ahead and back off just a bit. Maybe start up on this Lord. Namikaze asserting dominance with that barrier wall. Going to let them know you shall not pass. Going to force them to readjust their path, their direction. Look at Blaze, but he left the backside wide open. A major wild charge. Exio's been taken out. Darius is going to find the Hayabusa jungler down, man down. Blaze will find a trade on Kaja, but it's just a Roman Nibiru's passion, and you can feel it coming from the side of Chubby. Big enhanced chain. He's going to find Now they're looking for Blaze. Barrier wall to slow him down. Ling is going to pick that up. 1 member down, and who is it? The only one that's been missing the whole time. Jing Will. He's not going to be able to defend this. Here comes the recalls, the celebrations, penalty zone, but you don't get to score this time. Chubby will take this series to end this match.
Victory!
Man, what a game! That one lasted a while, and honestly, I gotta give credit to both sides on their amazing performance. But again, that 18-minute mark finish did go into the hands of Chubby, and a couple things just weren't checked off the board on Bloodhounds Academy. I think they have the creative willpower and the style of drafting almost perfected, but again, just high risk, high reward, right? We've seen the side of Bloodhounds Academy prioritize this Hayabusa, who's currently 0-3-2 on the KDA over there, not having the easiest time coming online. And when you do go high risk, high reward, this is a possibility of what can happen because of that, right? You allowed the Kaja to walk, didn't ban it out, picked up the Hayabusa and got a direct counter for it. And then I think it was an excellent read over there from the side of Chubby to pick up this Grok to even out the playing field. Since they had that Kaja as the roam, they needed a little bit of a stronger frontline presence with some CC in his kit, and that was Namikaze on the MVP 7, 3, and 9. Also able to get that backdoor play on that last Lord to pretty much clear out majority of the team, and that's what led to victory over there for Chubby to take Series 3 2-1 over up against Bloodhounds Academy. And ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be the 3rd series of today completed, but that is not the end of the show, as we are seeing the final series, Team Abyss going up against Dark Immortals. 2 teams we've seen compete time and time again in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, all live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel as well. And make sure you guys sign up on our Discord server now to join all these amazing teams and so much more. Our active community is definitely growing, and we'd love to have you guys be a part of it, as we have karaoke night. We also have tournaments that do come up, and if you guys want to be a part of it, you have to be a part of the Discord server and register now. Our whole focus is to help teams prepare for upcoming events and leagues for the official North American community of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, such as the NACT spring season right around the corner, with registration being open right now. So make sure you guys also sign up for that as well. But enough about that. Series 4 on the way. Abyss versus Dark Immortals. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, as both of these teams are getting ready to embark in the final series of the day.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight in our hearts and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it boom. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road to
touch the sky. You're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh, it's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid-lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again.
That's right. That's I like that.
We dare.
And action.
We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
You say hi.
Three wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
Three wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm Legend for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Boba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team from Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season, and I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist, because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and currently we are on the final series of the day as we are looking at Abyss going up against Dark Immortals in a best of 3 to close it out. Abyss, a team we've seen compete time and time again in Season 2 for the MLSA, going up against Dark Immortals, a team from Season 1, Day 1, letting their presence be known throughout the Land of the Dawn each and every day, representing and practicing for all these upcoming events. And I'm excited to see what both of these teams bring to the table. Joined on the desk with me, I have the on-point analyst breaking down these items and keys to victory, Coach Deku. Do you even breathe? And I will be your play-by-play to paint the perfect picture. How you doing, Deku?
I'm doing good, Wheezy. Like you said, we are heading into that final series of the night, so I am looking to see a lot of action. I love it when we close off on a high note, so I want both of these teams to come out and definitely bring out their best efforts. I feel like this is going to be a very even matchup, and knowing Dark Immortals, we could definitely see something interesting. For those of you that don't know, still with us, Dark Immortals is definitely the team that played that Florin jungle, the Raphaelia jungle, and things of that nature. So they're definitely a team to keep you on your toes. So I'm expecting to see some of that funky drafting coming from them.
Yeah, looking at the drafting so far, we are seeing that Fredrin taken out. Not the worst option, but you also have to keep in mind that Dark Immortals has first pick, so I'm not really sure that was the best thing for them to ban out. That could have definitely worked in their favor. But nonetheless, if they're not going to use it, definitely wanted to take it off the board. We are going to see Hayabusa taken out, though, over there on the side of Abyss, and I'm kind of wondering what the game plan is on that. I mean, not something you typically see banned out. Yeah, we see it slotted a lot when it is available, but there are some answers with that direct suppression provided by that Kaja, which both sides have decided to let walk so far in this draft.
Definitely something a little suspicious going on here, if you will, Wheezy. But with that being said, like I pointed out, these are some even teams, and we do know some weird things can go on when you have some well-balanced matchups. They probably have their own insight on each other as well. As like we kind of talked about, right, during the break, these teams are it's getting a little closer to NACT time, so it might be a little more scouting going on, a little more information being pulled about these compositions and these rosters. So that could be what we're seeing unfolding right here in front of us.
Definitely going to see a lot unfolding in front of us as the first ban phase for the side of Dark Immortals is finalized. They are going to take out that Joy, and now Kaj is still on the table. I'm wondering if they are going to ban it out. No, they are going to go ahead and take out this That looked like, was that Leomord right there, right? Or was that Moskov? I couldn't really tell.
That's Arlot.
That's who?
Arlot. That's the new champ.
Bro, I didn't even know there was a new champ. Hold on, what? There's a new hero out? Oh my god, this guy's been just casting too much. Not able to see these ads. What does he do? What is he, an XP lane?
Honestly, I have no idea. Haven't touched him yet. He's been banned out a couple times in some of these series. I'm surprised you didn't notice.
So this whole time, I kept saying that was Leomord, and I thought that was the new Abyss skin on him.
Oh yeah, no, that's a whole new champ right there. But I mean, on the note of it being banned, for one, in my opinion, I feel like banning new champs is so useless. I mean, it's a new champ, right? No one has the mastery over it. I would much rather let them take it and experiment and fool around with it than let them take something that they are used to and comfortable with. If they want to take a new champion in a scrim up against you, let them take it. Why are you banning? It hasn't even been proven to be good, right? So I just feel like some things shouldn't be banned, and I feel like that's a wasted slot for them. But speaking of wasted slots, no time being wasted by either one of these teams. We got to look at this. There's a lot of priority picks that have been slotted here. There's a 1-1, there's a carry, there's a glue, there's a Gronk, and now that uprising pick from this patch that just came out for us, Julian, in the hands of Rock Bomba. What are your thoughts right now? Because there's a lot of hard hitters on the board.
I know one thing for certain: Faramis needs to be slotted up right now for the side of Abyss if they do want to have an answer over there for that glue. My bad, I thought my mic was muted. I almost had a heart attack again. But yeah, there we go. There goes the Faramis being hovered over there by Mark Cutie. I was gonna say, if that wasn't slotted in, then definitely on the side of Dark Immortals having the stronger aggressive composition to be able to pull this off. But with this being slotted, there is answers on both sides of the table, right? You have the carry, the late game damage dealer over there, did opt in on that Inspire, going up against this 1-1, but 1-1 can definitely have an easier time in that 1v1 fight, so you are gonna have to be careful. If that crossbow tang gets activated, 1-1 will be immobile and be able to burst down that carry, so carry need to play a little safe. But if he can play safe and be protected by the team, Carry will have an easier time closing this game out. Now, Jay on the glue. The glue versus the Faramis. We've seen that direct counter to kind of shut down those mini glues when he does use that split. So I am in favor of the side of Abyss locking in that Faramis as that direct counter. And that's what I like to see. When teams let meta picks walk, having the direct counter draft against it. As we see, I can't even tell you how many times we've seen a deck, even today alone, like teams that let meta things walk and they do not properly counter. Like we've seen a Hayabusa be slotted and a Kaja not picked. We've seen that happen. We've seen just so much things just completely ignored. Sometimes with Joy being slotted and not a Kaja being available, or this match exactly, we are seeing the glue, and this is going to be a direct counter. And I'm glad to finally see teams, kind of learning from the others' mistakes. And with that Faramis being slotted in, that's going to provide some sustainability to the side of Abyss. But the question about it is the Julian. How is Julian going to work? How do you kind of feel about Julian? Were you able to kind of read the patch notes and see why he's really getting kind of slotted in a little bit more recently?
I mean, for starters, I mean, his whole patch was just complete buff, right? No nerfs. And rightfully so. He had already been nerfed to a point where he went from being picked almost every game, if not banned, to just completely irrelevant to matches. And I feel like the buff put him back in a good spot, a good place. I will say, though, this time around, where it did feel like he could go kind of everywhere. We saw him in the jungle, we saw him in the mid lane and the XP. I feel like now it's been more set in the mid lane from what I've been seeing. And that's just been... Oh no. Oh my goodness. They didn't do it. They did not just lock into Raphaelia jungle again. There's no way. There's no way that just happened. I'm sorry. I have to deter from that. Julian's doing good, Wheezy. That's going to be the summary. But this is ridiculous. The Raphaelia, again, I pointed this out when we came into this match, saying that this is the exact same team that pulled out the Raphaelia, that pulled out the foreign jungle, and it looks like they're going to go for it again. That is a crazy way to open up a series, Wheezy.
Yeah, and now Cassian's going to go ahead and lock in this... final pick on that X-Borg for the jungle as well. Not two heroes you see too often in that position, but I gotta say, the Raphael, I've only seen it that one other time, and I'm definitely going to be keeping my eyes over there on iPost, who is going to have that Rafaela. Maybe the power of the Holy Baptism is too much to handle, but I don't know. I don't know why you would want that in the jungle. I don't think it has really fast clear. Yeah, you have sustainability, but you don't have damage. And I'm wondering what the plan is on this. But you are seeing the Minotaur, right? To be able to provide that Minoan Fury, have that group CC knock up, and that will be able to kind of disrupt the side of Abyss. But Abyss did lock in this X-Borg with those fire missiles, the fire stakes, and not to mention that Faraga armor to be able to work in his favor with that last Insanity. It is going to be a good game indeed, and it's kind of piqued my interest, right? This is the final game of the day, final series of the day, Dark Immortals versus Abyss, and they're definitely being creative with the drafts.
And it's funny to point out, right? I said, got to keep an eye on it. It was used once before. They're 1 for 1 on their failure, right? I know it's not a big data pool to use for statistics, but they are 1 for 1. They did not lose the last time they pulled it out, so it has a 100% win rate for them in the jungle. And they're the only team that can have that claim in the MLBB. But speaking of plays here on the top side,
you're going to see the Tyrant's Revenge connecting for the knockup, and now Wanwan with the Inspire is going to find first blood, and I'm definitely not about to read that name off, but that is going to be MOBA picking up that kill, and I don't know, maybe having to establish some new rules in the MLSA to be able to compete, because what in the world is that?
That's something there, but hold up, a little more action going on in this mid lane.
You are going to see the slam from Glue. Jay picking up a kill, takes down Mar Cutie, and now that is going to be one member off the board for both sides, evened out in terms of kills.
Even out in terms of kills, but I have to point out something here that really led to that kill. This carry has that killing spree, and not just that, but that Inspire as well. Not the typical spell in, emblem that you normally see. Had that been a carry that had that flicker, or maybe even the Purify at the bare minimum, definitely would not have been first blooded. But when you take that Inspire and you don't have a champion with too much mobility, you can fall suspect to those kind of ganks. All it took was that Tyrant's Rage to be able to lock him down with that knockup, and was quickly taken off the board. Might gonna be the theme that we'll see later on.
As you are gonna see Rock Bomba pick up a kill with the enhanced chains provided by that slam on Jay for the glue, and that is gonna be another kill onto the sides of Dark Immortals, who now is gonna make their way over to this first turtle.
Making their way to the first turtle and trying to make their way up the board as far as gold. They're up to 1 here and looking for some more economy. But hang on here, looking at X board, might be in trouble.
This is going to be Rock Bomba picking up that kill. Cassian does fall, the jungler for the side of Abyss, and now looks like the Rafaela jungle is still working out. Not able to pick up the kills, but sitting down with 2 assists right now. You can say it's definitely not working against them, but look at the Grok winding up with the power of nature, trying to delay them from taking this blue buff, but it's not going to phase the Rafaela, and she is going to go ahead and pick that up.
Picking that up, and so is this gold lead. They are up 1K if you're on the side of Dark Immortals. Abyss already slowly falling behind. You can see items being worked on. Nothing too crazy, a bunch of components. Obviously, we do know they're going to be looking to find some of those core items. It looks like this Julian, ooh, hang on. Speaking of finding things, Minotaur is going to take down MOBA up there. Guess you need to use some protection. You might catch something you don't want to, like getting caught off guard in that top lane all alone. But speaking of things being caught and being alone, the corrosion side coming in for the lone item for the side of Wanwan doesn't have anything else, not even any type of boots or anything like that. And that's what you can go for with Wanwan, since she does have that dash passive with those auto attacks. But with that corrosion side being picked up, skipping those boots, that is an item advantage up against Carry, even though he is behind in the gold. 1 item ahead is always something you have to take account for. That is a major swing for them.
And it looks like leading the way 4-1 right now. Dark Immortals shifting this early game into their favor. They are going to have to watch out, though, as Abyss does have some damage at their disposal. They just have to find a way to opt in on it, right? And right now, you are seeing Dark Immortals having a little bit more of synergy. And speaking of synergy, rushing into the bush 3v1 situation. Soy in a bad spot. Last Sandy going in, but the Cold Altar for the saving grace. Cassian picking up a kill, takes down Soy. Slam from the Glue. Ipel's going to pick up a kill, take down Cassian with his Rafaela jungle. Look at the split activated by Glue. And the Wild Charge is going to connect onto the wall, but Glue's going to grab him up just in time. But Vengeance has been proc, trapped inside of that Guardian's barrier in the tier 1 turret. He is going to be bursted down, and that is going to be a kill into the hands of Kufra, who is now making his way toward the top side to put some pressure on Sorry God Bless.
And I hope this side of Abyss isn't going to be that greedy all game, Weezy. That was 3 ultimates used to take down a Minotaur, as Rafael is going to pick up that turtle. And right now, sitting at 1-0 and 2 and haven't lost a neutral yet, and now looking to go for the blue buff, even though it's going to go into the hands of Kai from the X board, not going to be able to pick that up. It's just incredible to see, right? It's just, I don't know what this is or what would make them want to go for this as Mark Cutie picks up that Clock of Destiny on the right side of your screen. But it's just an incredible will here that they have in the draft. They just want to go for what they want. It bars all logic that we know in the Land of Dawn. They're just going exactly for what they want to play, but it's working out for them, right? 5-3 up 1K. And if you're looking at the items, Julian picking up that Genius wand already in his kit to go ahead and get Rock Bomba online, the laner for Dark Immortals. And you see a couple items pick it up now as well. Jay picking up that Dominance Ice. Go ahead and bring in some of that anti-heal presence. Demon Hunter Sword being locked in by God Bless on this carry, but hang on, keep an eye on red.
We are going to see Kufra wind up with the Tyrant's Revenge, but wait a minute, Enhanced Chains. Crossbow Tank has been activated. MOBA's going to lose the tier 1 turret, though, on the top side, and a good push from Dark Immortals.
They just have so much sustainability, right? Especially with that Rafael jungle. Minotaur on the wrong, a bunch of heals coming in, and when they're together, it just feels like it's an overwhelming amount, and Abyss doesn't really have anything to do with that. But hang on, look at Mark Cutie, almost getting caught out by that Holy Baptism, nearly going to be able to escape. And in this bot side, we haven't seen too much action between Glue and this Grok. It seems like it's been going kind of even. Neither one can really beat up the other. Definitely going to see their impact come in later on in team fights. Who can find the wild charge? Who can find the grab with the split, and find the opportunity for their team to be able to capitalize on. And speaking of capitalize on, it looks like Jay might be the number to go for, or Soy 2 here. It looks like they were trying to cut them off and not able to find anything, but in the mid.
We are going to see the Tyrant's Rage connecting onto the wall, and now the Fire Stick's going in by this X-Borg over there trying to give that AoE damage, and it looks like Dark Immortals is able to push out of that fight without losing any members. But look at the turtle. In play is going to get reset. Both teams battling over this neutral objective. Jay wrapping around. Guardian's Barrier does drop. Look at MOBA, though. Does not have the crossbow tanks. He activated a little bit earlier. It's going to have to be a little passive, but he's leaving Carry over there on the top side to free farm in the gold lane. And now Altar has been activated. Minoan Fury for the knockup onto Cassian, and is going to find the members in the bush on the side of Abyss. Cassian picking up a kill, takes down Soy. In the back line, though, you are going to see Jay pick up a kill. Cassian takes down Ipos for the double kill. Find out over there as Japanese is going to take down this Julian, and that is going to leave only 2 members on the board. But with Carry not in that fight, was able to take the tier 2 on the top side, and at least they were able to translate that into an objective, as you are seeing Cassian still working on this turtle. And now the 2v1 onto Jay. Crossbow tank has been activated into the split, but the sustainability is too much to handle on top of that Vengeance. But wait a minute, can they secure the kill? Last Insanity going in there, going all out for Jay, and they are going to be able to pick up that killing spree onto Cassian for the X-Borg in the jungle.
Getting him out of the way, make sure that they're able to get that tower. Speaking of things that are being got, Mark Cutie picking up that enchanted talisman. But speaking of,
whoa, sliced and diced, and a flicker on the way out, but not so nice. You're going to see Julian take him down, and I gotta say, that was impressive. Did you see that wild charge, that flicker, and then the execution with the Guardian's Barrier? But looking at the bottom side, Tyrant's Revenge, Tyrant's Rage activated, pin on the wall. Ipos on the Rafaela jungle. Gonna use the Holy Baptism to try and slow down MOBA from pushing in the tier 2 turret, and able to push him out of there. Talk about some good defense.
Absolutely some good defense going on here. But speaking of things going on, while there is a lot of action going on, 7-8, as we're going right underneath that 9-minute mark, it is even on the goals for both of these teams. And looking at the items, even with the 1-1, right, skipping those boots, has been caught up by this Carry, who does have still a slight gold advantage, has that Corrosion Scythe, has that Demon Hunter Sword in the tough boots, actually having more items than 1-1, which is incredible since she did skip the boots. And now we're seeing Jay forcing out that wall charge from his Grok. Still in the chase, but he's going to be able to disengage now. A couple more key pieces. We're seeing this Rafael, who as MOBA has been taken out again. Hang on, more action going on.
You're going to see Julian pick up that kill with that enhanced sword, and now looking at the tier 1 turret for the bottom side. Soy rushing in for the knockup. Sorry, God bless, going to go ahead and burst down that turret into the hands of Dark Immortals to try and open up this map and create some opportunity, as it is 8-8 on the board in terms of kills, and they are leading by 1,000 gold.
Like I was saying, as I was going to point out, I find it interesting. This Raphaelia actually has a glowing wand slotted in the jungle, right? The enchanted talisman and the glowing wand. No defensive items at all whatsoever. That's a very interesting thing to see there. As we can also see that Cooper only has the radiant armor right now. He's only worried about the magic damage, not really too worried about God blessing. That might spell disaster later on, but in the jungle, a lot of bodies being thrown around.
You're going to see Tyrant's Rage for the double set, and now Last Sanity going in. Marcuti with the Alter picking up a kill. Japanese taking out the carry, the Minoan Fury for the 4-man knockup. Cassian taking down Soy on that set. Now Japanese going to take out Rack Bomba for a double kill, and now that's going to create the opportunity for them to push in this Lord with little to none contest. But you are going to see Jay inside of the bush. The creep trying to expose him. Look at him trying to deal some of that chip damage. He has been spotted, though. You are seeing Mobile rush in, trying to get the weakness points, but he still has the power. Split is going to rush in with the Slam. Cassian with the Retribution is going to go ahead and take that Lord and burst down Jay on the glue. And that is a wipeout for the side of Dark Immortals going to Abyss.
Now it's going to give them what they need, a little more of a lead up to K Lightning Trunch into the hands of Marcuti Ultra. So now he has those core items for that damage, the Clock Book, the Trinity, but hang on to the bot side. Wow. God bless his soul. His carry is going to find the kill onto MOBA. Needs to wear latex because he's getting burnt out here in the bot side of the map. Ice Queen Wand being picked up by his export, though. Very interesting, 6-2-3, so I can't argue with what he's got going on for the jungler from Abyss. That is Kaisen making those plays from them. You're seeing a Malefic Ward being picked up by Grok as well. Japanese speaking very fluent in proficiency from the Grok in the XP lane right now. As Abyss is claiming some real estate in the jungle. Looks like Rock, Bomba, and Soy 2 might go for a play. They need to be careful here. Marcuti with the Shadow Stampede could look to try to punish them. As it looks like the side of Abyss is looking for the siege here. Weezy, we could see some action going on with that enchanted chain, but hang on, keep an eye on Kufra here.
Is going to rush in the knockup, sending Soy airborne, and now going to rush out with barely any HP. You are going to see the Fire Stakes trying to rush in, trying to pull him back to the team for that additional chip damage to take him down, but he is going to recall back, and now they are clearing the minions for the mid lane, and they do have minions pushing in. Will Abyss be able to take this turret? You are seeing Kufra wind up, going to go ahead and cancel out that Tyrant's Revenge, but it looks like the side of Dark Immortals is going to be able to defend their tier 2 turret for the mid lane.
They can, but keep an eye on Soy 2. He's going to be in trouble.
Yanked back with the Shadow Stampede, and now Crossbow Tang has been activated. Marcuti picking up a kill, takes down Soy. Crossbow Tang, MOBA taking down iPose, and you are seeing turrets dropping left and right on the map, all inside of Abyss's favor, as they are going to keep their foot on the gas, try and take possibly an inhibitor. You are seeing the rush in, Last Insanity, Co-Alter being activated, Cassian taking out Rock Bomba for the monster kill. Co-Alter still in play, though, over there by Rock Bomba, and you are going to see Carry pick up a kill as well, but look at the inhibitor bursted down into the hands of Abyss from this push, and they were able to take yet another objective from the side of Dark Immortals. But did they overstay their welcome? They are still making some pressure onto this mid inhibitor turret, but looks like they are going to have to push off as Dark Immortal is rushing in for a possible clash. You are seeing Soy kind of stack up that energy, possible Minoan Fury on the way as he makes his way up to that blue buff. And wait a minute, there goes a little bit of a knockup. Last Insanity going out over there by this X-Borg is going to burst him down. Godlike, talk about being overheated, but now being sent airborne. Marcuti is going to use that Co-Alter silence, though, and the Slam too much to handle. Ipo's going to pick up that kill with that Raphaela jungle. They are not done there, as you are going to see the enhanced change for the knockup. The Slam from Glue, 3v1 situation now, a 4v1 situation, and Speedy Lightwheel's bursting him down. Killing spree as down goes Kufra into the hands of Sorry God Bless, all before this Lord is in play.
And that's going to be 2 roams right now down from both sides here, Weezy. But hang on, looks like more might be out of the way.
You are seeing the wild charge as a means of escape, and now hugging that wall for dear life. But wait a minute! The enhanced sight going in. Able to connect, but not able to take him down. Jay's gonna pick up the Lord though with the glue. You are gonna see Carry pick up that kill, taking out the Framus. Immortality being procced. Same with the crossbow tank, but not able to hit the mark to secure the kills. Moba is gonna take down Ipos. Double kill into the hands of God Bless, taking out Moba. Sorry, God Bless gonna take out Cassie for a triple kill. And my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, not only did Dark Immortals get the triple kill over there for this carry, but also able to take this Luminous Lord. And they are not stopping. They're trying to claim some more real estate. Gonna go ahead and push into the tier 2 turret, but hit with the Tyrant's Rage for the set. And you are gonna see Rock Baba take out Japanese. Talk to me nice, he says. Sorry, God Bless, gonna get godlike, take out this Kufra. But look at the airborne knockup. Rock Baba sending the members of Abyss on a trampoline. Is gonna find the final kill and get a full wipeout on Abyss. And ladies and gentlemen, they may be able to close this out, but look at Moba spawning in just in time. He just needs to clear the minions, but the Speedy Light Wheels having other plans. Ladies and gentlemen, Dark Immortals takes game 1.
And what a game for Dark Immortals. What a turnaround. Because for a couple of minutes there, it looked like they had been read like a book and they were starting to get canceled out. But no, God Bless turning up when they needed him most on this carry, securing that MVP. Because this was a crazy match here, Weezy. But let's look at the statistics and see what might have led to the turnaround for the side of Dark Immortals. And you can see here the damage being led by God Bless, 30% on the carry, no surprise there. But look at the turret damage. No one really got to those turrets but him, 74%. That is an astronomical amount of turret damage when you're talking about an overall game. 15 minutes in, all of it basically on the carry to be able to find those objectives and still be present for 61% of those fights. That's an insane stat line from him and definitely a key component for his team being able to win that game.
And speaking of winning that game, now 2 for 2 on the Rafaela jungle. Wait a minute. We saw the glowing wand, the damage, and also the synergy from the side of Dark Immortals able to prevail. And I'm just so astonished on how good they're doing in season 2, right? They're a little bit shaky. They came from the trilogy of the Immortal series, 3 different teams, but definitely the best of the best when it comes to all 3 of those teams. And now letting their name be known, able to take the first win up against Abyss in the final series of today. And now the question is, how will Abyss respond? Are they going to allow Dark Immortals to take them down with the match point and get the potential sweep to close out the day? Or are we going to see Abyss respond back and take them out to a game 3, which has been a similar story for most of the series today, going all the way to that final match. And I'm excited nonetheless to see as both of these teams are getting ready to embark right back in the land of the Dawn for game 2.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
definitely they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause it's just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch your sky, you're a man of saving God. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our hearts and we are strong.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and man, an insane game for the final match or final series of the day. We did see match 1 going into the hands of Dark Immortals with the Rafaela jungle. Not something you traditionally see, and definitely not something I'd recommend you try at home, but see, it's been perfected by the side of Dark Immortals. Now pulling that out for the second time and able to win yet again. But you know what they say, third time's a charm, so I need to see it one more time in Dark Immortals before I verify it. But aside from that, they were able to take the win up against Abyss, and that's going to put Abyss in a little bit of a tricky situation as they are currently down 1 win, which means this is match point for the side of Dark Immortals. If they can take match 2, it'll be an official sweep, taking down Abyss for the final series of the day. And the question is, how will Abyss respond? How will they handle the Rafaela jungle and shift the momentum that Dark Immortals has been building during this final series? Joined on the desk with me, I do have the on-point play-by-play, breaking down these insane action and engagement and maybe a Rafaela jungle if we're lucky. Coach Deku, do you even breathe, has entered the building, and I will be your analyst to kind of break down these keys to victory and also items. And man, how you feeling, Deku? How you feeling, Deku? Oh no, he left me. I think you might have muted for a split second, but we are gonna.
I was just still getting over the shell shock, Weezy. Your jungle. Okay. I had to let that soak in, man. That's not just traumatic for them; it's traumatic for me. I had to watch it happen. It's nothing worse than being an innocent bystander watching, those civilians get taken out by things they cannot control, which is that Rafaela jungle coming out from Dark Immortals. But you live and you learn, and maybe we'll see them have a better answer. One thing I would find hilarious if it happened is to see a ban to the Rafaela, right? Because what do you take to counter Rafaela jungle? You don't play it. You know what I mean? You don't play against it, so you don't really have an answer. So what's the next best step is to maybe ban it, and that would be comical for me to see if that happens. The Dark Immortals can earn the respect to get the Rafaela ban, and if they don't, to see if they bring it back for the second one, because if it ain't broke, don't fix it, Weezy.
Yeah, if it's not broken, definitely don't fix it. And speaking about broken, looks like the draft taking an interesting turn of events. It looks like Abyss is going to go ahead and take out this Hayabusa yet again. And I wasn't really sure about how I felt about that in the last drafts as well. Like, when teams focus this Hayabusa, there are still some options to directly counter it. If you just kind of practice on that, I think you'd have more of an amazing result. Is when you kind of ban out these assassins, you allow other things to walk that could be more of a deadly force. But speaking of deadly force, Arlott being taken out again, I really want to see what his skills look like, so maybe one of these times he will walk through the draft, but not today, as you are seeing Valentina being taken off on the side of Abyss with that glue that is going to finalize the first ban phase for them.
Absolutely, and right now, like you said, we have seen that we finalized a couple picks that aren't normally put up there. Obviously, Arlott being the new champion, and Hayabusa, and I'm right alongside with you. There's definitely options. I mean, even just from the realm alone, you can name a couple options. There's Franco, there's Kaja, there's Hilda as well. Really anything pick off a Cho. heck, if you really want to get deep in your bag, a Jawhead and a Ruby. There's so many picks just right there off the top of my head, right and wrong, to deal with Hayabusa. And I feel like, just like what you said, their teams just need to start getting comfortable with letting these things through and dealing with them, because, I mean, there's only 6 or 5 slots, right, for any given team, 10 overall, but you only get 5 bans. Something's gonna walk. You have to learn how to have answers for things, and looking at what just got let through, the Joy, it would be interesting to see. Are we not going to see a team pick up another suppression? Kaja and Franco are both open here, Wheezy.
Yeah, you are seeing the Kaja being available, and with that Joy being locked in, this is a direct counter up against it. And I'm not sure if that's the wisest answer, and something we've seen time and time again. Rock Bomba locking up that Julian. Nothing out of the ordinary now, becoming the new norm after the recent patch. But yeah, I would definitely opt in on this Kaja, but no, we just talked about this last game, Deku, with teams allowing things to walk and not directly countering it, and this may be an opportunity for Abyss to pick up the Kaja instead.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm the side of Abyss right here, I'm definitely looking to take up one of those options. I mean, you can take the Kaja to deny it, even if you don't necessarily need it, but with such a strong ultimate, you can always find room to take something like Kaja. But even if not that, a Franco would be great here. Now that I think about it, even last night, right, when OTS got to play, there was a Joy, there was the Xavier, and the Franco. Farsa kind of falls in that same category as Xavier as far as the late game, and the nuke ability is what I'm going to call it for that massive AoE damage. They could go for the exact same setup and go ahead and make that happen tonight. The Franco pick for the suppression, but they don't. They take the Kufa, and again, with the last pick in the first phase of the draft, Weezy, there's still a Kaja and a Franco to answer to this Joy. Will we see the suppression? God bless us if they don't, because I'm literally going to faint and fall out if this happens.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, like, they could have easily opted in on that, and it looks like it's not going to be picked up, and that would have been a great answer, not to only stop this Julian, but to also stop this Melissa, and not to mention open up the opportunity for them to pick an assassin in the jungle. And it looks like Kaja is going to go to the side of Dark Immortals, who already took game 1, and now having a huge momentum boost. With that Kaja being slotted, not only does he counter the Joy, but he also counters Mark Cutie on this Farzan when he drops in with that Feather Airstrike.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a breath of fresh air there, because there's been countless teams to be in the same position and not lock any option for suppression. So very delightful to see, right? Because we were definitely sweating bullets up here to see if that was going to happen, because it took a little while. It was the very last pick for the first phase of that draft, but they got it done. They did put that into the hands of Soy 2, so there is at least a response for this Joy if need be. And now at this point, it's comes down to execution. Will you catch him during the midst of those electrifying beats, or before or after? Can you be able to cut off the music when you need to the most? But it's there, right? And that's all we want. There has to be the pick at the bare minimum. We have to see you at least acknowledge the Joy to the extent that you need to pick up some suppression. But speaking of things being picked up, things that won't be getting picked up is going to be a Barat, the Fanny, and now that Yuzhong. And we're looking at the last band be hover over by the side of Abyss here. It'd be interesting to what they take out. That's 2 dives that have been taken out for the second phase, and then that jungler, right, for Barat. They didn't want to put that into the hands of Abyss, and I could see why that would have been a pick they could have leaned for. Both of those picks really make a lot of sense for them, the Fanny or the Barat here. But with that final ban on the way here, we know the first pick's going to go over to the red side. We can see what they need, or at least we can assume what they need. We do know Rock Bomba played mid lane with the Julian last game. They are going to need an XP, and they are going to need a jungler still. With that being said, Weezy, what are you maybe expecting to see get picked up first, and not just that, but maybe a pick specifically?
Now I think Martis would be okay here, right? He can not only stop the CC over there from this Kufra, but he can use that decimation to also get some potential kills in the early phase of things. And he also provides that frontline presence with a little bit of CC in his kit. So I think that's a valid option. Something else still on the table, with second pick being on the side of Dark Immortals. They could take up the Atlas, not right now, but if they wait and not pick their roam here, I would definitely pick a Martis and pick the Atlas last. And they would have a huge amount of answers up against it. Actually, no, they can't pick the Atlas though, because Soy has the Kaja, so never mind. They have the roam. I don't know, so maybe that they could go a roam in the jungle, now that I think about it. Maybe even something like an Akai. who is still walking, as they need a little bit of a stronger CC presence. And since Jay locked in this Lapu, this is going to be, I'm assuming, Julian in the mid lane or Julian as the jungle.
And, you know, I was really expecting to see Grok, honestly, to go into the XP here. I feel like that would have been really nice because they do need that front line capability. Maybe it might have been maybe just because, well, no, because Grok can cut as well. I was thinking maybe just for the, you know, the cuts, because we know that's what Joy's going to go for, and they might have put the Lapu. But speaking about that Martis pick that you were hinting out that you want to see Dark Immortals take, they're actually going to fall into the hands of Abyss. Like Abyss is taking all the marks right now. But now that the XP has been launched outside of Dark Immortals, final pick underway, less than 40 seconds to go. They do need that jungler. Wheezy and Martis has been taken off, and that's what you want to see them with. What is left here in your eyes that you think they could go ahead and put up against Abyss?
It's going to have to be the Akai. I mean, if it's not the Akai, maybe, honestly, not too much that can really happen.
Oh, man.
I think they're...
Oh, my God.
Okay, it's going to be the Rafaela jungle. That's what it's going to be. It's going to be it. Oh, no, it's going to be the Grok. Okay, I'm cool with that. Like, Grok in the jungle, we've seen it the other day. It actually worked out really well. We kind of mentioned they did need a little bit of CC and more frontline in their kit. Even though they do have that Julian, and that Grok definitely can make the difference. And I think that overall, that's a pretty strong composition. They have the early game checked off. They have the mid to late game led by the way of Sorry God Bless on this Melissa, and then Julian to kind of fit all the in between. Not to mention Soy on this Kaja for that suppression to be able to grab up not only Mark Cutie on the Farza, but also Moba on that Brody and Japanese on this Joy.
I mean, I did want to see the Grok come out from them. I just didn't think it was going to come out in the jungle, but beggars can't be choosers. But with that draft being finalized here, I'm definitely still going to look out as far as just the overall package. I think I'm going to have to give it up to the side of Abyss here. I think their draft is a little bit better. Well, you know what? Dang, this is tough. This is honestly... It's a little even because there's answers, right? The Farsa, I feel like, is a really good pick, but there's Dive coming in from the side of Dark Immortals. There's the Grok, there's Lapu, there's even Julian right away as soon as he gets that level 3 there to be able to start making those plays. So it's just... I'm not even sure which way I could really give this out to. Okay, let's look at a late game. You got the Brody, you got the Farsa. Joy's always annoying. And then it's just the Melissa for the late game coming out from the side of Dark Immortals. But they have the counterplay coming out. Just comes down to execution. Martis for Grok, I don't even know. What do you, like, you know what? Let's talk about that. What is your census on this Martis versus Grok in the jungle matchup? Who's getting the edge here?
Well, Martis definitely going to have the anti-CC, so he's not really going to have to worry about a lot of the set potential that he is going up against. So I think Martis is a good fit in the puzzle for the side of Abyss, but he is going to have to watch out for the damage provided over there by Dark Immortals. Not to mention they have that Kaja with the suppression, who can still grab up this Martis if he is not careful and if he does not time his skills right. And right now, you are seeing Martis work his way around the map. Already got that level 4 decimation on the way, but looking at the top side,
we are seeing some action going on here. Rock Bomba trying to take down Red here. They need to be careful. A double knockup with that Tyrant range.
Yeah, definitely a double knockup indeed, but not able to work it into a kill. And right now, still even on the board, 1 minute in. You are going to be seeing this turtle spawn in here shortly, but look at Japanese trying to put some pressure on the Jay, but he is playing this pretty well, considering he doesn't really have the direct answer for the Joy, but the Justice play is going to hit the mark. Talk about a bullseye.
And, you know, it's actually funny that you said something about the immunity, right, to the CC. Martis does have immunity to CC, but you know what? So does Grok. With that S1 charging up on those walls, and you can see him up against the wall right now for that turtle. He has the exact same play style, and like you pointed out, with that Kaja with the suppression, able to deal with it pretty well. Speaking of dealing with things, the turtle fight is starting to break out here. Jay's in trouble already, going to be bursted out as the Lord. Turtle's going to be taken by the hands of Dark here, but first we'll go into the hands of Abyss and make that 2 for their airstrike, and they're going to look to make it 3. Double kill to the hands of Kaizen here. He's on a tear. He's looking for Soy 2. Mortal Coils trying to pull him up out of the tower. He's trying to escape. He's not going to let him go. But yes, he is. Soy 2 is going to be able to disengage and get out of the way of the freight train that is Kaizen, the jungler from Abyss.
Yeah, definitely a freight train indeed. Running at 100 miles an hour as you are seeing Abyss not only take 3 kills, but also take that turtle. Now they're leading in terms of gold by over about 2,000 right now. Only 3 minutes in. That is the lead you definitely want for the early game. And right now, they are definitely showing their presence, trying to even out the scoreboard for a possible game 3.
Absolutely, and right now, Dark Immortals trying to have the edge right now. Julian's already on the rotation. That was a crazy flicker of Tyrant's range. I didn't even see that man on my screen until the very last second, but look at that enhanced change come out from Rock Bomba. Muddles trying to connect to find the kill, not going to be able to get it done, but here comes Big Daddy Kaizen looking to maybe return on this gank, but Side of Dark Immortals is going to wisely back off, and there goes the XP matchup. Electrifying Beats is going to come out just in the nick of time, but was it enough? Hang on, one more auto. He is going to find it, and that's a wasted vengeance from this Joy, but keep an eye on Red, charging up for that Rage. Isn't going to be able to get it out just a long time, but again, Abyss and Dark. Hold up. The charge again. No, he's going to be able to find him, and there's no mana because the Tyrant's Rage for the airstrike is stacking on top of him with the Magic Ball, not going to let him go. MOBA is going to be able to find the kill on him. That's going to be a great pickup for the side of Abyss. It looks like they're not going to back off. They're going to go for one more engage. Look at Red charging up the Rage again. He's 2 for 2 on this right now on this tower. He's going to find the mark, and there goes the damage. They're going to go ahead and just focus on the tower after forcing Soy 2 to back off here.
Definitely going to force him to back off. A lot of gold going into the hands of Abyss right there. Looking at the turtle spawning in and definitely having the advantage. Not only did they strip the gold, but they took the entire turret. Talk about a good play. And now the battle over this turtle, as you are seeing the electrifying beats activated by Japanese.
It has been activated, but now it's no longer there to be used, and they can be able to deal with this Joy pretty easily now. Enhanced chains are coming out from Rock Bomba. The clash is going to go on, but Kaisa will walk away with that turtle as the Brave Fighter stands. We'll go ahead and take him out. That's the turtle for the jungle coming out from Abyss. We'll keep looking at Red again with a well-timed Rage and the big Tyrant ult, and now the airstrike's coming out. But was that ill-advised? He already helped to disengage. He needs to get out of there. He's very low HP. Now he's going to be forced to use the flicker that he never needed to have to use with torn apart memory here. Not going to be able to find the kill, but another knockup from this Kufa. Red is on point right now. This man has not been missing any engagements, and now it looks like they're going to go ahead and sandwich iPost in. That's going to be a double hills into the gold lantern. He's all the way in the XP now. This is now his lane, but hang on, Jay returning with that Brave Fighter stance. Find the 2-man dash, but now they're getting a little too mobile for him. He's going to have to back off to a memory. He's going to turn him into a memory, but not before. He's going to be able to find a kill, a 1v3, and he's going to take one with him. Not too shabby for the XP laner from Dark Immortals.
Now, you are seeing Kaja with the Divine Judgment for the suppression, but the flicker out just in time.
But Julian looking to close in the gap, and Mo was not going to be able to find his way out of this one to shut down into Rock Bomba's hand, and it can still play. We're going to go ahead and quickly rotate out of the bot side, but hang on here. Rock Bomba is going to run right into the hands of Kufa, and that's a tire trade, defender airstrike, and now here comes the Destroyer's Wrath. Immortal Coils, Decimation is inbound. Wild Charge not going to slow him down. He's going to be able to save him. What a play from iPost, not going to let Rock Bomba fall to the jungler from Abyss.
And it looks like they are going to have to push off of that fight. 8-4 right now, though. You are seeing the map open up for the side of Abyss, having a huge advantage, taking that tier 1 for the mid lane, and also pushing up their way on the top side. And now the battle on the bottom lane on the way, as you are seeing Red over there on this Kufra, and also MOBA on this Melissa, trying to fight off Soy, and also Sorry, God Bless.
And there's a big 20 part memory going to draw God Bless very low, but it's like Melissa's not going to back off. Ipos is on his way with the Grok. He is undetected right now. He could go for a play. He's going to throw a berry out. That's going to reveal his position. Don't think it was needed, but a Divine Judgment is going to pull on Kaiser. Not going to lead too much, but look at Red looking for the charge up there. He's going to find a knock up on the Grok. Feather Airstrike going to force him damage low, and a Wild Charge to go ahead and disengage. But look at Muddles stacking on damage to 2 members there from the side of Abyss. Here goes Joyce into the background. But that go away is working on, but not on the electrifying beast. He's trying to find the kill, but no, he's going to be slowed down by Rock Bomba. He's going to be taken out. And now a huge Tyrant's range and a Tyrant set there. That's a double R, and I ain't talking about Rolls Royce. He's going to be able to set up a play from them to Jay on the turnaround, trying to find a kill, and Moba's going to go ahead and take him out right back, and Kyson will follow that up with a kill of his own. Torn apart memories, trying to find a 3-piece connection. They have Rock Bomba sandwich. He has nowhere to go, and Moba will be able to take him down, and not just him, but that tower's going to fall as well.
Man, a lot of things working into the hands of Abyss right now. 12-6 on the board. leading by about 4,000 gold. Looking at the items, Farza opting in on the CDR route. You can go ahead and pick up those magic shoes, and then also go for the Clock of Destiny and the Lightning Truncheon combination. And now looking at that, Brody picked up that Blade of Heptases, and now already having that Malefic Roar built. Gonna go ahead and start working on his Blade of Despair. Definitely going to be a problem if you are not careful. But speaking of problems,
we're seeing a lot go on down the bot side. Farsa needing to be careful. Marquis going for an ill-advised feather airstrike all alone. Remember, the Dark Immortals are going to stack up on top of him, but it's a one-for-one trade so far. Rock Rama's been taking out a look at the double R coming out from Red again, making a triple R with his name, and he's going to find a double kill with the double R set up there in that top side jungle clash. They're going to walk away with a favorable trade, 3-1. In the hands of Abyss.
And looking at Brody right now, MOBA sitting 7-1-3 KDA. The man is on fire, but maybe a constant mistake being over aggressive, as you are seeing Red go in to pill and allow him to get out of that 3-man gank from the side of Dark Immortals. And like I said, looking at Brody, right? Eyes on the prize, 7,400 gold ahead of this Melissa, who's only has 5,000 gold. So he is about 2,000 gold ahead of her, which is going to give him an easier time on these engagements. But speaking of engagements,
we are seeing a fight break out here. So the airstrike goes out again, but there goes the Divine Judgment on the Kaisen. Not going to be any follow-up to deal with him right now. That is a tank Martis, so not very advised. Mortal Coil is going through with an enhanced chain as well, but keep an eye on Red. He's going to find a knockup, not going to be able to find the ultimate. Martis did find a kill though onto Soy 2, was looking for a second one, not going to be able to get it done, but they will find the tier 2 tower here on the side of Dark Immortals.
Yeah, right now, Abyss just kind of showing their footing and showing their trump cards right now as Red is going off on this Cooper. I don't think this man has missed a single set. Right now, beautiful KDA 3-0-9, and now with the Magic Ball, the zone is onto iPost. They are going to try and fight over this Lord.
Indeed, they are. MOBA, though, is going to take out iPost. That's the jungler out of the way, and there goes the contest from them as the Abyss will pick up this Lord for their airstrike. Going to make Soy 2 get out the way, make him dance, and escape from Joy, who was starting to swing on that backwards rotation with the electrifying beats. And with that Lord being picked up as we cross into the 10-minute mark, that is a huge member being slotted in for Abyss. That's going to give them a 6v5 as they do look for the Siege. But talking about Siege, Lapu will be taken out, making a 6v4. MOBA finding the pick off there. And now they can look to close in on this top side. And again, the Lord is still pushing. It is coming in from the bot side with this Martis with Kaizen down there on the other side of the map. It looks like they're going to keep pushing for the top inhibitor here. It looks like the passive will just now be popped. That's a huge play for them. So when that next wave comes in, along with that Lord on the bot side, they don't have to worry about the wave getting one shot at there. And they're going to go ahead and take out that tower at the hands of Brody here. Melissa doing all that they can to try to clear him with those feather airstrikes coming in nice and hot. And to force him less than half HP, about a quarter left of the way. And now they're going to look at the mid inhibitor. That's going to be able to pop out that passive. And the Candyman is still there. It's going to look to be able to take that Red. Going to miss that knockup, but that's enough to be able to zone and space out the members of Dark Immortals to pick up that inhibitor. 2 of them down for the side of Abyss. 1 more left on the bot side if you're Dark Immortals. And Wheezy right now, this is an uncomfortable position. What can Dark do to maybe turn this game around?
Definitely going to have to pray and play a little passive as they are on the back footing right now. Down goes the feathered airstrike.
And the fight is going on. That's almost going to be a quick 2-man wipe out there. And there it goes. Martis finds 2, but in the backside, Jay trying to find a trade. But no, he's going to be taken by Mark Cutie. And look at Tyson still going on with the Mortal Coils. He's going to find the gold laner. Double kill for both members of Jungle in the gold lane. And look at this. Abyss is going to go ahead and even up the score 1-1 with a crazy team fight to end this match.
Talk about a crazy game. Man, Abyss having a game plan, not allowing Dark Immortals to get their sweep. And now Dark Immortals kind of scratching their heads, wondering where did they go wrong. Is going to go have to find a plan for the next matches. Both these teams 1-1 on the board. They are currently tied up, and they're going to take this to a game 3. Looking at MVP going into the hands of MOBA on that Brody. 11-1-6 KDA. The man was a monster, turning everybody into a memory over there with his ultimate, and he has definitely been a problem. As you are seeing his turret damage sitting at 82%, and also the highest damage overall for the entire game from both teams included, sitting at 30% hero damage. And that is going to be victory to the side of Abyss over Dark Immortals for game 2. And with them being tied up, the question of the day is who will be able to take the final match of the day? Is it going to be Abyss, who is on that power spike with that fresh win, or will we see Dark Immortals find a possible answer for game 3 and claim their victory for the series? Find out here momentarily as both teams are getting ready to embark back inside of the Land of Dawn for the final match of the day.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy and officially on the final match of the day for Series 4 as we are seeing Abyss go up against Dark Immortals. Both teams 1-1, and the question is who will be able to take victory on the final game of the day in the final series. Joined on the desk, I do have the on-point analyst breaking down these keys to victory and also items, going by the name of Coach Deku, also known in the Land of the Dawn for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy staff, and I will be your play-by-play to break down all of these engagements and paint that perfect picture. How you doing, Deku?
I'm doing great, Wheezy. Like you said, we are heading into the final match of the night, and what a long ride it's been to get here, but what a way to end, as we have seen Abyss and Dark Immortals battle it out in some very unconventional ways. This is a very interesting series, but these are two interesting teams, and what better way to end the night for us here at the MLSA for the second day of scrims in week 3.
Yeah, definitely an explosive way to close it out, right? We are 6 hours strong today, and right now, these teams even stronger, taking this to a game 3, as we are seeing Abyss going up against Dark Immortals, and both of them having a win at their disposal. A lot is on the line right now, and looking at the draft so far, you are seeing that Fredrin being taken out for the first ban of the match on the side of Dark Immortals.
Is definitely the case here. We're seeing the Fredrin be banned, and we're seeing the Hive being taken out again as well by the side of Abyss. So it looks like they're going to stick to some of those same bans here, but I'm wondering if they're going to be sticking to the same picks. We've seen some very interesting things come out. We've already seen a Wrath Jungle go ahead and boost that win rate from 1 at a 1 for 2 for 2, and then we saw a Grok Jungle as well. That was very interesting to see. We had seen it previously the day before, I believe, right, by Carpe Diem. from their jungler, their Tonka. And we got to see that for the second time as well tonight inside of Dark Immortals in the hands of Ipo. So I'm really looking forward to see what maybe we will see now. It looks like they like to keep bringing the shock value, the shock factor, but not just that, they bring the performance to back it up as well, Weezy. So it's going to be very exciting to see what maybe they'll take in the first half of this phase as we are starting to near the end of the bans. It's 2 for 2 right now in between both these teams.
Yeah, you are seeing the mages being banned out. The Valentina, the Eve. Not the worst decision, but Kaja again is going to walk, but we didn't see Kaja profit too much over there. So I am going to expect, if Kaja is slotted, a little bit more engagement and utility be provided to go into that backlines. We didn't really see Kaja get back to that Farza or really much anything to kind of top that off. So definitely going to be keeping my eyes on that. Even the Joy kind of had a little bit of an easier time, and maybe that's why they didn't take the Kaja at all, as they knew they weren't really worried about it. And now Arlot, to kind of seal the deal on the first phase of the ban, is going to be taken down as well. I was hoping to see him for the final game, but maybe not now, but we will see him in the distant future. Definitely mark my words on that. But speaking about picks, sorry, God Bless going to go ahead and opt in on this carry, and it looks like he's going to go for that Inspire yet again.
Yeah, right now, we pointed it out previously, right, about that Inspire, how it's set up for that early gig and gave an early first blood to the opposing side over to the hands of Abyss. And maybe he hasn't learned his lesson, or maybe he just doesn't care. But considering that was the match that they did lose, I might have looked at every single player to see what might have went wrong, and Inspire definitely was something that went wrong for this carry. But they're going to go ahead and double up on it. Speaking of double up, maybe for Rammus being locked in for a second chance at life. Red is hovering over right now for their team. They are going to switch over to the Claw last second. Lunix is also being hovered over. Both of these picks could be picked, but no, it's going to be the Lunix and the Kaja combination. And Weezy, I know you're happy because it seems like the suppressions have been ignored by every team, but it looks like right now in this final series of the night, Kaja is definitely a hot commodity.
Yeah, and I'm liking the Kaja pick right here now because not only can it open up the opportunity to pick an assassin, but MOBA, which we've seen him in the gold lane dominate with that Brody, now going up with this Lunox, something I've been waiting to see for a while as that direct counter up against this carry that we see time and time again in the C server, but not as much on the NA side of things. And now as it's trickling its way over to our region, I can't wait to see how MOBA performs on it for that gold lane.
That will be interesting indeed to see how it goes. It could still be flexed around, right? It is in the gold winner's hand, but if they see something in opening maybe later on, maybe feel like there's something better they can put in the gold lane, it still can be moved. And that's the great thing about those flex picks, right? Especially with something like Lux. I mean, it can go into the mid, it can go into the top side, the gold, or it can go down in the EXP, and none of them are objectively any worse than the other. You get exactly what you want out of a Lunix, no matter what lane they're coming from. So that's going to be great for them as Kufa was locked in. Now the Grok is being covered over by the side of Abyss. Abyss is a very strong composition here. If they do lock in the Grok, they did, as that is going to be going over now to the ban for the first one of the second phase of the draft.
Looks like, speaking of the draft, with that Grok being slotted to provide that frontline presence and also that CC, is a strong draft right now for the side of Abyss. But now, seeing that Martis be banned out, we've seen how much he kind of dominated, able to prevail the jungler for Abyss to take game 2, has been taken off the board from the side of Dark Immortals in a wise decision, as this is almost a mirror in terms of picks. All of these heroes were on the board previously almost. We've seen the Julian, we saw the Kufra, we saw the Kaja, we saw the Grok, just a little bit rotated around on where they were at for each team. But I'm definitely liking the way this composition is going, but I can say we're definitely seeing a pattern in terms of what is being slotted for both of these teams. And now, speaking of slots, Glue's been taken off the board. That will be the final ban for the side of Abyss. And now, with only one option left to go, the question is, who will Dark Immortals pick for their final ban?
And if they can see what we can see, right, they could feel like this Lunix might go over to the gold lane, but if not, could be going into the mid. But no matter whichever lane it does go to, both have been slotted up already by the side of Dark Immortals, which is what I think maybe made them feel a little comfortable and maybe trying this out here. But there goes an Xavier potentially to be locked up, and that is a lot of damage to pair up with that Lunix. to a high burst of mages as far as the magic goes. And that'll be a lot for the side of this team to deal with.
Looks like they are going to go ahead and lock in on that Xavier, which means this is going to be the Lunox in the gold lane that we kind of talked about. And I'm excited to see how it performs into the hands of Mobile going up against Sorry got blessed with that carry. And now 2 picks on the board left for the side of Dark Immortals. They'd still need a possible jungler and also a possible mid lane mage, unless Rock Bomba opts in on his Julian to provide that mid lane damage. And now with that Kaja being slotted, it looks like Ipos is not even worried about it. Gonna go ahead and possibly hover over this Ling. And Jay did pick that Benedetta, but oh my goodness, we said it happened twice in a row and they were able to win. Oh no, my goodness, they're gonna go ahead and pick up the Nana, but this is not gonna be a Nana.
No.
Is this really gonna be a, nah, they're gonna switch it to Julian. Hey, there's no way that we're gonna see this for the final game of the day.
No. I refuse. I absolutely refuse. There's no way we see this happen at the MLSA. No. There's the fact that it's even locked right now and potentially going makes me scared for what could come from inside Dark Immortals. It makes me so sad for whoever they're facing.
Yeah, I don't know. We kind of doubted the Rafaela, but I don't know. Maybe we should just start giving them the benefit of the doubt as they are able to pull off these interesting picks and make them work in their favor. But for the final pick of the day, we are seeing Cassian lock in the jungle for Abyss, and that is going to be Barats, that frontline dinosaur with the sustainability relying on his stacks to be able to take all that additional damage and also output it as well with that Detna's Welcome to be able to grab somebody up and kind of feed himself and provide that stun. So I'm wondering which way this is going to go, and I got to extend the question over to not only YouTube, but also over to you, Deku, on how do you feel about both of these drafts? Who are you voting on, at least having the advantage draft-wise for the final game?
Oh, man. I don't even know, because until the Nana got locked in, I thought this was a very well-organized draft, and I'm sure the opposing team thought the same thing, but I don't know. But this it just makes it a little easier, and gosh, Dark or Abyss. You know what? There's a Linux, there's an Xavier. It's super late game. There is a carry there, but doesn't get bursted out by them, and with no flicker, no purify. I think I might have to get this up to the side of Abyss to be able to take tonight's last series.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting composition as you are seeing this Jungle Nana. First time I've actually ever seen this pulled off, and I really want to see how it goes. But speaking about the game, you are seeing already some pressure over there. Jay fighting red, the Kaja versus the Benedetta. Looks like Jay is going to make his way over to that top lane. And I got to say, you got to be careful as both of these teams know how to take these fights and make the most out of the situation. And speaking of the situation, Speedy Light Wheel's activated. Moba's going to force out that flicker, rush away just in time before getting bursted down by the 2v1 on the bottom side.
And that is right. 2v1 on the bottom side, but nothing coming of it just yet. But keep an eye on Soy 2 here. I'm going to go ahead and jump onto this Kufra. I'm going to let him know he is keeping an eye on him at all times. The big brother in the dark from the side of Dark Immortals. They need to be wary of what's going on. And a clash to the top side.
You are seeing Jay get hit with a lot of CC and damage for the top lane. Going to go ahead and recall back to the base. Looking on the bottom side, though, another recall on its way. And both teams applying pressures to the side lane. And I think what's really going to stand out is this Nana when it comes to these objectives. But she does have that Melina Smooch to be able to go in and grab up this Barats and probably stop him. I don't know if it'll stop him from hitting the Retribution, though, on these neutral objectives. But I don't know. We'll see. Never really seen it happen before, but maybe a possible game changer if she can't pull it off. And speaking of pull-offs, you are seeing Japanese on the overextension ring of order going in by Kaja. Cassian forced on the retreat down to about half HP is now going to make his way toward this turtle.
It's going to make their way over to the turtle. Aggro is being pulled by the side of Abyss. And forget just pulling the aggro. Looks like they're going to go ahead and reset this turtle across the board here. Now I'm going to start it up as members of Dark Immortals have backed off, trying to find that blue up, trying to prioritize it right now for their jungler as well. And they're just going to take the cheeky setup for this turtle here. And now they're going to find a way to maybe respond in time, as the first blood does go into the hand of Julian onto the Grok. He's a Pebble Slayer, if you will, and now it looks like maybe Abyss is going to look to take the fight. That's on his welcome coming out, but it's going to be immune by Julian, and that's all she wrote. Without being able to find that engagement, there's just nothing to find for the side of Abyss.
Yeah, definitely nothing to find right there. 1-0 on the board, and both teams pretty much even in terms of gold. You didn't really see Ipos able to find a way into that fight as well, but speaking of fights, Lunox is going to burst down, sorry God bless, over in the gold lane. That direct counter we spoke about, and definitely talk about coming online and shutting down the marksman.
Definitely some good plays from them, as you're seeing Soy 2 go ahead and charge up, check that bush for his marksman, make sure space is pretty clear for them to be able to advance. But it looks like maybe in the top side that Benedetta there, Jay, is in a little bit of trouble up on this Grok. He is going to be able to narrowly escape with that Electro blow. That's going to be huge for him, but Grok is having his way in that XP.
You are seeing a fight on the bottom side, though. Ring of Order going in. Ipos picking up a kill with the Magic Boomerang. Takes down the Barat, the jungler, for the side of Abyss. But fight not over. You are seeing the enhanced change and a double kill into the hands of Ipos. Red going to shut down Rock Bomba to respond. Ipos on the retreat, though, does have his passive possibly being proc, but no, a double kill by Red is going to shut him down. You are seeing the Mystic field going in, trying to get some stun onto Soy. Bursted dangerously low. The Phantom Slash. Marquiti picking up a kill. Dawning Light is going to burst down Soy on that Kufra, and that is going to be 5-3 on the scoreboard, with Abyss leading in kills.
Absolutely, they're definitely leading with kills, and with that being the case, it looks like maybe a little similar difference in the goal, but no, they're up 2K right now for the side of Abyss, not falling behind at all as far as the macro, and going to try to give it to the side of Dark Worlds when the time is ready. But I think they're moving all right. There's definitely some opportunities here to be able to find something for the side of a Dark and Abyss right now. They just have to figure out what exactly it is that they want to go for.
Yeah, definitely need to know exactly what their focus is right now, and you are seeing the fight over this turtle. Enhanced chains activated over there by the Julian. You are going to see Denton as well, connecting last minute for the stun onto the wall for Ipos. Electro final blow going in for response. All members caught in it, and now the Dawning Light raining down. Marquiti picking up a kill, takes out a member. Down goes Ipos on that Nana. And you were also able to see Mobile fall in that process, and that was Rock Bomba picking up that kill. And I gotta say, definitely both teams being very aggressive. 4-6, 10 kills overall. Only 5 minutes in, we were definitely in for a high kill game.
Either a high kill game or a short one, Wheezy, as that mid tower is going to be working on the side of Abyss and should be taken down by them. And yes, it will be, as they will now increase that gold lead up by 3K. But now the turtle is being worked on by them as well, uncontested. That's going to be quick light work for this Barat. But speaking of quick light work, Weezy, let's take a look at some of these items with the lull in the action, as Bloodlust just got picked up, as well as that Genius wand for Julian and Benedetta, respectively, that you saw on the left side of your screen. Carry does have that Corrosion Scythe as well to go ahead and start adding in some of those slow and start building into those secondary usable items and change the talisman on this Nana, who is the jungler, of course, which is very different, to say the least. And then you do have that heavily being built in by Grok. Clocked on Xavier, start building over towards that Lightning Trunch. And the same thing with Lux. So things going in the right direction and things being picked up nice and smoothly and on time for both of these compositions.
Speaking of on time, you are seeing the suppression, the Divine Judgment onto Jay, and now the Ring of Order to secure the kill. Killing spree for Red. He is going to take down Benedetta for the bottom side. Now 7-4 on the board. Abyss still leading in terms of kills. And look at Julian, Enhanced Scythe, rushing in, going to go ahead and hit Red, but he's not going to push off. He is going to still go ahead and apply some of that pressure in the jungle for the side of Dark Immortals. And now, play on the way. Cosmic Fissure not able to hit the mark, but MOBA is going to go ahead and clear that tier 1 turret for the bottom side.
That's right, going to clear that tower, but not before Grok is going to be able to find a kill onto this carry here. That's going to be huge for the side of Abyss. They are up 8-4 as far as kills, and also up 5 on the kill board, and that's going to be very huge for them as Carry is trying to go ahead and make them back away. And not Carry, Ipo's there on this Nana, so I'm so confused with the lyrics right now. They're going to be able to sit there and back the members of the Abyss right away, right back into the river.
Yeah, definitely going to have to go back and kind of reevaluate the situation. But right now, you are seeing Abyss leading on the map. They haven't lost a single turret and have claimed 3 of Dark Immortals' turrets so far, leaving them down to their tier 2s. And now, looking at Jay trying to change that, trying to take some real estate. Forced out of that turret, though, over there by Japanese. And now, the fight over the blue buff on the way. You are seeing the knock up, the magic ball over there by Kufra. Retribution being used, and that is Barat's able to pick that up. And now, Detna's welcome getting canceled out. Ipo's able to get out just in time, but the oil to slow him down and push him back into the fight. He's going to activate that passive. You are going to see Cassian take him down, not able to escape with that mobility. And now, Cassian in a dangerous situation, picks up a double. Moba going to take down Rock Bomba, leaving only Sorry God Blessed by himself. Trying to run away. Can he do it? Ring of Order going in. You are seeing the power of nature from Japanese trying to seal the deal and seal his fate. But no, he's able to make his way back down to the base to go ahead and heal up. And it looks like the side of Abyss is now going to work their way on to this Lord.
Yeah, they're going to start making their way over to the Lord. They have the number advantage. And you want to be able to take advantage of everything that you do have as that Lord Wolf also hands uncontested there. 8.5 minute mark right now. So it's not going to be enhanced, but the Lord is a Lord. But it's still an extra companion to push up those waves, make it extremely hard for the side of Dark Immortals to be able to come back here.
And you are seeing Jay kind of getting hit and take some damage from Japanese. Look at the gank from the jungle. You are seeing the Order of Chaos rushing in. Mark Cutie going to pick up the kill, take down Jay. And now Dawning Light hitting Ipos. Magic Boomerang trying to give some kite damage as he is running away. And now flipping the script is going to burst down possibly red, but look at the set over there by Cooper with the Tyrant's Rage into the wall. Nobody to penalize, and you are going to see him run into the Guardian's barrier and get sent to the caster's desk. That's going to be 2 members off the board for the side of Dark Immortals, and a lot of turrets dropping as they're almost down to all their inhibitors. You look at the tier 2 turret being pushed in by MOBA right there, leaving only the tier 2 for the top side standing, and their inhibitors for the mid and bottom lane as their last line of defense for Dark Immortals.
I can definitely see and agree with some of those things. Let's begin of seeing things. Let's take a look at the numbers one more time. So what the blood does happen in that mid side. Grok needs to be careful. He's hit by the enchanted taints and needs to be able to have some room to turn around for. And then there goes the engage onto the marksman, but the go away caught him slacking, caught him lacking. As he's going to be turned into nothing but scraps there. They're going to be able to deal with him any which way that they want to. And now they're going to try to defend these homes that Robert was looking to destroy.
Yeah, definitely looking to try and close it out. You are seeing Abyss on the aggressive push, trying to take these inhibitors down. Cosmic Fission going in, the Phantom Slash over there by Jay, trying to clear these minions and was able to push them off. But right now, the pressure from Abyss is too much for them to handle. They need to play safe, wait for them to overextend, and possibly try and turn this around as they are still holding on to all of their turrets in their side of the jungle.
Absolutely, as the Dawning Light goes out, not going to really find the mark, but you know that it does do damage at this point of the game. That's all you really need is to get yourself out there, to put yourself out there in that opportunity where you can show what you can really do. And I think both teams need to follow along as well. You need to see what you can do to make the best plays, the best options going right now. But look at this, a double R coming out from Soy 2, who's going to finally kill Mark Cutie. Mage down from the side of Abyss. Jay's going to be able to shade out Japanese here, and he's not playing around. He's looking to take bodies, and he ain't looking to take no names. And Kaisen trying to disengage here. He's going to be caught by the knock-up magic ball on top of him. They're going to look to try to find the kill. Will they be able to put on the pieces, be able to put on the damage to go ahead and get him out of there? Yes, they will, because he will be able to take out one more. Now looking for a second, but no, Mobile is going to be able to take out Kufra. He's in trouble. He needs to be careful here. Dangerously low is going to be forced to back. And this Dark Immortals is going either way right now.
Yeah, definitely going either way. As you are seeing a little bit of pushback from the side of Dark Immortals, trying to maintain their composure and not allow Abyss to claim this series. But Abyss still having a lot of insurance in their favor. Like I said, they are still holding on to a lot of these turrets, and now Rock Bomba trying to change that statement is going to go ahead and take down the tier 1 for the bottom side and make his way out right before Japanese can rush in with the power of nature to deal some damage to him.
Absolutely. Doesn't he sound to avoid damage? Speaking of dealing damage, that Golden Staff did just get picked up by that carry. and it's very huge for them to be able to find something that happened. But no, speaking of things happening, Wellness is going to find that carry and take him out themselves. Donald Light coming out to find two members to go ahead and fulfill what they were looking for. Jay, though, on the run, not looking to get taken out. Might have been forced into the situation as well. He is going to be saved by them. No immortality, though. Not even sure exactly how they're looking, but speaking of how they're looking, Lennox is going to take down Red here. It's looking bad if you're misses. There you are, starting to try to catch up. That Dawning Light nearly missing wide left there. Almost took that boy off the screen. The triple kill, though, falling into the hands of Lennox. That is crazy. That's exactly what I expect from my mid laners on this team.
That's going to be a Maniac picked up over there by MOBA on this Lunox. And talk about a play and a counter pick leading the way, and now going to take the inhibitor for the top side, possibly close this game out as you are seeing Cassian take this Lord. But wait a minute, Chaos Assault rushing in. MOBA going to take down this carry, but shut down over there by Soy on the Cooper with the magic ball, just jumping on top of his body, leaving him defenseless over there in their base. And I got to say, this is definitely an interesting match indeed, but still Abyss looking more like a one-sided story. May be able to close this out as they did secure that Luminous Lord.
I definitely would like to see it come out from this team if they will be able to defend and end with this Lord. So in the hands, one falling into the hands of Bloodhounds Academy. This would be very huge from able to win, but keep an eye on this coup for looking for a play. But the Tones Welcome is there to greet him and treat him. He's going to throw back into the phase or the side of their team here right now. They are going to be in a lot of trouble. Soy 2 will be taken out by Japanese, but here's a concealed play, Wheezy.
You're seeing the concealed play on the way, trying to get a potential pick off. Looking at Lord on the top side, making his way into the base now without no inhibitor to stop him. You are going to see, whoa, wait a minute. Baratz is going to fall to the turret, not to any members, but down to that turret for that execution. Now Dawning Light raining down the mid lane, and they are going to make their way onto this inhibitor, and now it has been burst down over there by MOBA on this Lunox. Enhanced Scythe going out over there by this Julian, and now the Petrify. Phantom Slash over there by the Benedetta. Brilliance activated over there by Lunox, and now Dawning Light going down. Japanese is going to take down Benedetta. One member off the board for both sides, and you are seeing the last inhibitor fall into the hands of Abyss, and now they are going to go for a potential finish, but is this a mistake? This is 14 minutes in, and if they do not close this out, this will give the advantage to Dark Immortals to be able to turn this around. As you are seeing the stun onto the wall, you are seeing Ipos pick up a kill, takes down the Lunox. That direct counter we've seen slotted up against the carry, and with her down, that is going to be that burst potential out of the board, and they do need to kind of push off as the enhanced change going in for the knockup. Julian has fallen from that engagement, and now Japanese, if you please, taken down over there by this Nana, and it looks like they are going to make their way toward the blue buff, inching their way up the map. Kufra gonna go ahead and get the Tyrant's revenge, get the knockup over there on to Cassian, and now they're not done. Phantom Slash going in by Jay. Rock Bomber with the enhanced change for the knockup. Deadness Welcome not able to save him. Immortality has been procced inside of that Electo. Final blow, and Cassian is gonna fall into the hands of Sorry God Bless for this carry. Marksman, and talk about a turnaround. This is exactly what Dark Immortals needed to turn this game in their favor.
You normally do always need something to go right for you to find those turnaround matches. It's like everything's going in their favor the exact way that they wanted and needed to be able to pull this off here, easy, as we are crossing over almost the 6-minute mark. They are down quite a bit of gold, but at this point, it doesn't even really matter where your gold is. It comes down to the micro, the macro, and the levels of execution with them in your pocket.
Oh, right now, Speedy Lightwells, then the Tyrant's Rage on the wall, and down goes Ren on the Kaja. Conceal play has been activated, but nowhere to go. You are going to see Japanese take out Julian, who got kind of caught off guard trying to take down MOBA over there on this Lunox, and now they are going to shift their focus over to this Lord. Soy winding up with the Tyrant's Revenge, possibly going to get a set. Now going to shift the focus over to this Lord, and Jay is going to pick that up. Elect to find a blow going in onto Cassian, now trying to run away. Realize they did not have the push they needed to contest, and they are going to go ahead and push back, but that is going to be the Luminous Lord going into the hands of Dark Immortals. But look at Grok with the split push.
This is crazy. We have not seen this before. Definitely ahead of his time. But like you said, that Lord is coming up from one side, and that's going to be something to deal with no matter what. And here it comes spawning in the mid lane for the side of Dark Immortals. Wheezy, what are the odds? What are the chances? What do you think about them ending the game right here, right now, as we cross over almost to the 17-minute mark?
Well, looks like that Tyrant's Raid is going to go ahead and sway my opinion on this. You're going to see the suppression over there inside the Electo MOBA getting out just in time, but bursted down by the speedy light wheels of Sorry God Bless. Ring of Order, not enough. Looks like Kaja is able to escape, but not the same for Cassian, as all the team is focusing on him from Dark Immortals. Jay is going to burst him down with the Phantom Slash on that Benedetta. Lord is going to crash into the tier 2 turret for the mid lane and take that down, leaving only the inhibitor in his way, and now going to make his way for that with the full team of Dark Immortals trying to take it down. Down goes the inhibitor. The base is now open. Can they take the finish? Ring of Order by Kaja is going to go ahead and take this Lord down. Jay with the overextension hit by the Mystic Field is going to be able to get out with an eye for an eye. Dawning Light raining down the mid-river, not able to secure the kill, and it looks like Dark Immortals is now going to shift their focus for this tier 2 turret on the top side. You are seeing Cooper rush in with Tyrant's Race, Tyrant's Revenge as well. Knock up with the Magic Ball. Overstaying is welcome, though. You are going to see Immortality be proc. Can he escape? Dawning Light over there by Marcuti, not able to seal his fate, and he is going to be able to get out of that alive. But look at the bottom side. Julian, Enhanced Chain hit by the Wild Charge over there by this Grok Power. Nature winding up, trying to take him down, but the Enhanced Sword having other plans. He's going to regen half his health and secure that kill onto Japanese. And man, both of these teams putting on a show for the final game of the day.
And definitely putting on something that no one is going to be able to forget. A lot of memorable picks, a lot of memorable ways to play the game here. It looks like the side of Dark Immortals is trying to inch their way up the map and take control over whatever vision that they may not have right now.
Yeah, but speaking of vision, you are seeing Red inside of that bush now, forced on the retreat. You've seen Julian rush in and check it for the team, but has to be careful to see if he is hit with that Divine Judgment. 18 minutes in, anybody that falls will have a very high respawn timer. Now, speaking of respawns, you are seeing the Mystic Field connect on to Jay, able to get out just in time. It looks like Kaj was trying to grab him with that Divine Judgment, but unable to hit the mark. But look at Rock Bomba, bottom side, split push capability is going to go ahead and push in this tier 2 turret with no contest, as they are fighting to get out in the jungle on the top side. Looking at Cassian, chasing down Soy, trying to provide some CC, maintain his stacks. Dawning Light raining down, taking half of Ipos health, but Tyrant's Revenge for the knockup onto Cassian. Ring of Order over there by Kaja. Japanese on the bottom side, though, is going to take a kill onto Julian with the assistance of this Lunox. That's going to be one member down for the side of Dark Immortals. And will this be a possible return of a trade? Can they take down a member to even out the odds, as Lord has spawned in? Jay going to go ahead and use that Phantom Slash, but Cassian right behind him on his bumper. He is going to go ahead and use that Electo Final Blow to escape last minute and get out of the situation, but can we say the same for Ipos, as he has procced that Immortality, and Red on the chase with the Ring of Order is going to possibly take him down. Divine Judgment for the suppression on the Sorry God Bless. Going to take down Nana. Sorry God Bless is going to take down Red in that response, but that is the jungler down for Dark Immortals. And wait a minute, the Nexus, hold on, the backdoor play. Ladies and gentlemen, Abyss takes the sweep, or not the sweep, 2 for 1 over on Dark Immortals. Man, it is a late day, and I gotta say, talk about a flashy finish. They even backdoored the casters with that one.
Weezy, it was over before I knew it was over. I had no idea that was going on, and I assume you didn't either, because the shock was definitely there on your call, as they did find a way to backdoor and take this game from Dark Immortals. But we're here at the victory screen. We're looking at these results. We're looking at the MVP falling to the hands of Mobile on the Lungs. But let's take a look at the data, at the concrete evidence on how this all went down. 32% team fight damage coming out from Marcuti on the Xavier, to be expected. But another thing that's very crazy, 43% of the turret damage all came from this Lux, and the other 47% coming out from the Grok. And it is going to come from unlikely places when you have no marksman, but that is going to spell the keys to a victory for this team in those 2 picks there, or 3, however you want to split it up, to close out the last series of tonight.
Speaking of last series, definitely well played GGs from both sides. But that backdoor play over there by Japanese after he took down that Julian definitely caught me off guard. Maybe some people in the stream as well. And overall, a great series to close out the day. And that is going to be Abyss taking the win 2-1. And guys, thank you so much for everybody tuning in. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, 6.5 hours strong, as we are helping these teams prepare for the NACT spring season, which is right around the corner. Registration is currently active. There's going to be an insane announcement happening tomorrow, too. So definitely make sure you guys tune into that on all social media platforms. But speaking of that, guys, we appreciate y'all. My name is Weezy. I've been your host today, and it's been a pleasure being able to kind of soar with you guys through the land of Dawn as these amazing teams competed and perfected their crafts. Special shout out to all the casters that joined on the desk. Coach Deku, You Even Breathe for the on-point analyst and also play-by-play, as well as myself. We had Master Rim in the building, and we also had DJ sneaking up and getting his name known in the land of Dawn, as he is a new and upcoming caster working on that craft as well. So that is going to close out today, guys. Make sure you guys tune in tomorrow, as we will be live again at same time to allow 8 more teams to compete in 4 series of a best of 3. And I hope to see you guys there starting at 8 p.m. Eastern time. As always, take care of yourself, take care of each other. Make sure you guys join us on the MLSA Discord server now to register for these events. And we'll see you guys next time in the land of Dawn. Peace!
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio